Gao! Hi, Erika. Gao morning, Gao afternoon, and Gao evening! Thank you so much for joining me today on another tip of stream. Today, hello? There you go. I'm like, this is supposed to be orange. Today is the day of my exam, the dreaded day in T-minus 8 hours! Quick math. We, or I, only me unfortunately, and maybe probably the rest of my cohort probably, are gonna be taking an exam at 7:30 tonight. So I'm like, ah! So in the meanwhile, I think it'd be so cool to cram all my notes into one. And we have like a lot of notes today. We have over 135 I'm looking at stream. Sorry, we have 135 pages to study today on stream. So I'm like, but I decided we're gonna break it up in a weird, wacky way where we're actually gonna do the last chapter first and work our way backwards. There's a reason behind this. There's a reason to the madness. Yes. Let me go ahead and say my thank yous and my hellos, and then we should probably get started pretty much almost immediately, because as I just mentioned, there are a lot of pages to get through, so I'm kind of like, ooh. So yeah, that's my mood right now. But I hope you guys are having an awesome Friday's Eve, by the way. I hope you had a good one. I hope you also got something really yummy in your tummy. I started streaming a little bit later because I decided to go shopping at my favorite store, Aldi's, which by the way, they have merch now. I got a t-shirt for $6. I was like, heck yeah, brother. Anyway, I need to grab like some fruit and milk, so I was like, okay. But then that was like an extra like 15-20 minute detour, so I'm like, ugh. And then I had to make breakfast to eat so I could have the energy to study and stream. So that's why we got a little bit of a late start, but hopefully you got something really good in your system, and then we're gonna go ahead and get through this. We're gonna probably do it until like the exam, so I'm kind of like, Hi Rebel, hi, welcome on in, welcome. Hi Rebel, hi, let's go. Oh, hold on, wait, don't go quite yet. Don't go quite yet. I don't think I have my check-ins working. Hold on. Let me just open this bad boy up, and yeah. Okay. I think we're good now. Sorry about that. Apologies. Hi, Sunny. Hi. Welcome on in as well. Welcome. You need to look for work, but I hope you had a good breakfast to fuel the study. I did. I got 2 eggs, and I invested in keto bread, which, you know, honestly doesn't taste too bad. It tastes like the bread crust, though. So you have to be very passionate about bread crust. And I'm not. You know, when people are like, oh, I can't eat the butter of the bread, I'm like, brother, it's fine. It's daijoubu, so pretty tasty though. Sorry, I'm not gonna be a nutrition person, but I'm like, wow, each slice has 4 grams of protein and 10 grams of carbs. So cool. Anyway. Hi squall, hi, welcome on in, welcome. And hi Rep, hi gamer, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 53. Oh heck game up, so I appreciate your continued support. Thank you. And thank you Skull for the good luck, I appreciate it, and the inhalation of air, appreciate it. Alright, so let's go ahead and get started today. But let me also adjust my mic. Let me know, by the way, if the let me know if the background music is too loud, okay? Okay. I also don't have, so sad, I don't have any coffee in my system, so if I seem a little I'm like, okay. Oh, no, hi, welcome on in, welcome. It's not too loud? Okay, as long as you can hear me over it, I'm a happy camper. If you can't hear me over it, we got a problem. That's okay. So, as mentioned earlier, we're gonna be going over multiple sections today. We're gonna go over the head and neck, or the cervical spine region. We're going to go over the shoulders, we're going to go over the elbows, and we're going to go over the wrists and hands. And we're going to talk about very common conditions that can happen to someone. I hinted yesterday about the median nerve entrapment and talking about carpal tunnel syndrome. There's wacky things that can happen at your elbow and how that elbow instability, shoulder issues like a slap lesion or osteoarthritis or adhesive capsulitis, or maybe more commonly known as like frozen shoulder. We'll talk about a lot of these wacky conditions with like a small backdrop and like what we're talking about. This chapter that we're going to be focusing more specifically today is focusing on the neuropathies of the upper quarter. So this is talking about that really wacky, like, and you can kind of vaguely see it. Hold on. Can kind of vaguely see it here, but basically out of our neck we have this thing called the brachial plexus, and this brachial plexus provides innervation to our shoulder and down all the way to our arms and our hands. So yeah, it'll be very, very, very exciting. The thing is, I want to work backwards and possibly work my way up, because I know this sounds a little bit wacky, but I don't feel like I've given enough attention to like the later chapters, not because of any particular reason. I just feel like I feel more familiar with the earlier chapters because when I studied it, I kept repeating and repeating and repeating, while these later ones, I didn't really get the opportunity. So we're gonna go ahead and try our best today, okay? Hi Runes, hi, welcome on in, welcome. I can get this exam, I'm gonna try again. I get my score basically immediately, but worst case scenario, this guy rounds the exam and somehow I miss all those spooky hard questions that's like, yeah, that counts now, and I'm like, brother. So what I'm trying to reference to is basically I scored a low C on the first exam, and I'm trying to get more than a low C. I'm trying to get a high C, a B. A high B would be really nice, but who knows, you know? And so it happens that he's like, actually guys, I'm changing your scores because if you got this question wrong, it's right now. And this guy did this on 2 separate occasions and my grade did not budge. I was so mad. I was like, what do you mean? I hate it here! So here's Sophie for the best, but hi Gala, hi, welcome on in. And hi Julian, hi, welcome. Galmer, not gonna lie, aside from the yapping, huh? You like your, feynman technique streams the most? Hold on, I can use context clues, but I also have the power of Google on my side! That's some luck, honestly, yeah. Oh, it's the teaching technique, yeah! The Feynman's technique is a learning method developed by the physician, which involves understanding a concept deeply by explaining it as if you're teaching it to someone who knows nothing about the topic, identifying gaps in your knowledge, and simplifying your explanation. Thank you, gamer. I honestly do appreciate it. I really, really do. Teaching chat the materials to help learn better. Yeah! I'm so happy. I'm so glad. It does really work for me. It's just 100 and how many pages? 135 pages. Ugh, sweaty ham emoji. But yeah, let's go ahead and get started, okay? Okay, so today we're talking about the neuropathies of the upper quarter. As I mentioned earlier, again, it's just because we're talking more specifically about the brachial plexus, which is a nerve plexus, which can be seen right here in this drawing right here. And again, it's going to provide innervation to basically the entire upper extremity, so shoulder, arm, forearm, elbow, hands, fingies, all that good stuff. So the brachial plexus is something I haven't touched in like, and I say this in the nicest way, 3 years. But what happens is that outside, in between the vertebra of your cervical spine or of your neck, you have several nerves, and what is consistent of the brachial plexus is C5 to T1, and you might see a C8. We don't have a C8 vertebra, just how the nerve kind of pops out. Maybe it would be better to show you a picture. Let's see. Yeah, this is actually a really good picture. Let me pop it up. Can I put it here? So you see? Ooh. It starts from C5. Hello? Oh. Oh, okay, I got scared. I'm like, no, the brachial plexus starts from C5. Why does it say C4? Sorry, we only have, again, 7 vertebrae, and that's what it's saying. C4, so C4, then C5, C6, C7, C8, T1, and then this is the brachial plexus image that you're basically seeing here, but very simplified. I had to memorize drawing this, so this kind of sucked. No C8, vertebra! Yeah, I know. But anyway, we have these things called roots. So the roots, again, coming directly from here. We have our trunks right here. Divisions, cord, and branches. There's a little fun, wacky mnemonic of real therapists drink cold beer as a mnemonic for roots, trunks, divisions, cord, and branches. However, it helps you memorize. I actually learned a really wacky mnemonic that I'm interested in showing you, Cubs, but I don't know how useful that's gonna be. Well, I'll be happy to show it because this was my first time in the 4 years that I've been in this program hearing this, and I'm like, that's really would have helped me out. Anyway, so as you see, there's different trunks. We have a superior, a middle, and an inferior. The divisions kind of go all wacky. We have different cords, medial, posterior, and medial. And from there, we have our nerves that you're probably a little bit more familiar with. And I'll go ahead and give a really general overview. So the musculocutaneous nerve innervates our biceps, so our upper arm, pretty much. The axillary is about our armpit region. The median nerve, innervates, well, I'll show a region of that. It innervates a lot of muscles, but it's not really a sensory component, and we're gonna keep going back and forth about the sensory motor component, about nerve innervations. It's such a pain in the butt. But median nerve innervates a lot of the muscles below the bicep. So the anterior, or the front of your arm, and the front of your arm, by the way, is your palm up. Your palm up is going to be your front of your arm, and there's a really cool I'm gonna get ahead of myself. Sometimes I wish I could have hand tracking. And I do, but it picks up my mic arm, so I cry every single time. Ugh. But there's a really cool thing you could do with your fingers by placing it onto your forearm, and it shows you the different types of muscles. But pretty much your lower forearm, the front side is innervated by the median nerve, as well as some of your hand muscles in your fingers, and again we'll look at a different picture of that in a little bit. The radial nerve pretty much innervates the entire back of your arm, so all your extensors and your triceps and your extensor carpi radialis, brevis, etc. And then your ulnar nerve innervates the medial side, or the most inner side of your arm, so think the pinky side basically. And so this is why this brachial plexus is so heckin' important. There's different kind of entrapment neuropathies that we'll talk about, conditions, and we'll go from there. But Julian, thank you so much for the stream streak. Real tippas drink cold boba. They really do, brother. I'm so happy about the silly protein, the boba tea protein drink I have. I'm so sorry I couldn't make it because I'm so slow in making it. The Ziploc bags are how Ziplocs closes, where it's kind of like a little clasp and you have to press them into each other. I'm just so slow with it. And then I have that little protein powder inside another bigger Ziploc bag, so no bugs get in. I'm anti-bug, so it takes me so long, but hopefully during the break I can make it and I can show you, because you're like, wow, look at this. Anyway, so this again is an oversimplification of the brachial plexus. The brachial plexus, from here we're gonna have little other roots come out of it. So from C5 here, we're gonna have the dorsal scapula, so this is gonna be behind the scalp, or behind the shoulder blade, or the back shoulder blade. We have the suprascapula, which is gonna come out of the C5, C6, because we see C5 here, C6 here, and they kind of blend in right here. A suprascapular nerve is gonna be the top of the shoulder blade. We have subclavius, which is gonna be underneath our collarbone, or our clavicle. And that's also C5, C6. And then this is a really interesting nerve to look at. This is C5, C6, C7, and this is going to be our long thoracic, and this is going to play a vital part in just one moment, okay? Let me actually go ahead and I'll read this out really quick, just to say I read it. And then we'll get into the conditions very soon. Or sorry, we'll get through the sensory distribution and then we'll get into the conditions very soon. So for the brachial plexus, C5 and C6 is going to be considered our upper trunk. Remember the mnemonic, real tippas or real therapists. These are our roots and here are our trunks. We have the upper, middle, and lower. C5 and C6 are going to combine to make the upper trunk. C7 is a lone coyote. It's going to be a middle trunk and that is just it. And then C8, T1 join together and they're going to form this lower trunk. Again, we talked about C5, we talked about the dorsal scapular nerve right here. The dorsal scapular nerve, again, it's the back of the shoulder blade, but specifically it's going to innervate the muscles on the rhomboids. So these are the muscles that help you squeeze in your shoulder blades. And the levator scapula, so this is going to help you elevate your shoulder blades. So if you're kind of like, hey Tip, I have no idea what you're talking about. You probably shrug at me. Yeah, that muscle helping you shrug is going to be the muscle lifting that shoulder blade. C5, C6. Right over here again, or sorry, C5 is only dorsal scapular. C5, C6 is this combination of supraspinatus and infraspinatus. And if this sounds vaguely familiar, these are actually muscles of your rotator cuff. So pretty much what happens is that when you hear about a shoulder or an arm injury, I feel like rotator cuff is like the go-to. And the rotator cuff consists of 4 different. Why do I have 2 different head pads? Hi Isaac, hi, welcome. I guess it's so serious. It's like, oh, Tippa has an exam. Both hands on deck. Let's go. Pop. Hi Isaac, hi. Thank you so much for the head pats. I appreciate it very much. Hi gamer, welcome. Julian says, brother, my levators used to be so angry. Deep tissue, mild fascia, and lots of PT dry needling. Brother, why were they so angry? How much shrugging were you doing? I'm sorry, gamer, but I'm so glad it sounds like it got resolved. Oh. Oh my goodness. But yeah, we have the oh my gosh, I'm actually blanking out the rotator cuff muscles. I can't remember if it's teres major or minor. I think it's minor. I don't know why I'm like, ooh. Yeah, it's minor. So our rotator cuff muscles consist of the supraspinatus, infraspinatus, teres minor, and subscapularis. And we'll talk about those all in a little bit more detail in a little bit. Subclavius is not clinically relevant, but if you do need to know, it is another C5, C6, and the root is right off here. And again, it's a muscle to help depress your, or sorry, lower, yeah, or pull down your clavicle, basically. And then the long thoracic nerve is going to innervate your serratus anterior. So this is a muscle that's very important for protraction. Or if you put your arm out and you were to punch, your shoulder blade kind of doing that outward rotation, that is protraction. And this is an opposite action of retraction, which again is that squeezing shoulder blades. And again, this is so cool because this is, again, long thoracic nerve is appropriately named because it goes from C5, C6, C7, and it's a long nerve. Anyway, he does kind of want us to know about the other nerves that come out, so I'm going to try to see if I could cheat the system. So we talked about these coming out of the trunk. Now let's talk about real therapists drink cold. So we talked about roots, we talked about trunks. We don't really talk about the divisions, but they're located right here. Now here are the chords. We have a lateral, posterior, and medial chord. So for the lateral chord, a nerve that's going to come out, it's a lateral pectoral nerve, also appropriately named lateral chord, lateral pectoral nerve. So this is going to be a nerve that is going to be innervating the side of your pecs. Thank you for the cup check-in. Thank you! Anyway, sorry, the eggs are catching up to me. The medial cord, so there's actually 3 nerves that are going to come off this. It's going to be the medial pectoral, so we just talked about the lateral coming out the lateral cord, but then we have the medial pectoral, and then we have 2 sensory nerves, medial cutaneous nerve of the arm and the forearm. The last one we have is the posterior cord, and this is also all just going to our subscapular. So this muscle again is a part of the rotator cuff again, as mentioned earlier, and there's 3 branches. So we have the upper, the lower, and this is thoracodorsal nerve. I just learned recently that the thoracodorsal nerve is just another fancy way to say the middle subscapular nerve. So anyway, let me see. And then chords, and then the branches again are the nerves that we just talked about. Let's go ahead and talk about the sensory, but before we do that, let me go ahead and cough up a lung and also show you a really cool mnemonic. Okay, so this looks like a lot, right? Because it is. Can we talk about how a lot it is? I don't know if it's worth long be gone. Long. Sorry, I'm like, huh. So this is a crazy mnemonic that I learned today. So I don't know if it's worth doing this. Hold on. Let me. Hold on. Wait, actually. Oh goodness gracious. One moment. Today I'm struggling. I'm so sorry. I need this to be reset transformation. Will this show? Okay, so hold on. Where's a good place to put this? I guess here. Okay, so the brachial plexus, there's a really cool mnemonic that I learned only this semester, and it's the 3 musketeers assassinated 5 rats, 5 mice, and 2 unicorns. And you're probably like, Tippa, what? I said the same thing too, so it helps me if I do it along with you, Cup. So hand reveal. Okay, so the really cool thing is if you do 5. So remember, the brachial plexus is C5, C6, C7, C8, T1. Bam! You got 5 fingers. We start at 5. So 3 musketeers is C5, C6, and C7. So the 3 musketeers, the musketeers kind of sounds like musculocutaneous, right? I know, it's such a reach. But that's why 3 musketeers, C5, C6, C7, the 3 musketeers is going to represent the musculocutaneous nerve and the the roots that make that branch, basically. Ah, yes. I'm glad it's all coming together. Oh my goodness. This is why I don't like the 3 musketeers. Boo, 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 boo. She's Naruto hand signing, brother. I always want to be like, but I'm not that great with my hands, to be honest. Anyway, so the 3 musketeers from musculocutaneous assassinated. So, you know, gun emoji, gun finger, gun point. So this assassination, because you need 2 fingers to make a gun emoji. I guess you could do 3, but I have a very frugal, cheap, frail toy gun, I guess. Assassination is going to represent axillary. So C5, C6, bam, assassinated. So 5 rats. So the 5 rats are it's gonna represent the radial nerve. 5 mice, which is gonna represent the median nerve, and then the unicorn is so special. Sorry, my fingers again. This is it. The unicorn is so special, it gets to the other side, and it's going to represent the ulnar nerve, and this is going to represent C8 and T1. So let's go ahead and do this all again in order. So the 3 musketeers, C5, C6, C7, assassinated, axillary, C5, C6, 5 rats, so radial, so C5 to T1, 5 mice, median, C5 to T1, 2 unicorns, which is going to be C8, T1. Bam! 3 musketeers assassinated 5 rats, 5 mice, 2 unicorns. Thanks for coming to my tip talk. I unfortunately will be showing more of my hand later. But yeah, look, listen, as much as it's kind of like, what? It took me like 3 days to understand it, I'm not gonna lie to you. And this drawing, for whatever reason, is like sensory overload for me. So I'm like, why is the background like this? But it's whatever. Anyway. So, don't apologize, we stay on the tip of hand cam? Brother. You know, me and Ryan were talking about like, oh my gosh, we should do XYZ hand cam. I was like, okay. Maybe I'll tell her to make flan. I got very inspired by Monte. Anyway, so before we talk about any wacky disorders, let's talk about the sensory distribution. So, nerves can do wacky things. Nerves can provide motor innervation, so that we're talking about like, hey, nerve gives me power to do XYZ action. Or nerves can be strictly sensory. So this is really important when someone comes in and you're screening for them and you're checking bilaterally on both sides and they're like, and you're touching this area of their arm and they're like, hey, I don't feel that. Oh, well, there's only one thing that provides sensory innervation, a sensory nerve that's running through here and it's not working. Wow, there must be something wrong with your medial antebrachial cutaneous nerve, you know? That's why it's really important to really know the difference. And some nerves do both. And we'll talk about, again, those other wacky conditions. But let's talk about the sensation. So the axillary nerve is a motor and a sensory nerve. And it's going to provide innervation to our deltoids, that big... This doesn't show muscles, but it's a big, basically, shoulder muscle right over here. And our teres minor, which is going to be a part of that rotator cuff, as we mentioned earlier. Axillary also has this branch that comes off, called the superior lateral cutaneous nerve. So you can see it right here in this blue, and they're actually also color coded. Aren't I so cute, right? So this blue right here is going to innervate this upper arm, kind of a little bit underneath the shoulder, but not quite into the arm yet. Or actually it is in the arm, I apologize. It's going to be in this region right here. Medial cutaneous nerve, this like mustard colored right over here, this is going to be for the anterior surface, or like more inside the arm. Now when we get into the forearm, we're getting to this green area right here, the medial cutaneous nerve of the forearm, and then we have the lateral antebrachial cutaneous right here. The really cool thing about this nerve is this is actually coming from the musculocutaneous nerve. This is the nerve that we just talked about with our brachial plexus. Musculocutaneous, I really never thought about it 4 years later. It makes sense. Musculocutaneous, if you break it up, muscle and cutaneous is talking about the sensory, the skin, the etc. So it's going from muscle to skin. So the musculocutaneous nerve, which innervates our like biceps and whatnot, is going to branch off and it's going to become this lateral antebrachial cutaneous nerve to provide sensory innervation to the lateral side. So yeah. I like to imagine both me and Ty Lee from Avatar had to study innervation charts. I bet, and it's so, the human body is so wacky. I love when words mean what they do. Yeah, that's my favorite. But these are just super duper important to know, and we'll talk about why this is going to be pretty important. But let's see. Well, I know these words are so tiny. Well, let's say that we said this just to say we said it, okay? So for sensory distribution, the axillary nerve again is going to branch out to that superlateral cutaneous nerve, so it's this upper arm. So if someone were to have some kind of lesion with the axillary nerve, not only are they going to struggle doing actions with their deltoid or their teres minor, they're also going to have sensory loss around this area. So that's spooky. The medial cutaneous branch again is going to be right here of the arm, and then we have a forearm version. We talked about this pink area, the radial dorsal antebrachial cutaneous, which we don't really need to know, but the musculocutaneous nerve is going to become this lateral antebrachial cutaneous nerve. The radial nerve is a motor and sensory, and I told you cubs that earlier that the radial nerve innervates the entire back of the arm. And so again, a lot of extensor actions going on, like our triceps, also providing sensory to pretty much a good component of the back of our arm that slightly peeks out even over here. So tee haha ho ho. So there's actually going to be 3 cutaneous nerves that are going to supply the posterior or the lower posterior and the lateral arm and the posterior forearm, and that's going to be the posterior cutaneous nerve of the arm, the posterior cutaneous nerve to the forearm, which I do not see, but it's here. And then we also have the lower lateral cutaneous nerve of the arm. For some reason, he's really fixated on us knowing this. Brother, all I'm gonna say is literally posterior cutaneous nerve of arm and forearm, and then the lateral cutaneous. Smiley face emoji. All 3 branches are going to originate up here from the brachioradialis. So this kind of muscle right here. I know this is not really a muscle, sorry. This is what we consider our beer drinking muscle, so that's cute. And then it's also going to originate from the extensor carpi radialis longus and brevis. So all 3 of these branches are going to come from these 3 muscles, or they're going to originate prior to entering the radial tunnel, and that's again brachioradialis, extensor carpi radialis, and extensor carpi brevis. For the hand distribution, we'll talk about this more in detail, but we have the median nerve, the ulnar nerve, and the radial nerve. So to my understanding, basically, this is not... or no, it is. So this is the median nerve, all in green. And the median nerve is going to innervate the front, or our palm, basically. It's going to innervate our thumb, our pointer, and our index, and only half of our ring finger. The other half and pinky are going to go to our ulna, and a good back of the hand is really going to go to the radial nerve, so here in red. The tips of our fingers, on the fingers that aren't the ring and pinky, are going to be medial, and then the ulnar nerve is pretty much back and forth, okay? Let me go ahead and we'll talk about the long thoracic nerve. Yay! Give me one moment though. Let me go ahead and maybe zoom this out? Yeah, I'll zoom this out a little bit. Let me drink some water. One moment. So the long thoracic nerve, remember that was the weird wacky nerve that I'm like, look how long it is, and appropriately named. This is our C5, our C6, C7. Look how it comes off the brachial plexus right over here, and then stems all the way down to innervate our serratus anterior. And this is the muscle. This is the muscle that's going to help us with that protraction. So when we punch out, we feel our shoulder blade kind of coming up and out. So long thoracic nerve, actually, if you have some kind of injury, whether it's atraumatic, traumatic, or actually due to a medical condition, and we call that, what do we call it? Iatrogenic, you end up with this. You end up with severe scapula winging. And I say severe because when we talk about the shoulder, we need to make a differentiation if there's some kind of dysfunction. Because sometimes people's, the medial border of the shoulder blade basically can come off, but it's not dramatic. And we'll talk about how that could be graded and da-da-da-da-da-da. But for long thoracic nerve lesions, it's dramatic. Like, look at this. Hold on. I'm just gonna do this. Look at that. So this is how it should look normally, and this is what she's doing right here. There's a test called the push-up test, I think, and you could do like a little push-up from a wall. She's not really doing it right here. Her palms are supposed to be at the end, but even with her arms elevated or flexed, basically, you see her left side is okay, but her right side, she's having that lesion, and she doesn't have that, like, what they say, like neuromuscular control to keep the scapula border onto the ribs, basically. So this is what we call scapula winging, and it's coming out from the rib cage. So long thoracic nerve is a motor only nerve. So you'll see weakness with arm elevation. You might want to do an MMT or a manual muscle test for the serratus anterior. This is, again, we could do a push-up test, which I just vaguely described, and we could do some neural tensioning to see if we can replicate some of the symptoms, pretty much. But this this is kind of a really quirky situation. I have some notes, how do you call it? I have some notes from like an old class of an older cohort member who made this. So I think this is really cool. I'm just going to go ahead and read it out really quick. So for long thoracic nerve, we talked about basically the serratus anterior, the medial border of the scapula or shoulder blade is coming off. Mechanism of injury can be again, we said traumatic, non-traumatic, or due to a medical condition. It could be also due to prolonged compression. So basically we kind of pinch that nerve and it's compressed for long enough that we end up with this thing called backpacker palsy, which is pretty interesting. And that's going to compress it, so that kind of stinks. So the symptoms you're going to see with people who have long thoracic nerve, again, it's going to be that weakness of the serratus anterior. They're not going to be able to protract, and they're going to have difficulties with that arm elevation. And of course, they're going to have that very visible winging of the scapula. The 3 best findings, this is kind of something more related to my practical, but basically the 3 best findings is you want to check for active range of motion. So again, you could do the same like POV where you look at someone's back and you're trying to see them, hey, can you raise your arms for me? And they would look unstable. We could try to do that muscle testing and you'll see that they're weak. Movement analysis, we'll see that there's winging when they try to go up or elevate or flex your arms. And yeah, the treatment really to this is pretty much to decrease the tension or the compression on the nerve. Because again, if it's like, oh, the backpacker palsy, this is like a temporary thing. But there is something being compressed. How do we get it uncompressed? So let's go ahead and do stretching activities. Let's see if we could get some of that innervation back because you won't have that compression. And then from there, let's make up for lost time. And let's go ahead and strengthen that muscle back, okay? Suprascapular nerve disorder. Again, the suprascapular nerve, you can actually see this really obvious. I mean, maybe it's not obvious. Sorry, I have to like cover my or move my head away because my head's like all in this. But there is significant muscle wasting. You kind of see like this divot increase here. You can really see the spine of the scapula in comparison to the other side. But suprascapular nerve is going to be a nerve that's going to innervate basically the supraspinous and the infraspinous, and they're also named appropriately because supraspinous is above the spine of the scapula while infra is below. The suprascapular nerve may appear like rotator cuff injury or weakness, but it isn't. Patients will complain about a deep burning sensation in the posterior shoulder of the arm. Though the suprascapular does have a sensory component to it, there's no skin a skin branch or cutaneous branch, but it will supply the AC or the acromioclavicular joint right around here, and then the GH joint or the glenohumeral joint or our shoulder joint. Okay. My attack! Ah! Hi Baz, hi, welcome! Gamer, thank you so very much for the tier. What's up for 56? Oh, hecking loves, I appreciate it very much. Welcome, gamer! I can't believe you're gonna send me your steak leftovers, and I can't believe you're gonna download MyFitnessPal now! Hi, gamer, hope you're well. Happy Friday's Eve. Ooh. Oh, hold on. My classmate offered to talk to me about school stuff, and I'm like, I would love to do that. Just give me a couple of hours. Bro, I got half the steak left. It's coming your way. Let's go! Invest? Honestly. Invest in the future. Oh my goodness. There's actually... Oh, this is so off topic. There's a song that I was showing Ryan because we had our little girls' day on Monday, and it popped up. I'm like, man, I haven't heard this song in a long time. And it was like basically like, hey, I'm gonna... The song is like, I'm gonna invest in this place. I'm like... Isn't this song so weird? And she's like, is this song about gentrification? And I said, what? Now that you mention it, I guess. Anyway, Baz says, what if I never use MyFitnessPal though? That's fine. That's fine. I just thought it would be cool if we add each other as friends. And then you'll feel motivated because you could see your friends' activities. But it's okay. I'm used to doing things by myself. It's okay. I just thought I didn't know if you wanted to join because, you know, you're like, oh, this, and I'm like, oh, you know, it's not easy, but you know, counting calories is like, you know, the easiest quotation marks thing. So haha. And you know, I think it'd be very supplementary to what you're doing now with your gym workout. So I think it'd be nice. No, I don't mean to sound sad. Also, I have to keep my energy pretty low because I know that I'm going to be reading for like 6 hours straight. So I just sound sad because I know I cannot turn it up. So don't worry. But if you really want me to be sad, you know, again, like I said, I'm really used to doing everything by myself, technically. I went to school by myself. I was pretty much alone for pretty much the majority of my undergrad. And even my grad school, it wasn't until like a year in where I was like, oh, I have friends. This is so nice. Anyway, so suprascapular nerve. So again, because it's nerve related, a lot of people, they complain about like, when it's nerve related, I feel like people do complain about numbness, but they definitely complain about tingling. Or you like, and when I talk about tingling, I'm talking about pins and needles. I'm talking about the idea of you know, when you sit on the toilet for too long and your legs like are like, oh, my legs are gone and they're numb and they're tingling and it feels like ants are crawling or pins and needles. That's exactly the sensation they're gonna feel here. Thankfully, the muscle is pretty well loved and used, and there's pretty good regeneration within 3 to 4 months, but it is going to impact the supra and infraspinatus. The thing that's interesting though is that where it gets entrapped. So now we have a really muscular picture. I think this is the grossest, no, it's not gross, but this is the quote-unquote grossest image you're gonna see. But the suprascapular nerve is right here, baby. And it can get stuck at this notch. Look at this. It's like a little bridge that comes under, so it can get compressed right here, or sorry, at the suprascapular notch. So this little, again, band or bridge, or the sphenoglenoid notch, which is down here. So why do I need to know the difference between the two? So you can have suprascapular nerve entrapment, or the compression. What do they name it? Sorry. Disorder? Sorry, very general. You can have the suprascapular nerve disorder and the suprascapular muscle doesn't have to get affected. Tippa, but why? Well, because if it gets stuck in the sphenoglenoid notch, you already passed the suprascapular muscle. The suprascapular muscle is fine. It's innervated. Oops. It's living its best life, basically. But here is the infraspinatus, and this is where it's going to get affected, so it would only affect this area in comparison to if it got stuck at the suprascapular notch. So, oh, it got stuck right here, and oh, the supraspinatus muscles also here. That means that both are going to be affected, the supraspinatus and infraspinatus, with the suprascapular notch, while the sphenoid notch is only going to be the infra. Here's another cool thing that an old classmate put, basically. I don't know if there's anything cool. You can do an MMT or manual muscle test. You could palpate for tenderness. So you can go ahead and try to like touch and hold, basically, and see if it can replicate some of the symptoms that they may be having. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. This is not like in relation to a class. Like, it's nice for like in a physical therapist standpoint, but like at the moment I'm like, wait, let's not focus on that. Let's talk about axillary nerve disorder. Yay. So axillary nerve disorder. So this is a muscle that is going to be innervating the, what did we say? The deltoids. So the muscle right up here. And the teres minor. So what happens with this is that the axillary nerve, we can see pictures right here, it's this yellow string right here. This can actually get injured due to like an anterior shoulder location. So like someone hits you from like the back, or you get like really like shoulder bumped really hard and it dislocates your humerus or your arm forward. Or there could just be really prolonged pressure onto this nerve. I feel like a lot of people may complain about an axillary nerve disorder, especially when they're having those like underarm forearm crutch, not forearm crutches, the axillary crutches. Like that prolonged pressure is also going to cause these symptoms. So what are the symptoms? So for axillary nerve disorder, there's numbness and paresthesia on the upper arm. There's weakness to shoulder abduction because that's our deltoid. We can't do T-posing. They would have a lot of difficulty with that, or abducting their arm away from midline. Again, because we're talking about the axillary nerve and we mentioned that it is a motor and sensory nerve, we are going to have that issue with the sensory component as well in this region. Other potential motor deficits, again, are going to be the deltoid and the teres minor. So again, they're going to have issues with abduction. They have this really cool thing right here about the quadrilateral space, so you could do more fun wacky gang signs, I guess. But this finger right up here is gonna represent the teres minor. The teres major is right underneath, the triceps going in between, the humerus right here, and this little space that this little sign, what do you call it, creates, is the triangular space. And this is the space where the nerve can get compressed, because you can even see it here in the quadrilateral space, going in there and getting that compression, potentially due to that injury, due to that dislocation, or due to prolonged pressure. Can't believe T-posing is banned. It is. Sorry, gamer. Sorry. Yes, quite. Hi, Ryan. Hi. You know what? Now that you're here too, Ryan, download my fitness pal again. I have Ryan as a friend, so it's fine. Hi gamer, hi, welcome. Okay. Okay, period. But why? I just think it'd be nice, and the last time you logged in was 11 months ago, so I don't know. The cute gym calls? It does. Hi gamer. Oh my goodness. Anyway, so those are your oh my gosh. What did they classify it as? Upper nerve entrapment? Yeah, upper brachial plexus neuropathy. So we again have the long thoracic nerve, axillary, and what are we missing? Oh, the suprascapular. Ta-da! Hi double, hi, welcome! Welcome. I'm scared of the cute gym robo. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. It's only spin and hit. It's not so bad. No worries. Alright. Median nerve entrapment. So the median nerve can actually get entrapped in 4 different places. It could get entrapped at the ligament of Strutter's, which is a quirky thing we'll talk about, where only 1% of people even have this ligament, so smiley face emoji. We have the pronator teres syndrome, and we have the anterior interosseous nerve syndrome, and we have everyone's favorite, the carpal tunnel syndrome. Yay. So for the supracondylar, sorry, I feel like we've been far. Anyway, thank you for the check-in. Thank you. So for the supracondylar compression, so the median nerve, again, is going to be in the anterior or the front of our arm, pretty much. And so this is the front of our arm, here's our elbow, here's the nerve coming down. And what happens is that this random butt ligament that only 1% of the population even freaking fracking has, the nerve just gets compressed there. Why? I don't know, ask the 1%. But people who have this kind of pain are going to complain of a vague, aching, deep pain over the elbow and the forearm. And this is going to be worse with repetitive pronation and supination, because the median nerve is already kind of stuck here between the pronator teres, and we'll talk about the pronator teres syndrome in just a moment. But basically imagine like palm up, palm down, palm up, palm down, and how much this is going to compress here, but here. So the sensory deficits, the median nerve is very quirky, where it doesn't provide any medial arm or forearm sensory innervation, because that's going to all be coming out from the medial cord. Remember we talked about the lateral, posterior, and then the medial cord? Yeah, the median nerve is a motor and sensory, but the sensory deficits we're only going to see in the hand. We're going to see in the thumb, the pointer, the index and half the ring finger. And I'll go ahead and show that image when we talk about carpal tunnel syndrome in just a moment. But pretty much we're gonna have a median nerve distribution, so they'll complain about numbness, tingling in that area of their hand while having that pain on their elbow. So it's a little bit wacky, but it screams median nerve. Motor deficit is basically going to affect all the nerves all the muscles that are innervated by the median nerve. So we're talking about the flexors, we're talking about the pronators as well, the pronator teres. So putting your palm up and down is going to be weak. Flexing your wrist, so doing a little yeah with your wrist, it's going to be very weak. Your cat boy cat girl game is going to be off. So something to definitely look into. But again, only 1% of people have this ligament compression, so boo 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 boo. Oh, here's the hand again. Oh whoa, the hand just came here. That's crazy. Hold on. Oh my goodness. Hi, Big M. Hi, welcome, gamer. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you had a fun time with Minecraft. I'm sad it's your last week. It sounds like you're having a lot of fun. So I'm like, no! That's okay. If you ever need your Minecraft fix, come to Bearcat Mountain. I have the server up still. Anyway. So yeah, look, this is the median nerve. And so we would only see this. We would see someone complaining of like numbness, tingling, and again, half the ring finger, the middle, index, pointer, and then the tips of their fingers on the back of their palm or hand. Because as you recall, hello? There you go. As you recall, this again is not, what do you call it, related to the median nerve. The hand is. This isn't, even though it is named medial. Ta-dang. Yeah, it's fun. I'm gonna keep you steady. I listen and lurk. Absolutely no hacking worries, gamer. I actually have to go ahead and skedaddle in just a moment anyway, because I've been yapping straight for an hour. But the cool thing about starting at the end, for God knows whatever reason, is that I could see how many pages we have left of the document. So technically we have 12 more pages, okay? Just 12. So easy. Technically 13 now that I scrolled. But we're gonna go ahead and take a break now, because the ad is gonna start in about a minute anyway. So when we come back, we'll talk about pronator teres syndrome, which is very similar to ligamentous struters, except again, not everyone has a ligamentous struters, but everyone has a pronator teres, but not everyone has a palmaris longus. Anyway, not the point. Let's use this time to stand up and stretch, hydrate, and eat and drink something super duper yummy. I'm gonna go ahead and try to see if I can make my little protein shake and chug more water. And you know what? Maybe I'll make tea. I was like, oh, I want my coffee. No, I could just drink tea. I'm so dumb. I could cut the caffeine through that. Alright, your girl is going to be so hydrated when she comes back. But let's go ahead and use this time to stand up and stretch, hydrate, eat and drink something super duper yummy. And I'll be back. Okay? Bye! Protein! Oh my gosh, doubled again! That boba protein's so good! I like it so much! Ah! And I tried the collagen drink! Ah! It's so good. Anyway, sorry, I'm going. Ow! Hi gamers, thank you so much for your patience. I appreciate it. I only made tea. I thought by the time I processed my brain power to make the protein powder, it would have took me 15 minutes for some reason. So I was like, you know what? Tea! But then I forgot I'm using MyFitnessPal to count calories, and I can't just throw in the amount of creamer that I want. I have to like pull out my measuring cup and be like, 1 teaspoon, 35 calories. It's so stupid. So I put some what do you call it, sweet cream into my green tea with a little bit of honey, and hopefully that's gonna aid me for like reading for the next 6 hours to forever. And thank you so much for the welcome back. Thank you. Oh, tea is good too. Yeah, it's good and much faster. Don't get me wrong, I have a little thing of Cafe Bustelo with my name on it. Unfortunately, every time I feel like I want to make it, I feel like I want to make a pot of it, and I always keep leaving like a little bit left, and I'm like, no, my Cafe Bustelo, I'll turn you into iced coffee now. A true fitness cup. I know. You know, I don't know why I didn't like process. Like, okay, hold on, I'm not speaking. Hold on, let me take an inhalation of air. I don't know why I didn't start calorie counting when I was working out in June. I have no idea what motivated me now to be like, oh, actually. Anyway, but it's fine. It's whatever. It's a-okay. Da-dang. Anyway, so let's go ahead and get back into our pronator Terry syndrome. So we were just talking about median nerve compressions, and one of the sites we talked about before was the ligament of Struders. And now we're going to talk about pronator Terry syndrome. This is another place where the median nerve, which again is that nerve innervating that anterior, the majority of our anterior forearm muscles are going to be compressed. So this is going to be compressed between the what side am I looking at? Hold on. Oh, I see. This is going to be compressed between the ulnar and the radial heads of the pronator teres. So for this, you want to look for a traumatic onset. Someone could just fall, basically, and they could hurt themselves this way. Or there could be a lot of forceful pronation activities. So a lot of, like, palms down activities. I think pronator Terry syndrome is very common in, like, truck drivers. Because, you know, when you drive, you do a lot of probably, like, palm down on the top of the steering wheel, you know? And it's very repetitive. Because it's your, well, career. Anyway, so what they're gonna have is very similar to the ligament of Struders because it is the same nerve involved and basically almost the same area. But I think the only main difference is we're not gonna have that anterior elbow pain. We're just gonna have forearm pain basically. So deep, vague, anterior forearm, and maybe sometimes hand pain because we have that median nerve involvement. Potential sensory disorders, again, it's going to be all the median nerves or median distribution. So again, we're talking about the hands only, including the thumb. And there's a reason why we keep saying including the thenar eminence or including the thumb. If I'm recalling right in my beautiful knowledge library safe of whatever in my brain. I think it's carpal tunnel. Carpal tunnel spares the thumb, while many other median nerve compressions do not. So, tee-hee. And then all the motor deficits are going to be basically all median nerve innervated muscles, with the exception of the pronator teres, because basically the pronator teres got its bag. It got its innervation, and it could go heck off. Basically, all the other muscles are hecked. So, teehee. So you'll notice that the pronator teres is strong, but you'll notice when you do motions with it, it hurts. So, teehee. Pain with pronation. See? Tadang. Mahayo desu. Hi, Vampire. Welcome. Gao. Hi, Tippa. Hayo desu. Bam says, so massages won't fix these problems? Stretching could fix these problems, but and possibly massage? Massage won't be the go-to solution, but there's some people who are so, and we'll talk about this in more detail, but there's some people who are so acute that you need to get them used to, like, touch, I guess. And that kind of touch and massage and whatever basically releases the good signals in your brain, like, oh, it's okay because this person is here, it's fine, it's okay. So when they actually go to do the action on their own, it probably doesn't hurt, or doesn't hurt at all. So teehee. But definitely stretching. Any nerve compression thing, we're stretching. Hi Nitro, hi, welcome. If I'm double jointed, how does that affect pain? Oh, that's like a loaded question, brother. I don't know. It depends on the pain and where you have it and what type of symptoms you're having. A lot of people, when they consider themselves double jointed, they are considered hypermobile, and so you have a lot of risk of like instabilities of like the shoulder, like let's say the shoulder, the elbow, etc. So that could be painful because of that instability, but yeah. Just be careful. That's all I can say. Big smiley face emoji. Anyway, so another place that the median nerve can get entrapped. This is actually really interesting. So it's not exactly the median nerve, but this is a branch off the median nerve called the anterior interosseous nerve syndrome. So this nerve right here, if I can find it, this tiny baby nerve right there, can actually get compressed again at the pronator teres and at the flexor digitorum superficialis fibrous arch, wherever the heck that is. But that's another muscle that's going to be innervated by the median nerve because it's in the front anterior. Oh, I mean, possibly. I mean, I think I have EDS still. I just asked him to interact. Yeah, no worries. It's just like, oh, I don't know. I'm just a student. Don't trust the information I give. I'm just trying my best. But EDS would do it. I feel like I have a little. If it's not here, it might have been the last exam where we talked about that. People who have I don't even know how to pronounce EDS. Can I be honest? That's why I keep. It's like Edler. Oh my gosh. EHLERS. You added me? Hold on, wait, hold the phone. But thank you so much for stopping by and interacting, though. I do appreciate it. Good job, or yeah, I guess. Good job with the random RNG and getting a gift sub. Hee haha. Ho ho. Wait, Baz, I don't go under my account is so old. Give me your username. Ah! I got attacked by Apache Maru. I was like, what the heck just fell on me? Baz, drop your username, and then I'll add you. And then life will be good. But anyway, like just as my elbows literally go backwards, that's horrifying. It's not official, but I'm pretty sure. I mean, I can't say for sure. I think people could be hypermobile without the disorder, but the disorder and like Down syndrome are typical for those who would be considered hypermobile, you know? Bam says school could be frustrating. You spend all this time learning and then you start your job and you feel like you know nothing. Yeah, I'm telling you, when I start my clinical... Oh, shoot! We held the phone! Wait! It's Alex's. It's, oh my gosh, it's my classmate's birthday. Hold the phone. I think I just got the notification. I'm like, ooh. Anyway, but yeah, I'm gonna have the strongest thing of imposter syndrome, so I feel like very when I start. I'm sure it's gonna be okay, but like let's see. Anyway, let's see. Hold on, I have to add Baz. Hold on. This is my life goal and dream right now. Okay, I think I sent you an invite. I think. You let me know. I realize we don't have each other's phone numbers, so I can't I can't add you. Here, hold on. Sorry. I promise. I think it worked. Okay, cool. I still gave you my number regardless because I'm like, wait, ever in case of an emergency. There you are! Let's go! Anyway, thank you, gamer. Appreciate it. Nitro says I have ADHD and I know it's a core mobility condition. The stream is super relaxing and nice to listen to. Oh, thank you! Thank you. I honestly do appreciate it. I forget the method that Julian had already mentioned, but whatever opportunity I get, I like to do like a teaching stream or just going over my notes. I'm proud of making my notes, okay? I'm proud. But let's go ahead and get started, okay? So, anterior interosseous nerve syndrome, I said it was a branch off the median nerve, correct? So anterior interosseous nerve syndrome is quirky. So you know how I told you some nerves are motor, some are sensory, and some are both? AIN, I'm just gonna say the full name because I thought I could abbreviate it, and then in my brain I'm like, actually no. But the anterior interosseous nerve is motor only. I know, big shock. So this nerve, you won't see any sensory deficits. They won't complain of numbness, tingling, paresthesia, none of that. But they will have a deep, vague pain here, and then they'll complain about potential motor loss with the flexor digitorum profundus of digits 2 and 3, so your pointer and your middle? Sorry, the pointer and index were, I was like, what? Yeah, your pointer, index, and the middle finger are gonna get infected, so they might not be able to flex their fingers too well. Pronator quadratus, so they might have some difficulties pronating. You have two muscles that really do that. The pronator teres that we talked about earlier, and the pronator quadratus is a square muscle around your wrist that also helps with the pronation. And then the flexor pollicis longus, so the muscle that's going to help you flex your thumb over. That's going to be a weird wacky situation with that. So they're going to have difficulties with flexing digits 2 and 3, pronating with the pronator quadratus, and flexing their thumb with the flexor pollicis longus. They're also going to have motor dexterity with pinch gripping. Oh goodness, what's pinch gripping again? I have the different grip somewhere, I promise you. But I'm trying to think. Pinch. I think pinch is the thumb touching the index. I think. Index and the middle finger. Yeah. So I'm gonna go dox my hand again. Hold on. I'm trying to remember the other grips, and we'll talk about this when we actually get into the hands and wrists a little bit, but so the pinch grip is literally what it seems like. It's pinching. Just a pinching. Sometimes you could do like this or like this. So what they're gonna actually mention right now, as you kind of see above, tee hee ha ha ho ho, is that this person that has a anterior interosseous nerve injury, it's the special test, they're gonna have a positive okay sign. So what happens with these patients is that you want to ask them to make an okay sign with their hand. So they'll do like this, right? Oh, brother, I could barely do it. Why? My hands. Okay, so okay sign. But what happens is that they end up more like this because, again, they lose that motor loss of the flexor digitorum profundus, so they can't flex their fingers like this. I know. I think I have a motor deficit. That's crazy. Do I? No, I don't think so. I could flex it. Oh my gosh. I'm getting worried here, but no, I think I'm okay. I think. Anyway, so the okay hand sign should look something like this, but for people like that, it looks more like this. So it has like a teardrops kind of sign. So this is a positive okay sign test, and this might indicate that, hey, this individual has an anterior interosseous nerve syndrome, which again is that branch off the median nerve, and we're gonna go ahead and try to see what we could do to, you know, aid or fix that. But again, a lot with nerve stuff. We're gonna go ahead and do a little stretching. I've been waiting for this. That's it! Hi gamer, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome raiders, welcome, 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 welcome. My name is Tipanya. Nice to meet ya. I'm a bearcat VTuber. I do look out, I do Nyanya, and it's very nice to meet ya. I hope you had a ton of fun with Yu-Gi-Oh! Your duel or your move? Oh my goodness. I hope you had a ton of fun, gamer. We're just doing some studying because I have an exam tonight, so I'm panicking. I am in mental distress. Ah! But I hope you had a super duper good time with Yu-Gi-Oh! This goes for both you and any members of your community. But if you have to raid and run, absolutely no hecking worries. Feel free to take care of yourself, stand up and stretch, hydrate, and eat and drink something super duper yummy. I will do my best. Welcome. And hi Twisty. Hi, welcome. You just made it in for anterior interosseous nerve syndrome, but we're actually wrapping it up, so we're gonna go ahead and move on to the next one, which is everyone's favorite. Woohoo! Carpal tunnel! Yeah! But let me go ahead and sip some tea really quick. Anyway, so if you've been online long enough, even for a little while, I'm sure many of you have heard about this thing called carpal tunnel syndrome. A lot of people complain about it because, you know, a lot of people talk about the proper positioning for their hands when they type, when they draw, when they use their mouse, and it doesn't help that most of us are chronically online, so boo-hoo, boo-hoo. So this kind of condition typically happens because there's that compression on the median nerve in the carpal tunnel or directly on the wrist. And this happens because there is a decreased space in that carpal tunnel or in that wrist area, so that's going to be pressing down the nerve. So the patient is going to complain about pain, the pins and needles and the paresthesia, decreased sensation. So when we go ahead and like check sensation on both hands, maybe they'll say the area that does have carpal tunnel syndrome, they're like, yeah, I don't feel that as well as I do on the other side. And they're gonna have decreased hand strength because imagine you're kind of cutting off from the other rest of the nerve, so your hand and your gripping, it's gonna suck. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not one to speak, my grip strength is really low, so I'm a little weak. Anyway, so oh my gosh, key clinical features to carpal tunnel is that they're gonna have pain and paresthesia at night, and that's gonna improve with hand shaking. So basically the shake it out like Taylor Swift or something. I don't know, I'm trying to be cool right now, but anyway, people shake their hands to get rid of that pain and paresthesia because they're having it at night, and then they're like, let me just shake it out a little bit, and they feel better with shaking their hands. So that's one of the key signs of like, maybe carpal tunnel. And there's going to be decreased sensation to the pad of the thumb with the thenar eminence or the thumb sensations spared. So yeah, there's going to be a little bit at the pad of the thumb, like a decreased sensation, but the rest of the thumb should be okay. And why is that? It's just because of how the nerves branch out. So there's a separate nerve that goes into the thumb basically, and it was spared right before it got compressed at the carpal tunnel along with the median nerve, or the main portion of the median nerve. And then, yeah, of course, key clinical features are going to be reproduction of symptoms with tests that are going to decrease space on the carpal tunnel. So there's a test, and I can't really replicate this. I don't know if I have it. I don't think I do. Let me go ahead and pull up a picture. So there's this test called the Phalanx test. So if you were to put the back of your hands together and keep your arms straight like that and hold that position for about 30 to 60 seconds, it's not a comfortable position, but it's supposed to replicate. It is potentially, the test is supposed to replicate if you have carpal tunnel. It's supposed to replicate the symptoms that you're having, so the pain and paresthesia. You're like, yeah, I'm starting to feel that like tingliness come on, basically. This one, really uncomfortable. You can do the reverse Phalanx, so basically you could go into like a prayer position. So the palms of your hands are together, but your arms straight out, and you hold that for 30 seconds. And that's supposed to kind of like indicate if you have carpal tunnel syndrome or not. You can also do tunnels, which I'm not going to bother looking at a picture, but just think of someone tapping at your carpal tunnel or tapping at your wrist for 30 to 60 seconds, and that can also provoke it and cause those carpal tunnel like syndromes to be like, oh, that test was positive? Oh yeah, you might have this. Carpal tunnel? Is that a type of HOV, Lane? Deji. Hi gamer, welcome. Now we got carpal this is my carpool buddy. welcome. So there's actually a cluster for this, so this is really interesting. So one of the main things that we love in the rehab field is clusters, because hey, yeah, I just talked about those special tests, but these tests have these things called sensitivities and specificities of the test. Like, people have done intense research about this, and I salute them to it about getting these ratios, but basically they have the numbers to prove how likely this person's to have this condition based off what they get on like a special test. And not all special tests are like a go-to. Just because, yeah, you got a little tingling with that image that I showed you, it doesn't actually mean anything. It's like, Tippa, what? But you told me this. Yeah, sure, you might have a likelihood for it, but what is the sensitivity? How can we rule it in? Or the specificity, how can we rule it out? So clusters provide a very high sensitivity level. They are able to rule it, specificity level, specifics, levels to rule something in. And if you have a likelihood of, I think, 10 or higher, you are so good. So, alright, so carpal tunnel syndrome test item clusters. So if the individual says, hey, shaking my hands provide relief, oh, okay, that's interesting. Check that off. The wrist ratio, this is something we do. We move joints. And if you're noticing during an AP glide or anterior to posterior glide or a medial lateral glide, you're noticing the ratio. The ratio, and this is a very, 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 very subjective feeling. It's a little bit greater than more than half, or at a 0.67. That's also a sign for carpal tunnel syndrome. I can't really explain that more than that, I'm sorry. There's a questionnaire basically, and if they score a certain score, they're more likely to have carpal tunnel syndrome. Decreased thumb sensation, again, we talked about that, but the rest is spared with carpal tunnel. And then if they're age 45 or higher, this is going to be a very positive cluster. If someone has, again, 4 out of 5 of, oh my gosh, 4 out of 5 with this, they have a 4.6. And even though I said 10 was the number, 10 is like high. 4.6 is like, this is like a moderate level of like, yeah, this person probably has this. And that's only if they have 4 out of 5. That's crazy. Those are some pretty good odds. You can most likely rule it in when they have about 3 of these though, okay? So you could definitely rule in if they have 3 out of the 5, but if they have 4 out of the 5 present, they moderately, yeah, they probably have carpal tunnel syndrome. So let's go ahead and we'll move on to ulnar nerve entrapment, and this is going to be our last section for the neuropathies, and then hopefully we'll go ahead and scroll up. And I don't know if I want to do cervical or if I want to go into the hand wrist, but I think I might do the hand wrist because I feel like it would make more sense. So cubital tunnel is similar to carpal tunnel syndrome, not because we have so many tunnels in the body, oh my heckin' goodness, but it's the idea that this is actually the second most common compression neuropathy that we have in the body, and it gets stuck around the elbow. It gets stuck right, oh gosh, right around here. The nerve passes and there's some kind of compression basically. And what happens with this is that people who typically have cubital tunnel syndrome are people who basically traction out the bones, so the bones kind of like separate a little bit, especially when it comes to people who are in sports who are throwers. That kind of repetitive motion gets it entrapped. Long-standing valgus deformation, so people who have think of someone who's like coming out for a hug, basically. If their elbows are constantly stuck in that position, that can compress the cubital tunnel syndrome. And sustained elbow flexion posture. So to my buddies who love keeping their elbows flexed, I know we love our armrests. You might be at risk for cubital tunnel syndrome, so just be careful. Make sure to extend your elbows here and there, okay? Okay. Hi, Zikai. Hi, welcome on in. Welcome. And hi, Ichi. Hi. Thank you. I was really scared. I had tunnels inside me. I know. Wow, wow, wow. Hi, Ichi. Hi, welcome, gamer. Welcome. So yeah, cubital tunnel syndrome. Now we're talking about ulnar nerve. So the ulnar nerve, again, is the one that innervates like the pinky or the medial side of the arm. So we're gonna have medial forearm pain, kind of a given. We have potential sensory deficits. So the potential sensory deficits are going to show on the ulnar side of the hand. Same with the back side of the hand, the pinky, and the 4th and 5th digits, because that's where the innervation is going. And then we're gonna have weakness with the muscles that are innervated by the ulnar nerve. So we're gonna have weak flexor carpi ulnaris, flexor digitorum profundus. Yeah, that makes sense. Profundus has it's innervated by both the median nerve and the ulnar nerve. And I remember making this little silly thing about like profundus. Wow, it's so profound. It needs to think too much. And if it thinks too much, it needs 2 nerves to do it. And that was my really dumb mnemonic like 4 years ago. Anyway, but this is going to specifically affect the digits 4 to 5. What is innervating the 2 and 3? If you guessed anterior interosseous nerve, you'd be right. Yeah. So remember, anterior interosseous syndrome is going to innervate the flexor digitorum profundus, but only digits 2 and 3. We're going to have 5th digit abduction. That's going to get hacked up. Thumb adduction? I know this sounds weird. We're talking about the pinky. Why are we all stunned at the thumb? So the ulnar nerve innervates one of the thumb muscles, and that's the one to adduct, or to bring the fingers close together, but more specifically to bring the thumb together. And then you're also going to have a weak power grip. And usually motor weakness is a late symptom. This is just due to the constant compression, kind of like the muscle wasting. So teehee, haha, ho ho. Oh, genau. Okay. Sorry, I don't know why I have it like this. Oh, I do need to talk about this. Okay. So why is the sensory deficits only on the hand, by the way? It's going back to that beautiful, colorful picture we saw earlier. Remember, the lateral side of the arm, or the medial side of the arm, is not innervated by the ulnar or medial nerve. It's innervated by the medial cutaneous nerve, which is coming from the medial cord of the brachial plexus. So, sure. Anyway. Canal! So let's talk about Guillaume's canal syndrome. So this is the nerve, the ulnar nerve, and what happens is that this is the canal right here, and what happens is that this compression can happen for a variety of reasons as I lose my voice. It could be due to a ganglion, a fibrous cyst, a ligament, a fracture at 4 to 5, at digits 4 to 5, so your ring finger or your pinky, and repetitive prolonged pressure in this area can also compress the nerve. People who have this are going to complain about pain on the ulnar side, or the medial side, or the pinky side of the hand. But Guillaume's canal syndrome is kind of a pain in the butt because there are 3 different zones of compression. Zone 1, you compress zone 2s and 3s, so it's kind of an all-around thing where Zone 1 compression, so if it's right here, we're going to get sensory loss of the 4th and 5th digit, and the motor loss to the interossei, the lumbricals, the adductor pollicis, and basically anything on the pinky group is going to be fair game of like, not working because the nerve that's going to innervate that, well, isn't working. Zone 2, however, let's say you somehow skipped and you have the compression right here, you're only going to be compressing the motor loss. And so again, palmar, dorsi, interossei, lumbricals, 3-4, adductor, pollicis, and hypertenar group, all the motor is going to be lost on 2. And then zone 3, or sorry, in zone 2, you're not going to have any sensory loss. It's only motor. While in zone 3, it's only sensory. So basically, your 4/5 digit and anything innervated by the ulnar nerve on your hand is gone. So, teehee. A special test you could do for this is the Tinels at the Guillaume's canal. So similar to carpal tunnel, we could do like a tapping for 30 seconds to see if it replicates the symptoms. We can also do a Frohman sign, which is it's I feel like I need a picture to show you. Hold on. Also, let me sip more tea. Okay. So, this is normal, and this is the positive Frohman sign. So, what? Why? Let me go ahead and read this out to you. Frohman sign is used to evaluate the ulnar nerve motor weakness due to the entrapment at the elbow or at the wrist. It's used to check the function of the adductor pollicis muscle. So remember, we talked about Guillaume's canal 1 and 2. If there's zone compression there, we're going to have that motor loss of the adduction. So what you're going to ask a person to do is to grab a sheet of paper between the thumb and the sides of their index finger. And then you're going to try to take it away from them. If the adductor of the thumb is paralyzed, the thumb is going to go ahead and flex. So what does that mean? So as you try to pull it away, instead of just keeping it down or pressing down as you see in normal, you'll try to flex it. And of course, it could be like, well, you know, maybe someone's cheating. That doesn't mean anything. Well, if you have this lesion, there's really like no control. This will happen, basically. So, teehee. And Waterberg syndrome, or Waterberg sign, sucks because there's a syndrome that's not related to this. So, whoever's name is Wartenberg, I hate you. Also, if I felt like I said Whataburger for some reason. Anyway. Wartenberg sign is interesting because it's a very simple test. But basically, Whataburger mention, let's go! Wartenberg sign is used to evaluate the motor weakness of the ulnar nerve and basically fully adduct your fingers. And when you try to adduct, basically if your pinky does not follow along with it, it's a positive Wartenberg sign. So if you try to bring all your fingers together, but your pinky's just not doing it, your pinky kind of stinky. So, womp womp. Ulnar nerve distribution. What was this about? Let me... No, there's one more. There's one more. Oops. Hold on. What was I typing here? Superficial blue branch and not near hypothenar palm because those branches palmar, proximal form, not going through the Guillaume's canal. Once dorsal, I don't know why some of these types of dorsals come off. Green. Half finger. Okay. I think I meant to say that the sensation... Wait, but does it say it here? Okay. I'm glad I read this again. Alright, so for Guillaume's canal, when we're talking about zones, there is sensory loss to the medial half of the 4th and 5th digit, but the pinky and the back are spared, basically. That's all. So, this whole green side is spared, but the palmar side isn't. So, teehee. Alright, our last neuropathies. These are actually pretty quick. You see Wartenberg's, oh my gosh, Wartenberg syndromes right here, baby. But yeah, radial nerve entrapment neuropathies. We have 4. And they're very quick, actually. So, we have a high radial nerve injury or spiral groove. So basically, this is compression of the radial nerve. Recall the radial nerve is going to be provide that innervation on the back of the hand, so a lot of the extensors. And this typically really happens with a fracture. I don't know what they were doing, but basically it's just trauma of a fracture that breaks the humerus and it impacts the radial nerve. So the pains and symptoms is going to be pretty much associated with whatever the healing signs and symptoms are for a fractured humerus. Potential sensory deficits is basically the entire arm and anything that innervates the anything that's innervated by the radial. So we have the whole back of the arm as well as some of the fingers. We have the 2, 3, and a little bit of the thumb. All radial nerve muscles are also going to be weak, but the triceps are usually spared. So triceps are okay, but any other extensors below the elbow, pretty much fair game of like, yeah, it's not working anymore. Oh, brother, we have more tunnels! More tunnels! I know you can't see this picture. Why is it like that? But we have basically a little funky nerve spaghetti noodle going through our muscles again. And what happens is that it can get trapped in another tunnel. Wow! So this one's really interesting because radial nerve tunnel syndrome is actually really commonly mistaken for lateral tendinopathy, which doesn't make sense quite yet. We haven't talked about it, but basically it's pain at the elbow. It's for, let's see, tennis. Like a lot of tennis players complain, I think, about lateral tendinopathy. And so this is quirky because there's no sensory loss, no motor loss, could be mistaken for another condition. And this is compression anywhere within this tunnel. It doesn't have to be really a specific part that you can't see. I'm so sorry. Pain and symptoms happen with repetitive pronation and supination and overhead throwing. But no sensory, no motor loss. Basically, you would only consider this condition that, hey, if you diagnose someone with lateral tendinopathy and they are not getting better, test them for this. Tap at that radial tunnel, tap like the back, like right below their elbow, and see if it replicates symptoms, and then hey, maybe we have something going. So yeah. At the tunnel, by the way, the radial nerve is going to split to a posterior and superficial divisions, so then we end up with something called a supinator syndrome, yay, or a posterior interosseous nerve syndrome. So very similar to the anterior interosseous nerve syndrome, this nerve is only motor. Again, AIN, anterior interosseous nerve. Again, remember it branched off from the median nerve. It innervates the pronator quadratus and the flexor pollicis longus and the flexor digitorum profundus, which is 2 and 3. Well, posterior, it's also motor, and it's gonna give innervations to the extensor carpi ulnaris, so you could like room up you could charge up your motorcycle with the room, that kind of wrist extension of it going back, and you can extend your fingers. This is the nerve that provides innervation to that, a branch off the radial nerve. And really this is just a type of neuropathy with only motor symptoms, no sensory. They are going to complain about vague pain at the back of their arm basically, but you're going to see those motor deficits of finger weakness and then wrist extension weaknesses, okay? But the supinator syndrome, or why it's called that, is because this actually gets stuck at the supinator muscle. Your supinator muscle, as you would imagine, helps you supinate. And so it could get stuck there, it could get stuck at the arcata froche, it could get stuck at the leash of Henry, whoever named that, I couldn't tell ya. And the presence of lipoma, which I can only assume it's racist. Like, oh, a lipoma is a benign tumor. My bad. Whoopsie. But yeah. Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna read out and repeat again, I apologize. The supinator syndrome, the posterior interosseous syndrome, motor deficits to the extensor carpi ulnaris and the extensor digitorum There's finger weakness. The radialis brevis, longus, and brachialis and supinator have all been innervated, so the last like stragglers are only the extensor digitorum and ulnaris when it comes to the supinator syndrome. Okay. Wardenberg! Yay! So Wardenberg is the entrapment of the superficial radial nerve. So our okay. We talked about the radial tunnel syndrome, right? And then at the tunnel, the radial nerve splits off into both posterior and superficial. The posterior is going to be nerve related, while superficial is going to be only sensory. So the Wardenberg syndrome is entrapment of the sensory radial nerve. So this is going to be like 9 centimeters off the radial styloid process, so maybe around here. This beautiful arrow pointing. And basically the person's going to complain of distal forearm pain. This is only a sensory issue, so it's only going to affect the sensory components or areas or regions of the hand. So again, it's going to be thumb, the pointer, the middle finger, and yeah, that's about it for the back of the hand. And then not to confuse Wardenberg with Wardenberg sign, and da-da-da-da-da-da. Okay, we're done. We're done. I think we're gonna move on, and we'll work our way backwards, and we'll talk about wrist and hand. And we'll just work our way up, basically. Okay? Okay. Bye, Luna. Hi, welcome. Let me chug my tea. Ooh. Okay. I'm gonna kind of vaguely gloss over a few things, so you'll have to forgive me. So, hand and wrist stuff, basically, it's really important to get a history, understand the demographics, because some of this hand stuff really does affect people unequally by age and gender. So it's very important to assess pretty much everything as we normally do as therapists of active range of motion, passive range of motion, knowing that if it has more than 10 degrees of passive range of motion. So when we move someone's limbs in general, basically what happens is that the passive range of motion is always going to be greater than the active, usually. However, when it comes to the hand and you're passively moving it and you're getting way more than normal, passive range of motion, about 10 degrees more, this can signal a tendon restriction or like a muscle weakness or a pain that they're having in their hand. That's something to look into. Here's some normative values, basically. Forearm pronation, supination is about 90. Wrist flexion, so if you were to cat boy it up and you go, yeah, you should have about 90 degrees, while if you do the opposite, you should have about 70. Radial deviation is your palms are flat and you're bringing your thumb down, and that's radial deviation. That should be about 20 degrees. While ulnar deviation, you should be able to get a little bit more and get 45. Everything else is really more particular to the joints at the fingers, and brothers, I'm not about it. Nope. But here's the different kind of grips again. So you can actually see them right here. I don't have to dox my hand, but I can, but it's pretty visible here. So the cool thing about the hands is that we have these hand grip things, a hand dynamometer that can measure the grip strength, basically, and we could do different types of grips with it. So we can do a tip pinch grip. So basically it's tip to tip, so you have your index touching with the thumb right here. You can have a ladder or a key grip, so think about when you grab a key to open your house door or something like that, or when you're holding the playing cards. This is your ladder or key pinch grip. And then your chuck or your 3-finger pinch, or the tip, or not tip to tip, but the other one we were mentioning earlier. This is your index and your 3rd finger to the thumb, so kind of like when you're holding a brush or a pencil or a writing utensil. This is how you would normally grab it. We could use dynamometers to measure each grip. Yeah, let's talk about hand conditions. So I have so many typos because I typed this when I did not have internet, and I just did not look back. I was editing my offline documents at work. Anyway, so RA, or rheumatoid arthritis, a very similar condition I feel like a lot of cubs have heard about but probably are not really aware of. But arthritis in itself is just a lot of joint swelling and redness and inflammation basically, and it's really not pleasant, and rheumatoid arthritis is no exception. So it's going to be an autoimmune disease or disorder that's going to affect the entire body, but how it's going to affect the hands specifically, it's going to affect the knuckles or the MCPs, the PIPs, so like off your knuckles you have I guess more knuckles. Sorry, I'm like here you PIP, and it can affect the wrist. Hi guy, hi, welcome. Your mom has that? I'm sorry. It's not pleasant, honestly. It's not pleasant whatsoever. But for RA, basically, this disorder is not specific to the hand, but again, you can see symptoms along with it, and we're gonna see that the knuckles, the wrist, and also the PIPs right here. The really crazy thing about this is that as this condition progresses, you'll start to see an ulnar drift, and really it tends to be the metacarpals or the knuckles right here that tend to be affected. So what does that mean? Your hands start going towards your pinky. It starts going towards the ulnar bone or the ulnar side or the medial side. So you see how I'm like, okay, straighten out your fingers. This is their fingers straight because they have that drift present. Another quirky thing with RA is that you could have different types of deformities. You can have boutonniere's deformity or a swan neck deformity. And these are how the fingers look. I didn't want to really get a real picture because I'm not gonna lie, I don't know, to me it weirds me out a little bit too much. But the main thing you have to know about it is that it affects like the ligaments into the fingers. This one is gonna specifically, boutonniere's is gonna affect the damage of the extensor hood, while the swan neck is gonna be like the oblique retinacular ligament disruption. Boutonniere's does not have to be RA specific, while swan neck is. Boutonniere's deformity, though it is commonly associated with RA, it can actually also happen due to a sports injury where basically you have like a forced flexion of the PIP joint, and that's not pleasant to imagine. But it's really important to know the difference between these two about how they affect the DIP, PIP, and CIP. So I'm going to go ahead and dox my hand so you cubs can have a better understanding. Bam. So, on your hand, oh, my hands are too close. In your hand, sorry, I'm all the way here, you have your MCP, your PIP, and your DIP. DIP for distal, proximal, and then your MCP, your knuckles. So what happens, I don't think I can even replicate this. No, I'm not going to replicate that, but that was to give you a better idea. But so what happens is that and let's start from the furthest part, your DIP, or your last little, I don't want to keep saying knuckle, but when you bend your hands, the last joint that you see, or the first line on your finger, oh my goodness, that is your DIP, or distal interphalangeal joint. And for swan neck, it's in flexion, so it's flexed, but the joint right underneath it is extended and the MCP is flexed. It really truly does look like a swan neck, honestly. So I'm like, wow, so cool. But the cooler part is that if you know one, you know the other, but it's actually going to be how do you say it, opposite. So you see DIP flexion? Well, here on boutonniere's we have DIP extension. Swan neck head is extension, PIP is flexion, MCP extension, MCP flexion. So as long as you know one, you can kind of follow the pattern and do on, off, or extension, flexion, flexion, extension, flexion, stuff like that. So it's nice. I know it's so many acronyms. I'm so sorry, gamer. But hi, welcome. So what can we do for RA? So really one of the main things is that, especially if it's acute, we want to control the inflammation. We'll probably do a lot of pain symptom management. We want to go ahead and also focus on, oops. Actually, I could read this, it's fine. We want to focus on the joint system. and not specific joints. So again, remember, RA does affect the whole entire body. So as much as we're like, yeah, let's focus on the hand, we might have to be able to focus elsewhere to make sure that we're treating this as much as we can. We want to consider the status of all the hand tissue to assess that how the hand is going and moving, what's weak, what's strong, do they have sensation, how's their motor distribution, etc. And one of the main things is that we want to go ahead and consider the type. So RA can have a type with scarring, and they might have more scarring than articular damage or joint damage. So we would need really aggressive and sustainable therapy to make sure that they're getting the treatment that they need. They may need to correct this with surgery, but the issue is just after surgery, they're going to have such a buildup with scar tissues that technically this actually might be worse. This might not actually be the move that we need to do, and maybe they need more of a conservative treatment or rehab basically, because if the scar tissue builds with surgery and it's getting worse, basically you limit the motion even more prior than the surgery, which is crazy, and it becomes very restrictful and very painful. The other type of RA that someone can have is with joint tissue laxity. So it's going to be basically, let's see, they might have a little bit of looseness. We talked about kind of being double jointed earlier. This is not necessarily the case, but it's the same kind of wiggliness and instability that we need to do that neuro re-education and possibly splint it so we could stop that excessive motion, okay? Exercises we'll typically do is just to maintain the strength and improve the range of motion. We want to do the stretches because we don't want them to get stiff. So we'll do some extension with deflection and some low resistant exercises because we don't want to flare them up. Joint protection, energy conservation, activity modifications will be very important. We want to reduce activities that include tight and prolonged grasping. I don't really know what that can entail, but just don't do it. Splinting again is going to prevent that deformity, again maybe prevent that ulnar drift that we mentioned earlier, and it's going to help us protect the surrounding tissue, especially if there's laxity presented. And then for pain management, we want to explore alternatives to pain medication. So we want to do yoga or relaxation therapy, you know, stuff like that, to see like, hey, this is a stressful thing that's impacting your life basically. Yeah, we could treat their like, we could get the medication and do the rehab, but how else are they de-stressing, you know? We could do this and that, and this might help, you know, provide a mental thing to be like, alright, yeah, I know you have this condition that kind of sucks. How can we get your mind off it and kind of reduce the pain that way? Yay. Alright, quick sip, and then we'll talk about TFCC, maybe really quick, and then we'll get our little ad break, maybe. Okay. Triangular fibrocartilage complex. So this is this wacky thing. Oh, you can't see it. This wacky thing on your pinky side, basically. Yeah? Yeah. So the triangular fibrocartilage complex, there can be an injury because someone falls out on a supine, so their palm is out, and an on-stretch wrist. Or maybe they have very chronic repetitive rotational loading activities. So maybe they do a lot of screw driving, I guess. Yeah, allow screw driving. Activities and participation restrictions will be like golf, tennis, or other activities that require forearm or wrist rotational movements under loading. And one of the key findings you'll find with someone who might have this issue is that they have pain on the pinky side with end range pronation and supination. And there's some cool special tests we can do to test it. These ligaments are so important for the side of our hand, the pinky side of our wrist, because this is going to help stabilize, support, and cushion the wrist, and it also helps us with smooth movement and load transmission. So again, if we're loading something onto our arms and hands, etc., this is going to help keep us stable. Oh, I don't have a thing. I'm sorry. Let's see. Can we find one? Here, I'll show you the other ones though. The press or sit to stand test, or the chair test, basically. Oh, hold on. It's basically we ask the patient to get off from the armrest, and they have them push up, and if basically they have pain and owie on the affected extremity, more specifically on that ulnar side, might have this injury. And the supination lift test, imagine you have your hands underneath your desk, palms up against the desk, excuse me, and I ask you to push up, and you have pain on the ulnar side of the wrist, then that's kind of a positive sign for that as well. This kind of loading is going to load the arm and the hand, and we just talked about how important the TFCC is for that kind of motion. So when you do this and it replicates the pain on the ulnar side, then you know you have a winner.
In this video, I'm going
I love videos, so I'm going to show you this.
for lesions of the triangular fibrocartilage complex.
Hold on.
Extensive rotating.
Hold on.
To perform the TFCC compression test according to Prosser et al. In the year 2011.
We're 2x speeding it.
Fixate your patient's radius and ulna with one hand close to the joint line. Then grab your patient's hand at the height of the metacarpals and radial and bring his wrist into ulnar deviation under axial compression. This test is positive for TFCC tear in case your patient's pain is reproduced with a click or crepitations.
There you go. Ta-da! So you basically shake the man's hand and you provide force downwards, and you provide the force downwards so it stresses that area of the TFCC. So, teehee. That is another way we can go ahead and do that. The TFCC is made of many different components. I don't think I'll have the opportunity to read it, but we'll come back to talk about what are the components of the TFCC complex, and we'll go ahead and take our 3-minute ad break! So if you cubs can, please use this time to stand up and stretch, hydrate, and eat and drink something super duper yummy. We will be back, okay? Okay, I'll see you cubs in just a moment. Let me go ahead and stand up and stretch as well and pet baby peas. Ta-da. Let me also get a raffle for you as well. Alright, Cubs, thank you so much for your patience. I had to continue the happy birthday wishes and all that good jazz. I forget, I felt so bad because one of my classmates is like, yeah, this is like the second time I've had a exam on my birthday, and I'm like, oh yeah, don't worry. Look, listen, been there, done that. My birthday typically falls on the practicals for some reason, so I don't know. I will never forget the day it was actually my birthday and I had a practical, so happy birthday me. And I was just like, oh, it's my birthday, can you not fail me? I told my instructor, I'm like, please don't fail me. I don't want to retake this, please. So it is truly what it is. But I hope you guys had a good little break. I know it's a little bit extended. Let's go ahead and try to see if we can finish up the wrist. And in my delusion, I would love to get to the elbow this hour, okay? Okay. But yeah. So the TFCC, thank you, Isaac, is going to be consisted of so many things. So it's not just the triangular fibrocartilage disc, which is going to be like the main component, or the disc-shaped structure that's going to connect, how do you call it, the radius to the ulna. It's also the ulnar collateral ligament, which should be off to the side, the dorsal and volar, so double-sided, front and back, radial ulnar ligaments, the meniscus oh my gosh, how do you say this? Homologue. Extensor carpio-ulnaris tendon sheath, and the ulnar carpal joint capsule. I just have to embed this into my beautiful photographic memory, and we're good. But yeah, as interventions, as you would imagine, if we're having a lot of stress and strain right here because of these repetitive motions, we definitely want to support it, because if this is trying to support us and it's not supporting the way we can, let it support us back with some splinting and some activity modification. And of course, it's super duper important to continue strength training and range of motion exercises as tolerated. It's a little bit sensitive, so you just have to be careful. Alright, let's talk about osteoarthritis. So we talked about RA, rheumatoid arthritis, but let's talk about osteoarthritis. Osteoarthritis is going to be affecting the bone. In this particular case, when we're talking about the carpal bones or the hands, we're talking about specifically the first carpal metacarpal and the scaphoid, trapezoid, trapezoid, or the STT joint. So you can see the STT joint, I believe, oh my goodness, at 9, and then you could see the first CMC joint at 10. So pretty much this is all kind of on your thumb side. And as you would imagine, osteoarthritis, some people say it's kind of like a wear and tear. You would imagine the muscle that you probably use the most, I know, big shocker, drum roll, is your thumb. So it makes sense that it's on this side, or this first CMC being affected, you know? Thank you, gamer. Thank you, gamer. I appreciate it. Best of luck on your exam tonight. Thank you, gamer. I need it. I can't, like, I don't know. I took that little break, and as much as I was saying happy birthday and I pet baby peas, I'm like, ugh, I can't wait to be normal again. I cannot wait to become the person, the bearcat that I am, that doesn't have to stress about an exam, you know? I'm ready to get it over with. Do I know anything? No. Will I like to pretend? Yeah. do I want to stop worrying? Yeah. So we'll see. Everything comes down to this. But yeah, so our thumb is going to be most affected because osteoarthritis is typically a degenerative condition of middle age and older. You'll find that these people kind of have a grind or a crepitus. I will never forget this older guy who had a crepitus in his knee, and it sounded like a door handle or like wood grinding on each other. I don't know how to explain it, but it was so loud. And he was a sweet guy. He was one of those people who you say, hi, how are you? And he'll be like, just another day in paradise. And I'm like, what a good attitude. But it was crazy how loud his crepitus was basically in his knee. But we're talking about the hand, Anyway, so potential pain with compressive joint loads in the limited range of motion, so loading the thumb is not fun. They will complain about feeling really stiff in their hands in the morning, but I feel like that's like a very typical arthritis thing in general, that they have more stiffness or like a transient stiffness in the morning, but the more that they get to move and go around, basically, they feel way better. But they can't do too much because excessive use will make them worse. There is the compression grind test, so we just said how that would cause pain. So basically it's pressing down onto the thumb and providing a force and like going to different corners of, like, if I move your thumb to the top left corner and I press down, how does it hurt? Or does it change your symptoms? You don't want to say if it hurts or not, because then you're like feeding them into it. So teehee. So osteoarthritis, there's some interventions. We could go ahead and splint it. It really just depends if they have mild symptoms or severe. But we can go ahead and splint it. For exercises, there is going to be a little bit of laxity, which sounds a little bit counterproductive, right? But we need that for the neuromuscular control re-education, because as the joints grind down, all that good stuff, you're not going to get hypomobile, you're going to get hypermobile. So we just want to make sure we have that stability there. And really just patient education. Tell them, hey, avoid aggressive and try to minimize any mechanical stresses of forces that are going to push down onto that hand or thumb specifically. Avoid sleeping on your hands. I don't know who does this, so you tell me, but don't do it if you have osteoarthritis. And use assistive devices. Like, listen, we don't want to aggravate it. We don't want to keep adding this mechanical stress. So having assistive devices such as jar openers or scissors or whatever else is going to be like super duper handy, okay? Okay. Ooh, this one's interesting. So this is I can't even say it. In my head I could, but out loud I'm like, Dupuytren's? Yeah, Dupuytren's contraction. This is also known as palmar fasciitis. So a lot of cups you probably heard about plantar fasciitis. Now we're talking about palmar. So this is going to be an active cellular process that's going to develop some nodules. You can kind of see here. Think of it as like little bumps or circles or cysts in the palmar and digits in the fascia. So like in the palms and the digits, you're going to have these really, like it looks really gross, but like circular nodules right here. So risk factors include being Caucasian, especially if you're in North Europe. You better watch out. You are at risk for this. If you're male especially, there's a higher risk factor than females. Don't ask me, don't know. Alcohol, if you are an avid alcohol consumer, not looking too good. And if you have a previous history of diabetes, epilepsy, or hand trauma, not looking that great. But the affected joints, they're typically going to be the they're typically going to be the MCP and PIP, so the knuckles and that first kind of like knuckle outside of it. You can't see, sorry. Rarely do the DIPs or the furthest part get affected. It's typically a little bit much closer. The pinky is actually going to be, so this is typically affecting the 4th and 5th digit for whatever reason, but the 5th digit is typically involved in about 70% of cases. Palmar fasciitis is interesting because it can be bilateral. It's not common, but it can happen, but it's not equal. Like, you'll see one probably a little bit better than the other. So here's some of the nodules. So basically, hold on. We're going to talk about the grades in just a moment, but let's go ahead and look at the pictures. So 1, you'll see a nodule form. 2, you start seeing a little bit of the flexion. And 3, you have a contraction, basically. Grade 1, you'll have the disease because you'll see the nodule, but it won't do anything. By 2 and 3, you have a little bit of a contracture. Grade 3 is saying like, hey, if I told you to extend and straighten out your hands and fingers, you can't. Because that nodule is like pulling down on it, and now you're permanently flexed in your hand. And that's, I don't know, to me, very scary. So, unfortunately or fortunately... Oh, actually, let's talk about the stages. So stage 1, no significant deformity. Middle stage, the deformity shows. And late stage, significant hand deformity. Early stages is that you're going to have overactive myofibroblasts in the palmar tissue, which is going to lead to that increased production of the myofibroblasts and nodules. And so the patient might notice a nodule or a bump, but there's no deformity, no range of motion loss, and no activity limitations. In the middle, however, the fibroblasts are going to start aligning themselves, and you could probably fully extend the hand, but you're going to see that you're a little bit bound. That finger is going to be a little bit bent, and you can kind of see it right here. You may see a deformity in the ring finger, and in the late stage, only myofibroblasts leave the area, but only thick collagen bands remain. So you actually have the actual contracture, and really at that point, conservative treatment right here. This is not alone. You cannot conservatively treat this. You need to get surgery. Please. So when you get surgery afterwards, they're going to go ahead and pretty much get you splinted, and you're going to do scar management. So again, that thick tissue that was keeping you there might form again after surgery. So we want to make sure that we're doing scar management. We're doing range of motion exercises to keep that motion up. And we try to avoid this again for next time, okay? Okay. Kienbach's disease. This is interesting. So this is actually a avascular necrosis of the lunate. So no blood supply is getting in here, so the tissue in the bone here dies, which is crazy. So if this bone dies, as you would imagine how the hand looks, this is your hand, which I know it's like, what? Yeah, this is your hand. Your hand is not free floating, but it might as well be, you know? So if this bone goes away, the structure of the wrist kind of goes along with it. You're going to have a carpal collapse, so you're going to have the instability of the wrist joint. You're going to have joint incongruity, and you're also going to have possibly osteoarthritis, which we had just talked about briefly right above. So it's rarely bilaterally, but risk factors are male, ages 20 to 40, and a negative ulnar variance. So what does that mean? An ulnar variance is the length of a distal articular surface of the radius and ulnar at the wrist. Pretty much, if you have a positive, your ulnar is more distal or further away from you, basically. This is normal, and then this is negative where it's further, and it's saying a negative one is loosely linked to Kienbach's disease. So, ooh. But people who have normal or neutral ulnar variances still also get Kienbach's disease. But there, again, there's research out there that's like, yeah, they have negative, they're more than likely, but people with even neutral still also get it just as much. So, womp womp. Positive ulnar variance, as you kind of see here vaguely, this is actually an opportunity to show that, hey, people with this condition actually might be more prone to a TFCC, or the triangular fibrocartilage that we were talking about earlier, because look, there's less space at this ulnar area. So womp womp. In addition to negative ulnar variance being that risk factor, we also have wrist trauma. A direct blow to the lunate or any kind of whoosh doesn't help, and really just any compressive load that's going to alternate the vascular supply to that bone. Past medical history of sickle cell, lupus, and cerebral palsy, not that great. But early stages of this kind of Kienbach's disease is that we want to do activity modification and splint it. We want to maintain the range of motion as much as possible. And in the advanced phases, we need surgery. There's no way conservative treatment is treating a bone that's dying. Alright? Gamekeeper's thumb or skier's thumb. I don't think I have a picture. Maybe I should grab one. Let's see. Thumb UCL sprain. Ooh. Is this a better one? Yeah. Hi Guac, hi, welcome. Hey, give me one moment. You still see it? Yeah. So, thumb UCL sprain is pretty much this ligament right here. The UCL is the ulnar collateral ligament. So, towards the ulnar side, basically. And what happens is that this sprain is due to a repetitive ulnar load through the first metacarpal. And this is actually the most commonly common ligament that's going to be sprained in the hand. The reason why it's called gamekeepers, by the way, is because apparently when you were a gamekeeper and you owned chickens and you wanted to kill chickens for food, you would strangle them, apparently. I don't know, this is all new knowledge to me, apparently. But you would strangle them, so when you strangle them, you know, you use your thumb and you're squeezing onto their necks, basically. Now it's typically named skier's thumb because apparently when skiers fall and their thumb goes into like a hyperextension. This mechanism of injury is going to be force abduction, so the thumb is away from the hand, and then hyperextended, so like it's going towards the back. Not fun whatsoever. Hi Justice, hi, welcome. Gamer thumb, I know. But yeah, so you're gonna see pain and swelling and a positive valgus stress test. So if you were to provide lateral stress or stress coming out laterally and going immediately, you would stress this ligament basically. And if you notice there's more than 30 to 35 degrees, then you have a grade 3 rupture. When do you have an exam on this? 5.5 hours? So grades 1 and 2, we have an immobilization for 6 weeks basically. Like we will not move this thumb. And we want to prevent any radial forces because that's going to stress out the UCL. And we're going to allow for progressive strengthening. But basically, we want to immobilize it to allow for some time to heal. And, you know, with the healing process as mentioned in the first exam, we want some of that fibroblast to start laying down new collagen and basically repair the ligament. We'll do flexion extension exercises at 3 weeks, and then progressive strengthening exercises at 8 weeks. And then again, grade 3, we can't do anything about it. It's not a conservative treatment thing. We'll do cervical or surgery, okay? So the Aquarian's disease, this is almost gamer. It might be, I think actually some gamers do get this one, so yeah. Justice says, I hope this isn't the first time you're reading all this. No, these are my notes. I read these a little bit too much, and honestly, again, very excited to be the bearcat after the exam. I'm tired! Anyway, so the Aquarian's disease. So I'm just going to scroll over here. We're going to read this block of text together. But the Aquarian's is related to the thumb as well. And this is going to be an overuse injury of the first dorsal compartment of the tendons. And this is going to involve APL and EPB. And we're going to talk about that more in a little bit because there's actually a really cute mnemonic. But these are in reference to the muscles involved. So progressive tendinosynovitis, which is an inflammation of the synovial sheath, or it can also become a tendovaginitis, which is like tendinosynovitis, but this is actually inflammation of the surrounding synovium around the tendon, but also the tissue itself. And this vaginitis tends to be a little bit more appropriate for when we do diagnose or do say someone has the Aquarian syndrome. But it's all in relation to the first compartment of the wrist or the thumbs, you know? So basically this has an insidious onset. So people with Aquarians don't really have any obvious symptoms. It's just a really gradual progression without any signs and symptoms. This typically happens because there's microtrauma from repeated overuse of the thumb and wrist when they're doing the radial and ulnar deviation. The first carpal or first dorsal compartment of the wrist is extensor pollicis brevis, so that EPB we mentioned earlier, and the abductor pollicis longus. So there's a really cute mnemonic called All Peanut Lovers Eat Peanut Butter, and that's a way to memorize this for the Aquarians. So all peanut lovers, abductor pollicis longus, eat peanut butter, extensor pollicis brevis. So if you ever need that, you're welcome. There's gonna be pain and swelling over the radial styloid, so there's like a bump underneath your thumb basically, underneath your wrist on the thumb side, and that bump basically they're gonna complain of pain there, and they're gonna have a positive Finkelstein's test. So what is that? Basically this, you ask them to tuck their thumb in and then bring their thumb down to the pinky, and if they're like, oh my goodness, that hurts because you're stretching that area and agitating that area, then they might have the Aquarians, you know? There's also another test called like Eichhoff's test or something like that. It's the same thing, but basically, apparently, Finkelstein's test, you have the therapist moves the patient's hand, while Eichhoff's is that they just do it themselves. Other things you're going to notice with someone who has the Aquarian's disease is that they have very palpable thickening of the extensor sheet. So when you feel it in comparison to the other, you might feel a little bit thicker on one side or the other. And they're going to have loss of abduction range of motion. Why? Because remember, all peanut lovers eat peanut butter. All abductor pollicis longus abductor does abduction of the thumb, and if that's weak and that's getting impacted, of course you're going to have that loss of motion. So how do we treat it? Splint it, avoid excessive load, medication, and progressive exercises is definitely going to be the way. We definitely want to progress the resistant exercises as much as they're able to tolerate. And yeah, we could do a little thumb spica with the wrist in 15 degrees of extension, and then get it into flexion for about 3 to 6 weeks. Alright, intersection syndrome! This is actually fun because if you like the Aquarians, you're gonna love intersection syndrome. Exactly what it kind of sounds like, but this is a tenosynovitis as well, where there is that inflammation of the sheet. But this is of the extensor carpi radialis longus and brevis. And what happens is that this sheath actually crosses under the APL, the abductor pollicis longus, and the extensor pollicis brevis. So this is a huge thing to know that the key finding between the intersection and the Aquarians is that the symptoms are going to be right here rather than off to the side. So the Aquarians is more off to the side on the thumb side right here. Intersection syndrome is a little bit more in the middle of the back. The posterior forearm, posterior distal forearm, yeah. And it's about 2 to 4 centimeters proximal to the Leister's tubercle, which is somewhere over here. I'm so sorry. I'm so lazy. I'm not gonna look it up. I'm sorry. That's one of the main ways of how you could tell. Otherwise, it's pretty similar, but you just need to know the difference. Otherwise, we don't necessarily care too much. Interventions are also going to be about the same, okay? Let's talk about tendon ruptures! Yay! So laceration, so let's say you get a cut in the hand or a traumatic rupture. So these things typically happen with our extensor tendons, and we keep saying the back of our arm, the back of our hand are all our extensor muscles. So cool. So you can imagine why it's more common for extensor tendons, right? I feel like someone pushes something through a machine or something, and they're using the palm of their hand to like push that item through, and then the top of their hand gets either cut or pushed down with something. That's why that's a little bit more common. For degenerative tendinosynovitis, more degenerative changes, you would associate it more with flexor tendons. So again, we use our hands a lot. Even now, your hands are probably flexed over the keyboard, flexed over the mouse, stuff like that, you know? So that's why it's a little bit more common. We're not always kind of like an extension. I feel like more naturally, we're more in the flexor, and unfortunately, how do you call it? Unfortunately, that's just kind of what happens. I know we talk about use it or lose it, but over time our body kind of gives up on us, so boo-hoo, boo-hoo. That's why you have to maintain being strong so our body could give up on us a little bit later in life, okay? Okay, but one of the main interventions basically is that we want to restore on focus on restoring normal tendon gliding. We want to make sure that they're gliding and sliding in our body the way that they can, and we could do this through some very like light range of motion exercise. If something does happen that conservative treatment isn't enough, we can do the surgical repair approach and follow basically the strict guidelines that the surgery or surgeon has. And then here are the different zones, and we'll talk about this in just a moment. This says, literally never going to use this information, but let's learn about the hand. I guess if I chose medicine as a minor, but IDK if I even need to know all this? Probably not. Probably not. I don't think they go this in depth with medicine. Sorry. But flexor tendon injuries, basically, we have zones 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and then the thumb has its own little sections. And basically, the zones are to indicate where the injury is. So I don't know if this is a slightly closer photo. But yeah, it kind of makes sense of where the zones are. But zones 1, flexor digitorum, superficialis and profundus. But the profundus, again, is so deep and it requires those 2 nerve innervations. And it runs so deep, it's on the tip of the fingers that if somehow we got an injury, only that muscle would be affected. Zone 2, we're talking about the pulleys. A1 pulleys, which I didn't really go into too much detail, but to be honest, I feel like the Aquarians kind of talked about this, so the down. Zone 3, A1 pulleys again. Zone 4 is carpal tunnel, and zone 5 is transverse to the carpal tunnel. I feel like I wrote it out really nice on my little tablet, so I would love to see it again. So I guess if again I speed run through these notes, we can do it. We can do it. Fractures! Alright, we're actually on the last part, so very excited for this. Okay, we'll go ahead and look at this one because it's a little bit prettier. Hi, TW. Hi, welcome. So we have 3 types of fractures we want to talk about. We have the Colles fracture, the Smith's fracture, and we have a scaphoid fracture. So the Colles fracture is basically a fracture of when we fall down, we fall and we do our whoosh. And so we fall with our wrist in extension. And so when we do this, we get a dorsal displacement of the radius. So the force kind of comes up here dorsally. Smith's is basically the same thing. So I'll move it over here. When you fall, it is a whoosh. You're falling on an outstretched arm, but you're not palm up, you're palm down. You have the back of your hand folded. And so this is gonna be a whoosh with a wrist flexion injury, and you're gonna end up with a palmar displacement. How I like to memorize this is that Colles fracture is like you're petting a border collie, you're petting a dog, and you're like, oh, you're such a good dog. And then the Smith's fracture is like, wow, I'm James Bond and Mrs. and Mrs. Smith, and I'm a spy, and look at my cool watch. Let me flex it over to you, you know? That's how I like to memorize it. Scaphoid fracture, however, is not involving the arm specifically, but it's affecting the wrist here. Our scaphoid is a wrist or a carpal bone that we have right here, and this is going to happen when we fall on an outstretched arm, but our forearm is pronated. So it's not palm up, it's palm down, just kind of like the Smith's fracture. And there's going to be tenderness over the snuff box, so there's like this like wacky triangular space basically, like indent into the thumb. I feel so bad. I'm not like a bony individual, so I would love to show you like my my snuff box, but maybe I could just Google it. Let's see. So it's like this divot right here, and I don't have that. Justice says I purposely brought an ergonomic keyboard, so I hope me typing all day doesn't cause me issues later in life. As long as you take a break, you know? But yeah, so there's actually no agreement. So for scaphoid fracture, or the other fractures you're all good with, right? But scaphoid fractures and their treatment, there's really no optimal position for immobilization. But again, we do want to slowly progress the range of motion after the immobilization period. So however we decide to immobilize it, just do it. But like, but anyway, we're done. We're done with another one. So that was good. Let's see. Do we move on to the elbow? Let's see. Elbow. Technically, after this, we would only after the elbow smiley face emoji, we'll have 2 more. Hold on. 49. Alright, so it's technically like 30 pages, but again, as you see, most of these are like PowerPoints, so it won't be too bad, but we're definitely not finishing it before break. So, let's take a quick sip of water. Water bottle, drunk. By the way, your character's always covering up the last message. I just love nuzzling with the last message. I know, I just feel so bad. I mean, I could just put the chat up. Let's see. Here you go. Now you get a little bit of nuzzle. Okay. I hope that's okay now. It's okay, I'll just be hunched over. You just need to duck the entire time? Anyway. Alright, so elbow! So, for the elbow, basically, we are, after this, we just have 2 more units. We're going to talk about the shoulder, and we're going to talk about the... We're going to talk about, oh, what is it? The shoulder, which is pretty chunky, and the cervical neck, which isn't as chunky. And hopefully we'll be done in 4 hours. So let's go ahead and speedrun the elbow. The elbow is not one that I'm the most comfortable with, but it's actually probably the most straightforward one. So it makes you think, well, Tip, but you're kind of a walking contradiction. And with that, I say, yeah. So, elbow lecture. So basically, we need a screen for red flags. That's always the main thing that we do, regardless, whatever, whoever. But in the elbow, it's more specific and more important to screen for red flags, because there are conditions that may refer pain to the elbow. So if someone is having an acute heart attack, basically a mild cardiac infarction, that can refer pain. It could be Pancoast syndrome. So this is when a lung tumor is compressing the nerves. And what happened again, this is a malignant neoplasm of the upper lung, which is going to lead to the involvement of brachial plexus and cervical sympathetic nerve. So basically a tumor is causing pain to the elbow. Or esophageal motor disorder. So this is going to be really wacky, but this can also impair swallowing muscle function. This is also going to potentially refer pain to the elbow. Now, issues and other conditions that will not necessarily refer pain to the elbow, but will provide acute swelling around the elbow is gout, septic arthritis, soft tissue abscess, cellulitis, reactive arthritis, which is joint inflammation after infection, or cancer, carcinoma, or metastatic cancer, basically, that's spreading to the organs and also causing this acute painful swelling. So definitely some stuff we have to watch out for. When we talk about elbow tendon pathologies, we're going to be talking about lateral... Actually, let me zoom in again. We're going to be talking about lateral, medial, and distal bicep rupture. So there's a really cute mnemonic I have like right here. So tennis elbow, which is lateral tendinopathy, is in relation to extensor origin, and golfer, okay, this is a little bit of a reach, LE elbow, is related to the flexor origin. So golfer's elbow is typically medial, tennis elbow typically lateral. When we think lateral, we think extensors, and golfers, we think flexors. Yeah. More like gout. Hi, Caleb. Caleb, did you schedule your test yet? It's the 20th. Tell me how that's going. Your test news will make me happy about my test news, I think. I am. What did Lamarck used to say? I'm dying Squirtle. Anyway. Welcome, hi gamer. So lateral tendinopathy, also known as tennis elbow, this is going to be a lesion at the common extensor origin, the lateral epicondyle of the humerus. So basically on the lateral side, the outer side of the elbow, and they're going to have point tenderness. So if you poke that area, the outside of their elbow, they're not going to like it. They won't. And pretty much what happens is that people with lateral tendinopathy tend to have pain and weakness with gripping. Sorry, I could zoom in with this. Gripping, passive stretching into the wrist flexion. Key sign, resisted finger flexion, especially with radial deviation, is going to cause pain and weakness. There's a special test that we'll do, and I'll show you. I have really cool gifs that show it, so we'll go ahead and learn together. Caleb says my test situation will not make you happy. Okay. Tell me tomorrow then. Tell it to me tomorrow, not today. Anyway, so lateral tendinopathy tends to happen with those who are 35 to 50 years old. There is a much higher prevalence in females, and also with those who do a high level of physical work. It's really important, in addition to screening those red flags, of how some conditions kind of really overlap, and they may sound like this, but they really aren't. So we have some potential differential diagnosis, which I think I have here. Yeah, I think I wrote this all out here. Gosh darn it. But you can read it here. It could be cervical nerve root compression. So at C6, C7, that could be causing this. But again, anytime we have some type of radiculopathy, we have to assess the myotomes, dermatomes, and reflexes, and we have to see how they're feeling. And typically, if they have a nerve thing, they're what is the word? Hyporeflexive. They would be hyporeflexive when you check out their reflexes. So that's a differential thing. But lateral tendinopathy is not related to that, but they might have similar pain and symptoms that relate to this. That's why we have to consider this and see which one it could be. Radial tunnel syndrome. That's so funny. We talked about radial tunnel syndrome. Remember, cuz? Remember? And if you remember, because I have to remember, the radial tunnel syndrome, it doesn't have any motor or sensory deficit. So it's like, what's happening? But they'll complain about pain in the same place. The issue with radial tunnel syndrome is that it mimics lateral tendinopathy, and the only way to distinguish it is if you poke at the area of the radial tunnel and they say owie, or if you do a lateral tendinopathy intervention and after a few weeks they're not recovering, then you have to consider radial tunnel nerve. Posterior lateral rotary instability, we'll talk about a little bit later. Compression of posterior interosseous nerve. Oh my gosh, Cubs, it's so good that we went upside down, right? Or backwards. Remember posterior interosseous nerve? I'm trying my best to remember right now. So we did say it's a motor related nerve coming off the radial nerve, so you wouldn't have any sensory deficits. You would have a similar issue, but where does posterior interosseous nerve even get stuck? I'm mad. Hold on. Oh, it's a supinator syndrome. Ah! Anyway. Caleb says it's Friday. Chief, it's Friday. Nothing's gonna be changed tomorrow. I don't know. Well, actually, I do. Never mind. I was like, miracles do happen Friday morning. Who knows? Okay, so the reason why this could be confused with lateral tendinopathy is because there could be compression at the supinator, leash of Henry, or presence of lipoma. And what happens is that you could have motor deficits with the extensor carpi ulnaris and the extensor digitorum. But remember, because of where the branch is off, those two muscles are only affected. So when you go ahead and test them, and those are the only two muscles that are weak, you can probably safely say it is the posterior interossei nerve, or the supinator syndrome. But if the supinator is gone and the extensor carpi radialis, longus, and brevis are also gone, then well, then okay, maybe it is lateral tendinopathy. Okay, and then intra-articular disease. That's going to be more within the joint. So teehee. So let's talk about some special tests. I think it's so boring to read this, so I'm going to politely just show you what it looks like, okay? But I also have to zoom out, so boom. Cousins test. I memorized this because I think about being super duper cozy. What do you call it? This is a wristed wrist extension exercise. So basically you have the patient resist against wrist extension, as you are definitely seeing right here, and these gifs I made. And if they say owie, pain at the lateral upper condyle, you might have something going. The Mills test, this is like a passive stretch. So we're going ahead, and even though we're talking about the extensors, we're going to go ahead and flex and get the flexors going. And because we're doing the flexing and doing this passive stretch, even though the flexors are working, it's putting the opposite side or the extensors at stretch. So if they do this test and they say owie at the lateral epicondyle, you might have something. Third finger resistance test. This is for the extensor carpi radialis brevis. You ask them to resist your pressure on their third finger, and if there is pain with this resistance at the lateral epicondyle and they say owie, you again might have something. Grip strength is also another good thing. We can do the patient standing with elbow extended, 2 centimeter grip with 3 trials, and basically we stop when pain is identified because we want these to be pain-free trials, and we take the average of the 3 trials, and it's a pretty good indicator and likelihood to assess what's actually happening. So here's another thing just to show again about lateral tendinopathy before we move on to medial tendinopathy. So it's a lesion at the common extensor tendon, which is at the lateral epicondyle. You'll have pain right here. Pain with grip, wrist finger extension, and pain with passive wrist flexion. So again, that Mills test. This is going to be common in ages 35 to 50, more prevalent in females, in high physical work activities or in acute increased activities. So, oh my gosh, this is especially really prominent with people in new tennis or golf players or pickleball players. They're like, yeah, I've been sedentary all my life, and now I decided I want to become active by doing this, and their body's just not used to that. They tend to get this injury. And construction workers. We talked about the differential diagnosis, and we talked about the Cozen's test. Special test. Cozen's test, resisted wrist flexion. Mills, passive stretch. Third finger resistance test, ECRB resistance, and then the grip strength. Now let's get a small overview about the golfer's elbow. So it's very similar, or medial tendinopathy. So it's very similar to tennis elbow, or similar to the lateral tendinopathy. But now we're talking about the medial epicondyle rather than the lateral epicondyle. So what's going to happen here is that the medial side right here is going to affect all the flexors. The wrist flexors, the finger flexors, all the muscles that are coming from the medial epicondyle. Again, sometimes I think it'd be so cool to show you because my arms or have hand tracking, so I could show you the cool little finger technique of here's how you determine the muscles, the PF, but I can't. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo, but just know it's going to affect the muscles innervated pretty much by the median nerve. You'll notice with people who have medial tendinopathy is that they're going to have pain with resisted wrist flexion, especially with ulnar deviation. Tenderness at the medial epicondyle, and about 75% of these cases typically happen in the dominant arm. Special tests, we want to do a grip-free strength test, and we also want to do a test called a passive positioning test, which is similar to the Mills test, but it's for medial epicondyle, and I'll show you the difference right now, okay? Here's the same thing again, basically. Pain and weakness with resisted wrist flexion, especially with ulnar deviation, is going to be the main component or the key distinguishing feature. Here is the passive positioning test. So it's basically the opposite. You see? And so they say owie in the medial they say owie in the medial epicondyle, then hey, they may have a medial tendinopathy, but they pretty much go hand in hand. It's just where's the location. I decided to throw in some anatomy just to show you cubs what the pronator teres looks like. The brachioradialis, the palmaris longus, the flexor carpi radialis towards the thumb side, the ulnaris, which is going to be towards the pinky, the digitorum superficialis, which helps us flex our fingers, and the flexor retinaculum is just there for funsies. So our last thing I want to talk about when it comes to elbow tendon, is that's how they define it, right? I feel dumb looking it up. Yeah, elbow tendon pathologies. We're going to talk about the distal bicep tendon rupture. So this wacky thing typically happens in males. I forgot I could zoom in again. Typically happens in males ages 40 to 60. This can happen to weightlifters, bodybuilders, especially in younger populations. And the mechanism of injury happens to be a rapid, eccentric bicep contraction with elbow flexed and forearm supinated. What does that look like? What does that mean? Eccentric refers to the lengthening of a muscle. So when you bicep curl, you're contracting the muscle, and that is a concentric action, but eccentric is lengthening. So if our biceps, we know them to do flexing, so when we do bicep curls, we're contracting, we're doing that concentric motion, we're strengthening them. And it's also important to eccentrically control, or have that control when we're putting a weight down. So some passionate people who love lifting very heavy, let's just say they got a little bit too much than they can chew. They have like 400 pounds, they're bicep curling or something, and then they're trying to put it down. They're trying to control it eccentrically with their biceps, concentrically with their triceps, but they can't. They just kind of lose it. And you can imagine when you're holding a weight, your elbows are flexing, your forearms, your palms are up. They lose that eccentric control. You can rupture your bicep that way. Risk factors for people who tend to have these kind of ruptures can be smoking, anabolic steroid use, and really just degenerative changes to the bicep. The special tests for these are kind of gross, so it's not gross, but like, I don't, you know. So bicep squeeze test is with the patient seated and a forearm resting in supination. You basically squeeze the belly of the biceps. You get a little feel basically, and you squeeze it. And if you don't see the arm move, like there's no supination, there's no attempt in trying to put the palm up when you squeeze the bicep, you got a bicep rupture. The hooks test is gross to me because the bicep tendon actually connects to your elbow, like right there in the front, and so he's feeling the tendon. But basically, if you're unable to hook behind that bicep tendon, might have a rupture basically of the bicep tendon. So tee haha, you have bicep squeeze test and your hooks test to go ahead and do these tests. Okay, now let's talk about directional instabilities before we have to go and run off and do a little 3-minute ad break again. Okay, so directional instabilities, we have varus instabilities and valgus instabilities. So these names always confuse me, so I have to put this out. Let's do valgus first. Valgus has an L in it, right? Ooh, we're spelling now, huh? Valgus instabilities has an L, so L to me means lateral force. So it's a lateral force that's going to stress the medial side. And so varus is going to be opposite, where it's going to be a medial force stressing the lateral side. And so with valgus, lateral force stressing the medial side, we're going to stress out like ligaments like the MCL, again, very appropriately named medial collateral ligament. And this is very common in medial collateral ligament injuries like in the elbow or the knee. Waralorant, oh goodness. I'm glad you get it, Julian. I'm glad. I don't know. Also concentric, eccentric, the terms. When I was a baby student, I was like, oh, I don't get it. Hi Tukunida, hi, welcome. Thank you for the cup of check-in, welcome. So varus instabilities from medial to lateral, and if we're in anatomical position, we're going to be affecting the radial side or the thumb side or the radius. Radial collateral ligament insufficiency is basically concave versus convex intensifying. Yeah, basically biomechanics. I actually have to review some of my biomechanics, so that sucks. Excuse me. Hold on. Now that reminds me. Let's go! Okay, sorry, let me message my classmate. I will message, I'll just edit my comments. Edit. Let's practice arthrokinematics. I don't know if AC thumb radio what elbow. There you go. I'm just gonna put that. That's for my own future reference, so I don't have to spam them. Alright, so the RCL, the radial collateral ligament, is the primary numero uno resistance to various forces at the elbow. Do I have a picture? Heck yeah, I do. Thank goodness. So this is to prevent a lot of these forces happening from the medial to the lateral. Keep in mind also, various forces aren't that common. you don't really get a force from the middle of your body, you know what I mean? But it happens in comparison to the lateral. But hey, it happens, and I guess it's important to talk about it, right? For radial-collateral ligament insufficiency, when we're impacting that, we're going to also impact the common extensor tendon group because that's also going to be in the lateral side, the posterior lateral capsule, and the insertion of the capsule of the annular ligament. Don't worry about that. Presentation, basically, if someone has an insufficiency of the RCL, they're going to end up with the most likely 3 scenarios to end up with this basically is someone dislocated their elbow. There's a varus elbow to the varus elbow stress that stressed out the ligament too much, and iatrogenic cause. So this is like due to a medical treatment gone wrong, basically. Varus elbow stress again is not common at the elbow. Again, it's very rare to be like I don't know how to say it. Hold on. MS Paint? Yeah. So let's say this is you, right? But you're a cup, so it's fine. So, I'll show you a happy face. Actually. Okay, so we talked about valgus forces going from like lat to medial, and then we have the varus force. Oh wait, sorry, wrong. Wrong. No. Yes. No. Oh, hold on. I'm right. Sorry, it's just because I did the opposite arm. Alright. And this is varus. Varus. So this is medial. Medial to lateral. So like no force is gonna hit you here, you know what I mean? Like what's happening? Who's hitting you here medially? Unless you have your arm out and you're trying to be a cool cub or something, and you're like, yeah, I have my hand out the window or something, and a force just hits you or something. Like there's no reason why, you know, that should occur. I think lateral force is more common because obviously, you know, there's a bunch of forces that could come out to you on the side and stress that out, or stress out that like the MCL of your elbow, you know what I mean? But medial, not as common, so I hope that makes sense. I hope this beautiful drawing can be hung onto the walls of many art museums in the future. They'll be like, wow, Tipa, that's crazy. You're so good at drawing stars. And I'll be like, yeah, I know. I'm so good. Anyway. Hi, gamer. Welcome. So you study hard? Sorry. You probably picked like the worst part to be like, oh, it looks like you're studying hard. I promise this is actually studying. But hi, gamer. Welcome. But seeing you studying hard makes me want to be more productive today. You got this exam? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, gamer. I hope you get to do whatever the heck you need to do to make your Friday's Eve and the rest of your week, what do you call it? Nice, you know? And restful and all that good stuff, you know? But thank you so much for the well wishes, and thank you so much for coming on, and I appreciate it. Hi, Robert. Hi, welcome. Hi, Beeps. Hi, welcome. Someone press the restart button? No, I can't go through these pages of notes again. Do not restart me. You're gonna need that in the MS Paint Doodle channel? You know, I'm not gonna lie to you. I normally save these doodles. I closed out of it. Someone go back, clip it! Clip it and give me a screenshot. Timestamp 3 hours. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. I should have put in the MS Paint doodles. I need to revive that indirectly. When was my last doodle? The 29th? Gosh darn it, I'm slacking. Anyway. Screenshot! Print and frame! Yeah! Yeah. But of course, no worries about the shoutout gamer. At least there's the VOD. I know, I'll get it for you and I'll tag you if I remember. I hope I remember. Oh my goodness. Anyway, gamers, I have to go. I know that sounds crazy. I would love to have a conversation and love to do stuff. Let's wrap this up really quick about the Varus stuff. Contemplate my life, and then by the time I do all that, there's gonna be Twitch screaming at me that we have to play a 3-minute ad break, and this gives me time to stand up and stretch, hydrate, and eat and drink something super duper yummy, and that also gives you the same opportunity to stand up and stretch and eat and drink something super duper yummy. Okay, so let's go ahead and finish this up. So like I said, Varus instabilities, hello, like I don't think you're really getting that hurt, but if you are, it's because of an elbow dislocation, Varus elbow stress, or some medical tragedy. So this is your arm. So I know this sounds crazy, but if you were to basically put your arms out in like anatomical position, palms forward, and you're just standing there, oh my gosh, hello, my voice is also going too. Okay, I need to cough up my lung, hold on. So basically what happens is that there's a normal carrying angle that we all have and how our arms stick out. And so for males, it's much lower, but for females, like I have a really high carrying angle. This is me. That's me. And my carrying angle is like this. It's so out there for God knows whatever reason. So I'm probably definitely like the 15 degrees it feels like sometimes. But it's spooky. Let me see if there's actually like a little picture I can grab if like someone actually seen this carrying angle. Will I get— no, this picture's gonna get me banned for underboob. But it's like the best picture. Why are all of them like showing their not hoo-has, but this sucks. I'm gonna get banned for underboob or like this. Like, why am I seeing almost bones of the private parts? This is insane. All right, I hope this doesn't ban me. Don't ban me. Don't ban me. Don't ban me. Don't ban me. I have no idea why they're showing that, you know? Anyway, so here's education. It's education. It's education. So this is like the Varus. This is the Varus. This is like probably normal. Nipple, kill her. Yeah, but why are they showing me this? You know, like get some clothes on the guy. Gosh darn it! Like, can't do anything here. Hold on, let me. Just in case, I don't know. And you know what? No nipple either. No, nothing. No nada. Anyway. So yeah, so this is normal. And then this is the carrying angle. Like I said, mine's is like really out there. So that's I'm probably like that. But that's the valgus. This is normal, and then this is Varus. I hope these beautiful art renditions are really helping out. I feel like the change of pace is so nice. I think. I don't know. I like to pretend. I'm role-playing. Anyway. Yeah. For education! Yeah, but I'm so confused. Why they just need pants? Anyway, I hope you all understood that from that drawing. Back to this. Yeah, we'll talk about the stress test that we can do. You could just look at this picture. Teehee, haha, ho ho. We'll go ahead and zoom out, and I'll go ahead and politely do my spiel! Alright, Cubs, so it is another hour of streaming. Oh no! Let's use this time to stand up and stretch, hydrate, eat and drink something super duper yummy as we get a 3-minute ad break out of the way. You Cubs won't be missing anything because I will politely BRB and I'm losing my voice, so I don't know what I'm doing. But we'll come back nice and refreshed, and oh god, the 3-minute ad break is already playing. Goodbye, 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 goodbye. I got an extra pet session with baby Peas, who is sunbathing. She looks so warm and precious, and if I could pass out on the floor next to her, I would. I would. But I cannot. I have to, unfortunately, do stuff? Huh? And thank you so much for the welcome back. Thank you. And hi, Finn. Hi, welcome. And welcome to any code that came on during our... oh my goodness. Our 3-minute ad break! Man, I wish I were Peas. Brother, if you could see that, I'm just like, oh... I love. That's okay. Anyway, let me go ahead. I'm getting distracted. I'm literally distracting myself. Anyway, hold on. No. Alright, so last time, before our 3-minute ad break, we were talking about different type of various instability. So we're talking about forces that go from the medial to the lateral. Things that stress our lateral collateral ligament, or in this case, the radial collateral ligament, which can happen for 3 reasons: elbow dislocation, a varus deformity, or some medical condition, basically. So how do we test if someone has this? Well, we have one special test aptly named, and this is called the varus stress test. So I know you can't really see it here, but this guy has this other guy flexed about 20-30 degrees of elbow flexion, and he's providing a medial to lateral force. I know it's hard to see in this very silly gif that I made, but he is pressing medial and he's pushing on lateral. And what happens is that we're looking for pain, or pretty much like an excessive lateral joint gap pain. So teehee, that's how we can do it. Now let's talk about another wacky condition. Or another kind of varus instability. Let's talk about the posterior lateral rotary instability. So PLRI is going to be the most common result of injury to the RCL. Yeah, cool. Yeah, the RCL can happen because of the what did we call it? Or consider insufficiency? But this is going to be the most common injury to the RCL ligament, in more particularly. So why? Because it's another fish injury, baby! Falling on outstretched arm! So, this mechanism of injury is going to be a combination of compression, valgus stress, and supinating forces. So basically, this guy right here, this guy, is pretty much the epitome of what this condition is. We have the valgus stress. So we have the force, oh my gosh. The force coming from the medial to lateral. We have the supination, so the palm down. We have it slightly turned. Axial compression. Bam! You get this weird, wacky nonsense that happens over here on this side of the radium. You're supposed to fall on your forearms, right? You're not supposed to fall at all. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know what the right way of falling is. I have not been trained in that. In my humble opinion, though, I would probably fall on my forearm. I would fall on my forearm before I fall out on an outstretched hand. Let's just say that. But yeah, so this is gonna be a weird, wacky thing, and pretty much the complaints are gonna be vague elbow discomfort, lateral elbow pain, and clicking, snapping, clunking with the forearm supination. And this is really extreme because people are gonna say that something's not right, or they feel like their arm is gonna give out. They'll say something's not right when they extend their elbow and they supinate the arm, or they'll say it's giving out when they do some upper extremity weight bearing with the elbow flex and the forearm supinated, so like a bicep curl. They'll be like, I feel like my arm's gonna give out. It's like, oh, that's not normal. It looks like we need to differentiate between posterior lateral rotator injury and this insufficiency. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like there's a main thing. I think the main thing might be just a supination. So I'm just gonna politely smile and nod. But there's a billion other special tests. I forgot. My bad. Teehee. Haha. Ho ho. So we'll go ahead and zoom out a little bit. This guy's so powerful. He's lifting himself with one arm. He's trained for this very moment. So powerful he's not pushing up. He's pushing the earth down. Brother. When the world's got you down, get it on your level. Anyway. So we have the PLRI test, aka the lateral pivot shift of the elbow. So basically you are no way, hold on, can I check something? Weird. Okay, anyway. So pretty much you will do this thing where you will replicate the injury but in a more open chain and not actually perform the injury kind of way. So it's either when you do this kind of supination and you flex the elbow and you extend and you flex, basically they either have a reproduction of their pain or they have apprehension where they're like, don't do that, that's too much. Or again, it's the idea that I feel like it's gonna give out or pop out or something like that. You can also try to see if you can hear or feel a clunk, but the patient probably won't let you unless they're under anesthesia. So teehee. The chair sign, similar to what we saw earlier with the TFCC complex. Basically you ask the person to stand up, and if they feel pain in the affected arm, it's like, okay. Stand-up chest is the same thing, but basically you don't use the armrest, you use the bottom of the chair base to push off from, but it's the same motion, so I'm not putting a picture for that. And table relocation test. So we want to push up with the hands from the outside of the table and do like a little push up. And so they're going to perform the down phase of the push up and about 40 degrees basically. If they feel some pain or apprehension, it's going to be a positive test. Okay. So now let's talk about valgus stability. So the other ones were varus, where it's like, okay, medial to lateral, sure, whatever, right? Now valgus is a lateral to medial, so we're stressing out the medial structures. And this is going to be a result from excessive stress to the elbow beyond its capacity. So this typically, let me zoom in. This typically happens because of an acute trauma. So you fall on an outstretched arm, or again, it could just happen due to the repetitive nature of your job or work or hobbies, and it just kind of happens. Teehee. So the presentation is going to be overhead throwing athletes, so pre-adolescents 10 to 13 involved in multiple sports with multiple seasons. I don't know, Cubs, I don't play sports, but apparently there's an off season for sports. And so parents and children who are so into like, I need to stay involved and active somehow, they'll join another sport. And a lot of the sports, I guess, involve throwing. So yes, they are pretty much at risk for ulnar collateral ligament insufficiency. And I feel like we talked about this earlier, you know? They have complaints of medial elbow pain, which makes sense because of how the valgus force is hitting them. And an audible pop at the time of the acute injury. Tenderness to palpation at the UCL, or the ulnar collateral ligament. And then secondary muscle strain or tendinopathy may accompany the strain due to secondary overload. So teehee, haha, ho ho. And then here's the throwing stuff. Hi Mincy, hi, welcome. I wonder if that can happen if you have radial ulnar synostosis. No, I have no idea. Let's see. A condition where two or more bones fuse prematurely. I don't know. I honestly don't know. Smile. Sorry. I feel like it wouldn't be bone related. I don't know. But I don't know. I'm just a student. Let me. Anyway. Well, welcome, hi gamer. Let me go ahead and give you a shout out. But ulnar collateral ligament insufficiency overhead throwing, it's normally typically around here of like the leg cocking or acceleration phase of when you are actually throwing something. So this kind of overload right here will really impact the ulnar collateral ligament. So there's two types of tests you could do for this smiley face emoji. So valgus stress test and the moving valgus stress test. So you're gonna lose it, but these tests are pretty much the same. So valgus stress test is similar to the varus stress test, except you're providing a lateral force, and you can see it more here. See? More of that lateral force, and if they have increased laxity or movement or pain, then bam, valgus stress test. Moving valgus stress test is the same thing, where you're going to provide that force. However, the examiner is going to quickly extend the elbow about 30 degrees, and anywhere between the 70 to 120, and they feel like they have pain, then tee ha ha ho ho, you might have a valgus instability, or in this case, an ulnar collateral ligament. Did they say insufficiency? Yeah. And so with that, we're good with that. So let's talk about elbow instability. So we have elbow instability with subluxation and dislocation, and we also have fracture. So subluxation happens first, and the dislocation is most likely going to happen laterally than medially. Why? Well, actually, let's go back. Subluxation, dislocation is going to most likely happen because of a fouche, the falling on an outstretched arm. The subluxation is going to happen first, so there's like a partial displacement. Partial displacement, and then a dislocation is going to occur at the lateral because there's not as much support laterally. We talked about this with the varus forces. Only the RCL is really holding it down, and then the dislocation or dislocation would happen medial. So the presentation would have history of trauma, a very obvious asymmetry of the elbows triangle. So if you look at your triangle, I know this is going to sound gross, but you know how some people say like the armpit of the elbow? That's basically what you're looking at, and you're looking at that left and right. And basically you want to question and assess for vascular neurological involvement. Simple dislocations can be treated non-surgically. Complex ones, on the other hand, definitely surgical. Fractures, oh, this is fun. So fractures, basically 50% of fractures require hospital admittance, and about 10 to 14% of fractures are for kids or children under the age of 16. It's very common for a dislocation to result from a fracture, and there's different kind of interventions that we don't really need to go into, so smiley face emoji. But let's talk about the different kind of fractures, and I have some pictures of basically the above information. So different type of fractures you can have is the olecranon. So it's very common in elderly, and surgical treatments involved. The olecranon is basically the C shape right here that's cupping your elbow, and it's a part of the ulna, so it's like a little crescent moon shape that gets broken. Radial head is this basically right here, but you can see it on this structure a little bit more realistic, I guess. Excuse me, this is about accounting for about 1/3 of all elbow fractures, and so this typically happens with a fouche injury where someone will land on a pronated forearm, so not palm up but palm down, and it's a direct blow to the elbow, or maybe they were even hyperflexing, and then bam! There's a Manson-Johnson classification. I couldn't really tell you much about it other than 1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like 1 is still attached, 2 separates, 3 breaks into 3 different pieces, and 4 breaks into more than 3 pieces. So yes. So I didn't really go over the classification, so I'm kind of like, yeah. Anyway, capitulum. This is on the radius at the end, right above the radial head. This is the distal humerus, basically distal arm bone, and this typically happens with young males with high force or elderly female with low force trauma. And the coronoid, this is an isolated coronoid fracture, is very rare, but the coronoid is yeah, you can see it. It's right here. So this is the ulna, again, that C shape when we were talking about the olecranon fracture. So at the tip of that crescent moon right there is the coronoid process, and so this can also occur, but it's very rare if it's just by itself. I don't know if we really need to know this, but my professor had mentioned it. He's like, you guys don't know this? You should. So there's this thing called a Salter-Harris classification of long bone fractures, basically, and Salter has a really cool abbreviation. So S is like straight across, A is above, L is lower or below, T is through or to, and ER is the erasure of the growth plate, or this is like a crush, like pressing into itself. So I'm like, whoa. The mugger fractures are probably my favorite because of this image alone. Tippa, what is this? Okay, hear me out. So there's an abbreviation or mnemonic called MUGGER. MUGGER stands for the Montagia and the Galazzi fracture. So MU and GR. So the MU, Montega or Montagia, oh my goodness, is an ulnar fracture with dislocation of the radial head. So the MU is M for the disorder that's called the Montagia, and the U is to say the ulnar fracture that's dislocation of the radial head. So so it does look something like this. The A at the end of Montagia is to say that it is the first one in the alphabet, so it's to say it's more proximal or closer to the midline of the body, and that's what this looks like. Teehee. What a hilarious picture to go with. Yeah, imagine cracking up mid-exams because you're picturing this goofy doing your exams. So, you know, you're so funny for that because I showed Citrus my notes and she's like, this guy is not mugging with those arms. And I'm like, no, he's not actually. Hi, Pokemon. Hi, you did it. What did you do? What did you do? I can name the list of accomplishments, but I'm so curious. Either way, a very early congratulations to your success, and I thank you for sharing it, and I'm looking forward to deadlifting 350 with a hex bar? Brother, that's a lot of weight. Gamer? What? That's so much. That's so much. I am amazed. I am astonished. You should be super duper proud of basically bench lifting either a really heavy guy or multiple people. So congratulations, gamer. Treat yourself super duper well and make sure to take care of yourself and don't overdo it, okay? You don't feel anything? Okay, that's what I'm like, don't overdo it. If you're a little sore, that's okay. Your body can recover. It's fine. It's daijoubu. Yay, though. So happy for you. Oh my goodness, though. Just had some Chipotle. Let's go. Have you tried their honey chicken? I'm waiting to hear from someone so they could tell me if I should get it or not. Because I think it tastes good, but I think with the ingredients, it wouldn't taste good, you know? Yes, you just had it? Oh my gosh. I'm actually a little jealous. I want to try it, but like I get everything in my, like I get a rice bowl at Chipotle and I get everything. And I just think sour cream with like honey chicken is not the greatest, you know? But you know, with the veggies and whatnot, I'm like, oh, I don't care. I'll have to try. And so yeah, that's the MU part. And the GR, by the way, it's the Galazzi, which is the G for the disorder. R is talking about the radius. So this is a radius fracture with the dislocation of the distal joint. And because this has a Z at the end, it's going to tell you that's the most distal version of the bone, basically. So A, Z, MU, GR. And so if you're actually curious of what it looks like, it actually looks horrifying. This is the Montagia fracture with basically the MU. So that we got the ulnar fracture, and again it's more proximal, so it's right here with a radial head dislocation. Pain? Yeah, I know, it hurts. And the Galazia, oh my god, what? Anyway, this is a fracture again, a little bit more distal, involving the radius. You didn't know bones could bend like that? Yeah, bones can only go for so long. Alright, gamers, we have 9 more pages. Let's see if we can speed through it. So there could be complications due to elbow trauma, instability, and injury. Elbow stiffness is going to be our most common complication after trauma. So it could be a little bit more intrinsic with intra-articular structures such as adhesions, joint incongruity, degenerative changes, etc. Or we can have extrinsic stiffness, so surrounding skin, muscles, capsules, ligaments, and HO, which we'll talk about in just a moment. Examination should include those tested measures which assist in determining osteokinematics or arthrokinematics hypomobility. And primary symptoms of elbow stiffness is basically loss of elbow extension with mild or moderate pain. Stiff elbows are no joke. The HO that we just mentioned earlier is the heterotopic ossificans. So this is actually a little spooky, but this is basically, let's see, appearance of an autoptic bone and surrounding soft tissue. So it looks like this. Obviously our bone's here. That should not be there. Describing to Tipanya is also no joke. Oh, but you got me laughing. Ha 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 ha. Hi Zero, hi Gamer. Thank you so very much for your Amazon Prime sub for 44 whole hecky months. Okay, I'm unsubbing now. You wouldn't do that, would you? Oh my goodness. Hi Sarah, hi Gamer, happy Friday Eve to ya. Welcome, 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 welcome. I'm going over my notes because I have an exam tonight, so I cry every single day of my life until my semester's over. Which is soon, cuz now it's a month and 2 days. Yay! I was saying 33 days yesterday. Now it's 32. And when I said 33, I thought of you. Happy birthday. Colon 33. But yeah, I'm speedrunning through this, so don't mind me. Hee ha ha ho ho, but I hope all is well. Heterotrophic ossificants! So yeah, basically, random bone up here. Why? No idea. But typically it happens after elbow trauma and about like 2 months post-surgery for goodness knows whatever reason. Some risk factors, even though we don't know why, can be some trauma to the central nervous system, so the brain and spinal cord, burns, hypertrophic OA, so osteoarthritis, ankylosis spondylitis, so something with your spine basically, Paget's disease, which and history of this. So if you had it before, then you're most likely gonna have it again. Teehee. Presentation of this weird spooky bone is pain, progressive range of motion loss, swelling, and warmth. Now let's talk about CRPS, complex regional pain syndrome. So this is a wacky thing that happens where you just have a disproportionate pain to injury. Like brushing your hair hurts. You have like allodynia and all this weird changes to autonomic, sensory, and motor changes because something happened basically. But this is most likely going to be present in those who are more female. Or it's going to be more likely in those female more than male. About 40 years old. And it's likely going to happen in the upper extremity, 2 times likely in comparison to lower extremities or your legs. One of the key distinguishing features is that there's intractable pain and a non-peripheral nerve distribution. So what does that mean? You're literally hurting where you're not supposed to be hurting. So you have allodynia, again, hurting where you're not supposed to be hurting, and then excessive pain, like if someone poked you, like ah, poked you, you're gonna be like yeah, you're gonna be in super severe pain, which is, I don't know, but this typically happens and is coupled with a patient's anxiety. There's evidence of swelling with sensory and motor changes in the area. So there's not really a picture to describe complex regional syndrome, and it's a pretty rare condition, but it happens often enough that it's popped up in my courses a few times, so it's just good to know. But basically it's just, it is what it is name-wise, complex regional pain syndrome. We have some additional pathologies that we could talk about really quick. We have osteochondritis dissecans, and so this is an uncommon, so it's not, oh my goodness, uncommon lateral compression injury of elbow. So it's this little tiny lesion right here. You can see it being a little more dense. It typically happens to adolescent baseball pitchers or female gymnasts. Those are the people most at risk. And this is a micro trauma with susceptible vascular insufficiency. So this happens to people, again, who do a lot of repetitive high overloads, which is why female gymnasts might be most at risk, or weight-bearing activities, or the throwers at the baseball games. This can't be diagnosed, but it can be it can't be diagnosed like through PT or rehab, but it could be diagnosed with plain films to see that the oh my goodness, to see that there's been some compromise. But the presentation should be basically upper extremity pain, swelling, and some clicking and locking. Tanner's disease, this is why I didn't know it, because we didn't talk about it yet, but I know it now. Teehee. Panner's disease is a degeneration and necrosis of immature capitulum. So capitulum is like a rounded structure at the end of the distal humerus or your arm that sits on top of your radius. And you're already having degeneration of it, or necrosis at the age of 7 to 10. That's a lot to deal with as a kid. Thankfully, it's a non-traumatic injury, and it's a self-limiting condition, so this will actually take care of itself. But there's a very similar presentation to the OD that we mentioned above, along with dull lateral aching, swelling, and a little bit of loss of extension. Pokefan says, according to my watch, my heart rate shot up 220 beats per minute while doing that exercise. Is your heart good? Are we good? Oh goodness. Anyway, total elbow arthroplasty. So this is a surgical option for people who have debilitating OA or RA, or it's just for fracture management for any of the fractures that we mentioned above. So the T goals is to have stable elbow joint or a painless range of motion during activities of daily living. So what are some indications? Why couldn't I just go to rehab? Well, sometimes you really do need a physical surgery to fix your problem. Indications might be advanced age, low physical demand, chronic instability, advanced RA or OA, an ankylosis of the elbow, or loss of functional range of motion. This is what the surgery looks like. So this is the T, the total elbow arthroplasty, where basically they do a total replacement of your elbow, and here you go. You got a little bone here now. Dadang, got a little implant onto the ulna, and looks like this on the side. Pretty cool, actually. Forearm compartment syndrome. This is quirky. Forearm compartment syndrome, I could not find a picture online without seeing someone actually go into surgery and getting their, like, I wouldn't say limbs, but basically it was just like open surgery. I was like, no way this is happening. You guys are so gross. So I have a picture and I hope it's okay. It's a drawing, so I hope it's okay. But forearm compartment syndrome is a change in arterial venous pressure in the forearm, and the rising pressure is going to result in the collapse of the new walls, and it's going to lead to tissue edema. And this is it's a medical emergency. And so you want to go ahead and look for the 5 P's, okay? So we have pallor, which is pale skin tone. We have oh my goodness, what else do we have? Pain out of proportion during passive stretching of fingers and muscles. Whenever you're doing passive stretching, it should never, ever, 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 ever be hurtful. But if it is, then maybe they're showing something. You know what I mean? And it's not looking too good. Paralysis or paralysis of the forearm and hand musculature. So if they're like, hey, I can't move. Not normal. Kind of want to fix that. Paresthesia, so basically they're not able. Wait, no, sorry, this is the pins and needles as well, and they're also having diminished 2-point discrimination. So this is a really cool test that I feel like we talked about recently, but I don't actually remember the context of it. So boo-hoo. But basically you can't distinguish if there's 2 points next to you. So think of it like a compass. Or is that the name of it? Hold on. It's not that serious. But basically there's like this tool that they use, right? On your skin. And basically you should be able to tell when it pricks you. And you could be like, and this is how the test goes. You close your eyes and they're pricking you, and it's like you have to distinguish if they're poking you with both or one. And you're like 2, 2, 2, and then eventually it looks like a tuning fork. It's just my art skills. Eventually the points will come together, and even though it's still 2 things pointing at you, it's gonna start feeling like 1. And so this is actually a really cool test, because at one point your body can't recognize the difference between the 2 points. But if these 2 points prick at you and you're still saying 1, then obviously there's something very, very wrong. So, ooh. Anyway. Hi, Monte. Hi, gamer. Hi, gamer. Hi, gamer. Alright, let's go ahead and Ooh. Alright. Oh, and pulselessness. So typically this is at the end stage, where basically the forearm pressure is exceeding 120 mmHg. So that's very high for this pressure of your arm. So very scary stuff. This again is a medical emergency. Basically this is like the inside of your forearm basically, and you need a surgical release for this. This is a medical emergency. You really need to look out for the 5 P's. That's all I got. Pallor, pain out of proportion, paralysis or paralysis, pins and needles, and pulselessness. Okay, bursitis. I have nothing. Actually, I shouldn't grab attention for bursitis because I actually still don't have nothing. Did you know bursitis is if you have bursitis, apparently it just goes away on its own, so you don't really need anything, but it's a cool thing to talk about. So olecranon bursitis is an inflammation of the olecranon. So we talked about that being at the crescent moon shape on the ulna bone. Inflammation of the olecranon bursal sac. Aseptic bursitis results from a direct blow or sustained pressure on the bursa. So for those who like to rest on the armrest, basically, or have that prolonged pressure on it, you're gonna end up getting this. Septic bursitis, this can happen from an infection or a bursa that was from a nearby wound or cellulitis. If it's septic, you gotta get medical attention, but most people get aseptic, and that can, again, it's treated over time, medication, and not putting that pressure. So obvious, what do you call it? Signs for those who have bursitis. Like, this is really obvious. That's not an elbow. That's I don't know, but it just made my head tingle a little bit, so never mind. So you can have obvious swelling over the olecranon process. That's a key distinguishing feature. Stiffness is going to be a thing with possible loss of elbow extension range of motion. Pain and tenderness around the olecranon process is also going to be a thing. There's several outcome measures that I don't know if he wants us to know. I think it's just like, hey, the elbow has them, and it's not really talked about a lot. But we have like quick dash, patient-rated elbow evaluation, Oxford, self-assessment, disability of arm, shoulder, hand questionnaire, and the American Shoulder Elbow Surgeon elbow form. Elbow interventions. So let's talk a little bit about management. So we talked about all the conditions, and we have a really vague idea of what to do, right? Yeah. So lateral medial tendinopathy. This person recommended a multi-step approach. We're going to do relief of pain. We're going to promote healing. We're going to go ahead and promote general fitness. And we're going to go ahead and control load forces. And if none of that works, for God knows whatever reason, surgery. So, healing, relief pain, control forces. Got it. So, a lot of the conservative treatment, which is lost for some reason, is, and I'm so sorry we have to look at black and white text, but you want to do eccentric exercises. That is pretty much the standard. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, sorry. You want to do eccentric exercises. So, you know how we just talked about earlier about the bicep lowering? Like, okay, so there's concentric, eccentric, and isometric. Isometric is that you're working the body, but the bones don't move. Or not the bones, the muscles don't move. You're not moving the arm, but you're still working at the muscle and what you need to. Concentric is when you're activating the muscle, you're doing its function. So like a bicep curl, cool, the bicep does elbow flexing, you're elbow flexing, that's concentric. Now if I were to let go of my weight and straight out my arms, I'm doing eccentric. So this eccentric control is the opposite action. So I'm doing elbow extension, which is the opposite action of the biceps, and that is considered eccentric. So with someone with lateral tendinopathy, you would want to do a lot of flexion because the extensor, oh my goodness, I'm blanking out, I'm so sorry. Let me take an inhalation really quick. Okay, for lateral tendinopathy, you want to do the flexor stuff because extensors come from the lateral tendinopathy, and if that's our issue and they want us to do eccentric exercises, cool, let's do the opposite motion then, because we're still going to work out the muscle. and we're still gonna give a little bit stretch to the other side, but we're not gonna work it or overload it the way we had been earlier. Pain relief again, still a big thing, and control the forces. Let me see. Here you go. So elbow tendinopathy surgery management can be medial or lateral. So consider surgery if failure or rehab with symptoms lasts greater than 1 year. Also, if there is a, how do you say it, a complaint of consistent pain, and or if there's an associated intra-articular pathology, because sometimes they can go ahead and clean that up in the surgery, okay? 3 procedures. I don't really even need procedures, but none is better than the other, basically. But there have been very high success rates for people who decide to pick this option. If like conservative treatment's not working for them, they end up choosing surgery. There's an 88 to 97% success rate for lateral tendinopathy and about 87 for medial, which honestly pretty good odds, so I'm not mad. Evidence for PT after surgery lacks support, so whoopsies. And there's some dependent variables, okay? So we can use brace and immobilization, but we have to determine for how long. The type of surgery is definitely going to influence it, and the surgery's preference and guidelines. Like, I'll never forget when I was working as a tech, someone recently got a knee surgery, and the surgeon's rules were like, no ice. But you always ice, so it's like, what do you mean no ice? And it's like, that's gonna stop the healing process, and the inflammation process is so important, blah 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 blah. Anyway, so type of surgery, surgery's preference, and the patient's functional goals are all gonna play a part. As for the distal bicep tendon rupture, we need to make sure that we do this within 10 days. I know it sounds crazy, but it's a minimally invasive procedure, but it has to be done within 10 days preferred. And basically, we're going to follow the guidelines of the surgeon. We could split, we could do full range of motion after 4 weeks. So here's some ice. Wow, thank you. Melts in my hands. No, I appreciate what you have. PRE, so progressive resistance exercises, can begin at 6 to 8, and then by 8 to 16 weeks, they're good. The highest risk of re-rupture is within the first 3 weeks post-op. So once you have the surgery, you're probably feeling pretty good, right? Yeah, probably. Yeah, you could re-rupture it very soon. So just be super duper duper careful, okay? And this is what the distal bicep tendon rupture surgery looks like. A minimally invasive my butt. That looks pretty invasive. You put a hole in my bone? What the heck? You're just sewing in there? You're insane for that. Anyway. Oh my god. I know. This is why I'm not a surgeon. I can't do it. Anyway. Posterior lateral rotary instability. So this again is that weird wacky RCL varus instability. We can do some conservative treatment, but there's really lack of evidence for any particular type of rehab program, but we will always focus on protection and deloading the injured structures. Let's just avoid anything that provides varus stress to the elbow during healing. Teehee. There is some surgical management, even though conservative doesn't have much evidence. Surgical approach, we could do RCL repair, so that ligament, again, our primary stabilizer of that side. And then again, follow the protocol, protect the healing ligament, immediate immobilization with slow range of motion progression, strength exercises not until 10 weeks. I don't think he's going to really want us to know surgical stuff, but again, I'm going to read it out loud and hope for the best. And I think we're almost done. Yeah, I think we're almost done, and then we'll go ahead and do our shoulder stuff, and then we'll do the head, and that would be really quick, and we should be good, okay? So ulnar collateral ligament insufficiency, non-operative management. So ulnar, again, is the medial, so this is going to be talking about those valgus insufficiencies, or those valgus forces coming from lateral to medial. Non-operative depends on the grade of the injury. But again, pain relief, heal the injured tissue, general fitness, control force loads. It's all pretty much the same. Smiley face emoji. Initial rehab, splinting as necessary, medications, physical modalities as allowed, and gradual return as the symptoms do allow, Depending on severity of this injury, many athletes may not return to pre-injury athletic performance without surgical intervention. So again, we said ulnar collateral ligament insufficiency is very common in those who are doing overhead injuries or overhead stuff. So yeah, technically many individuals may not return to oh my gosh, they cannot return to basically what they were doing unless they have surgery. So tee hee ha ha ho ho. And because this is so common, drawers and sports are so cool, they do a thing called what is it called? I'm so sorry. Tommy John surgery. And it's basically this where they do like a figure 8 with the bones. This is crazy. Who decides this? But this is fine. It makes sense. I'm just like, whoa. Oh, sorry, you can't see it. Whoa. You see it? Isn't it crazy? And so what happens is, and I have to read this up because I think I have a small description on top. Let me see. Yeah, they get a graph from either the palmaris longus, hamstring, or extensor hallucis longus. So yeah, these are ligaments, right? So they'll grab a ligament from any of those other 3 places I mentioned, palmaris longus, hamstring, or extensor hallucis longus, and they'll just put it in. They'll be like, all right, okay, cool. What? Surgeons are crazy. But the surgical management is right here as well again. Max protection for 1 to 2 weeks, gradual range of motion, strength 6 to 8 weeks, interval training after 4 months, and return to competitive about 9 to 12 months, basically. But they do this figure 8 fixation technique, basically, with the autograph or allotograph of either palmaris longus, hamstring, or extensor hallucis longus. Elbow stiffness, pain control, joint mobilization. We can do some manual therapy, and we could do some high grades. 3 to 4 for stretch mobilization, 1 to 2 for relaxation. We do want to maintain any newly found range of motion and promote motor coordination for functional activities. And we could do a surgical release of elbow stiffness, but they have to be under anesthesia. Okay? Heterotrophic ossificants. This is again that weird bone that kind of randomly appeared. And so we can try to gently get them moving and modify any activities after the injury. Management for established HO is typically surgical if symptomatic. Hey, listen, if they're having pain and we know it's there, surgery. But if we know it's there but we choose not to go surgery, again, we'll just do gentle passive range of motion and active range of motion, whatever motion they feel comfortable with, gentle soft tissue mobilization, and therapeutic exercises. For the T, or the total elbow arthroplasty, we actually have 2 types of prosthetics we can put in. It could be unconstrained or semi-constrained. So the unconstrained relies on surrounding soft tissues, while semi-constrained, again, it's hinged. It has like an actual prosthetic. It's more stable. Post-surgical PT is very minimum. They might go to PT just to be like, hey, here's some at-home exercises. Make sure to move forever. And they'll be like, okay. Long-term goals, again, is to minimize pain and to get elbow range of motion into a functional level of a full extension at 0 to 15, and then also get the flexion to 130. People who have a T, or total elbow arthroplasty, are most likely going to have, or they will, not most, they will have a lifetime restriction for repetitive lifting of 1 kilogram or a max lift of 5 kilograms. And if you're American, just like me, have no fear. 1 kilogram is about 2 pounds. Repetitive lifting 2 pounds, or 11 pounds basically permanently. That's the most that they can lift. So a good grasp of this is like a gallon of milk is like about 8 pounds. So a little heavier than a gallon of milk. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and we'll read some practice questions. And we will move to the shoulder, and then I think we'll have breaks. So yay. Hi Evan, hi, welcome. Well, I'm learning so much today from you. This makes a lot more sense of why certain choices were made by my doctors and physical therapists when I broke my leg. You broke your leg. I hope you're feeling good. I hope you're feeling good and way better. And this is like, oh, this was years ago. And I'm like, oh, okay. I can't necessarily help with anything as I'm just a student. I would be more than happy to like probe and be like, oh my gosh, what did they do? What happened? What were you diagnosed with? Tell me it all. But you'll have to wait until we're in the leg. No, I'm just kidding. You can tell me now. I have no issues with it. Let me finish up the elbow really quick. One moment. So, primary symptom with elbow stiffness, again, is going to be loss of extension with mild to moderate pain. Distal bicep tendon, we don't need to know the sensitivity, but we do need another 2 tests to test for a distal bicep rupture, which is going to be Hook's test, which is trying to see if you could hook behind the bicep tendon, and the supination test, the one where you could squeeze in. A very common pathology that affects adolescent baseball pitchers and gymnasts is the osteochondritis dissecans. Recommended treatment for anyone who has a UCL insufficiency in an overhead athlete who fails conservative treatment. We will do the Johnny Tom surgery, and again, we're going to get an allograft from either the palmaris longus, the hamstring, or the extensor pollicis longus, which is still crazy to me. Which ligament is primarily responsible for resisting various stress at the elbow? Radial collateral ligament, because remember, varus is that medial to lateral. And yeah. So if you're going lateral, then the radial collateral ligament's gonna be there. What is the most common mechanism of elbow dislocation? A whoosh. If there's anything you can get out of here, a whoosh is the most common mechanism of elbow dislocation. And what pathology is a medical emergency and presents with the 5 P's? Forearm compartment syndrome, and that's again gonna be our pallor, paresthetic, paralysis, pressure, and I'm missing something else, but I don't remember. Well, I'll move on. So, other questions. You're examining a patient with suspected ulnar collateral ligament. You decide to perform the moving valgus stress test. Which of the clinical findings you would find to consider it a positive test? So, moving valgus stress test, I think it's like 70 to 120 of flexion. Yeah. So, you're gonna get reproduction of pain between 70 to 120. Alright, Joe has an adhesion of the radiohumeral joint in the anterior direction. Tissue reactivity is low, stage of condition settled, and the subject reactivity is moderate. Which of the following would be appropriate to his treatment plan today? Okay, he has an adhesive. I think they're the same direction, so it'd also be anterior, right? Yeah. So the reason why you would do this is because his subject reactivity is moderate. Interesting. So if he has an adhesion, it's like a hypomobility, right? So that's why you would do a high grade. Anterior, because he has the, what do you call it? He has the adhesion in that direction. And I think it's the rolls and glide thing. So we're going to go ahead and assume it's the same direction. And that we're going to have coordinate training of his elbow flexion. Because his condition's already settled and we can move on into trying to get his stuff to be functional. Okay? Okay. So, a physical therapist is reviewing plain films of a patient with a history of a forearm fracture who's undergone a subsequent ORIF procedure. The therapist visualizes a proximal fracture of the ulna and displacement of the radial head. Which of the following fractures is most likely visualizing? Fracture of the ulna? Proximal fracture of the ulna. Displacement of the radial head? We got our mugger here! We got the Monteggia! Yay! Which of the following is not a common site of entrapment for the median nerve? So we have what do we have? We have the ligament struters. We have the anterior interosseous nerve branch. We have pronator teres and we have carpal tunnel. So supinator, yeah, not supinator. Supinator is for PIN. Alright, and last question. A physical therapist is examining a patient with complaints of lateral elbow pain. Physical examination findings include reproduction of pain with resisted finger extension and wrist extension combined with radial deviation. What is this most likely? Lateral elbow pain, lateral tendinopathy. Yay! Oh goodness, I got this. I mean, it doesn't help that I have looked at this before, so wow. But Pokemon, thank you so much for the look. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the good luck. I appreciate it. We're gonna go ahead and scoot up to the shoulder really quick. Oh gosh. Alright, the shoulder's page 15. Oh, it's not that bad. 15, 48. A lot of it's pictures, so I'm not mad. Mavin says you're right. I should have mentioned it was 15 years ago. It's so zoomed in. I know. It's just so you cups can see it. But, Evan says you're right. I should have mentioned it was 15 years ago. My right fibula made a full recovery, and it feels strong like it was never broken. Let's go. There's a cool law. I don't think it's Wolf's law. It's some other law, but basically there's idea that if you break your bone comes back stronger, basically. So I don't doubt it for a moment, you know. Evan says, I just want a body double to study and work with. I love learning. You're doing great and I appreciate you, Tipa. Thank you. Best of luck with your exam. Thank you, gamer. I appreciate it. You know, I always offer these co-working sessions, so absolutely no worries. I even have a co-working session tomorrow morning, so I'm like, ooh. But I root for your journey of learning forever. And thank you so much for the good wishes. I appreciate it. Thank you. Alright, let's briefly talk about the shoulder, and then we have to take a little ad break. But we're gonna move on to the shoulder. The shoulder is interesting because there's a star diagram, which actually is pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie to you. So there's different levels. There's level 1 of screening for shoulder, level 2 to make a diagnosis, and 3, what are the rehab classifications? And we have this really cool graph. So level 1 screening is basically getting your history, examinations, and assessing for yellow or red flags. Excuse me, to see if they are good for physical therapy. Excuse me, not good for physical therapy. Well, they're good for physical therapy, but they should be referred out, or not appropriate for physical therapy whatsoever. 2, we're gonna go ahead and check what category we could put their shoulder pain in. Is it of shoulder origin, or is it non-shoulder origin? And we kind of talked about that a little bit with the elbow, where there's some conditions that can radiate, but it's not the same. But typically, if we can categorize it, it would be under subacromial pain syndrome, adhesive capsulitis, glenoid instability, and other. Level 3 is going to be rehab classification, so we have tissue irritability and impairments. And it just depends on what level they're in and how should we classify and work around. We don't want to do anything strenuous if this person's already hurting. They can barely lift their, arm up, So very, very important to do that. But that is the star shoulder framework that we have above there, which kind of helps us. I really like the flow chart. It makes life and diagnosis a little bit easier, But let's go ahead and we'll talk about level 1 after we come back from break. Adam says, yeah, the same concept in martial art is creating the microfractures in bones and letting the little tears in our muscles to let them heal and come back stronger. Yeah! Always micro, no macro. Ah! But this makes so much sense after learning the terminology. Yeah, honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you. How my classes were structured, they kind of drew words at us. But now that I have a better idea, even looking at this, I'm like, oh my gosh, it's all starting to make sense, which is crazy. Anyway, gamers, so in about a minute, less than a minute, we have a 3-minute ad break. But you guys are not gonna miss anything. You wanna know why? Because I'm also gonna BRB. I don't know if I'm gonna get my little protein shake, but I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try and make it, but I'm gonna be very slow about it. I might just pet baby peas for emotional support. But yeah, let's use this opportunity to stand up and stretch, hydrate, and eat and drink something super duper duper yummy, okay? We'll go ahead and continue the shoulder. I hope maybe it takes us about 2 more hours. I know that sounds a little but I hope we have 2.5 maybe more hours, and we should be good, because right now I want to finish before 6, because I want to meet up with my classmate in a little bit and talk about stuff. But yeah, I'll be back, and I hope you guys take this opportunity to stand up and stretch as well. So I'll see you in a little bit. Bye. I got hello? Where is my study? Oh wow! There it is. Thank you guys for your patience. I told you it takes me 500 years to like make the protein shake, but this time I was actually getting peckish. So I was like, I need a that's it. Hi gamers, hi Karma, hi Danica that came on and welcome. Alright, we are at the shoulder and we just have one more section after this and then we are home free, so I'm gonna go ahead and politely speedrun through some of this. Not like a sigh like, oh I hate it here. I just like, oh I think I should probably eat like something a little bit more substantial a little bit something more substantial and have a little bit of time, but let's use this time to go ahead and hi gamer, welcome. Gamer, how are you? How are your exams? I've seen your like nearly 24-hour streams. I'm like, Oh, brother. But I hope you're doing super duper well. Oh my goodness. Hi, gamer. I have my exam tonight, so I'm like dying internally. I hope you're well. Hi, Orfish. Hi. Welcome in as well. Welcome. Tippa, what will you do for a patient named Tony Chestnut? Treat him like anyone else. You have the last one tomorrow? Oh my gosh. I'm hanging by a thin thread. I'm close to snapping. Wow! Only you understand me. Sorry, Cubs. Holds romantically. Only you understand how close. I keep telling Cubs, I'm like, I am so excited for the bearcat that I'm gonna be tomorrow, because then I don't have to like think about a test. Like, I do have to think about a test in 2 weeks, but until those 2 weeks come in, I'm excited to be like, oh, tomorrow. But it sucks because I have school on the weekend, so I actually have to go to school this weekend. So not only am I stressing, I have 1 day to de-stress, but actually it just means making up for the assignments I've been stalling all week because I've been cramming for this exam. And then I can relax maybe next week. Oh my goodness. But 2 weeks is so far away. Yeah, I know. But then that's like my last exam for that one thing. But either way, not the point. Point is, heck school, heck semesters, heck exams, heck it all. Good luck with your final one. I'm so excited. I can't wait for you to cut the stream, go wild, and enjoy like your weekend. Be like, yeah, you did it! Oh my goodness. You have an assignment due tomorrow after the exam you've not touched at all? Literally me. literally me with my 3 assignments due this Sunday. I'm like, that's a tomorrow issue. Your thing is a tonight issue. Or after the exam issue. I hope your exam's like really early then. Orfish Tony Chess? Oh! Sorry! I'm sorry I didn't get that. I'm sorry, gamer. I'm too literal today. I can't imagine anything. I have to just be so with it right now. Ooh. We have a bit of time. Oh, yeah, that's fine. That's a bit of time. You just cram it. You're gonna have like this new like Russian high after you're done with the exam, so you'll have time. Motivation. Welcome. Alright, gamers. I'm gonna speedrun this. I have the newfound knowledge and information that if I don't finish this within like the next hour, I said it was gonna take 2.5 hours too, but we're getting really good at this 135-page study guide. My favorite. But yeah, if they put it, wait, it's the same course too? They're insane. Excuse me, thought it was like a miscommunication among instructors. 432, that's crazy. Why not like 11? The shoulder. So basically, with anything, we always want to rule out any systemic issues. So watch out for red flags such as tumors, infections, nerve palsy, acute trauma. This is really important because acute trauma, especially when it comes to the shoulder, we want to rule out fractures, dislocations, or any kind of RTC tears or rotator cuff tears. Yellow flags are always going to be present, so you have to be careful of psychosocial factors or chronic pain risk factors. So some people, sometimes their pain is there, and it is there, but sometimes patients' anxiety can raise up the pain level. So it's just something to be watchful for, and we can use these outcome measures to basically assess. It's really important to have a detailed history when coming up with these shoulder stuff, because as we'll see when we talk about cervical, we'll see that some of the cervical issues can actually mimic itself as shoulder pain. So if we have something wrong with the facets or the joints in the cervical neck or spine or the neck spine, the neck bones or the disc, it can actually refer pain to the shoulder. Same with cervical radiculopathy. Can be like, oh, my shoulder hurts, but it tends to be compression in the cervical spine. And it could be vascular or visceral causes, and we'll talk about that a little bit in a moment when we get to cervical. But some of the stuff that could be happening at the neck with a compression of maybe the carotid or the vertebrobasilar arteries can mimic shoulder or neck pain. So it's really important to ask what makes it better or worse. There's actually a whole skew of shoulder stuff, and we'll talk about some of the important ones more in depth in a little bit. No, you're never a bother whatsoever. This exam is today at 7:30 p.m. It is now 3:30, and I have time. It's fine, you know. But I just speedrun it. 1 minute. 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 1 minute Orfish, I'm gonna ask you to Google that one. Anyway, so common findings and symptoms. This is like a thing that really needs to be zoomed in, but I'll just read them out to you and we'll talk about the important ones more in detail in a little bit. So we can have adhesive capsulitis, glenohumeral osteoarthritis, subacromial pain syndrome, rotator cuff, anterior instability, labral tear, posterior instability, slap lesions, posterior internal impingement, long head of the biceps, tendinopathy, and AC joint arthropathy or injury. So adhesive capsulitis again is persistent anterior lateral shoulder pain, gradual loss of motion. Really suspect in females ages 40 to 60, and it's present in those who have diabetes or thyroid disorders. Glenohumeral osteoarthritis, gradual loss of motion over the age of 60. Again, it's the arthritis that we talked about earlier, so they're going to have more stiffness and symptoms in the morning. Subacromial pain syndrome is anterior lateral pain, so maybe they'll have pain at or above their shoulder. They're going to have that painful arc. Rotator cuff, anterior lateral pain, loss of strength, pain that wakes the person up from sleeping and the pain's worse at night, typically ages 40 or higher. Anterior instability or labral tear, basically anterior pain. Adhesion if a person does end range external rotation and abduction. History of trauma, dislocation or subluxation, and you'll hear it clicking or clunking. And they will complain about a dead arm syndrome. So if they have their arm up overhead, basically, they'll be like, oh, my arm's giving out. It feels numb. It doesn't feel real. And it's like, oh, brother. Posterior instability is the same thing almost, but in the backside. But this is going to be with issues with flexion. Horizontal adduction, so like the arm crossing the body, and then having a posterior force applied to it. This is also going to have a person with a history of trauma and subluxation or dislocation. The issue with posterior instability, or not issue, it's not as common as anterior. Slap lesions, this involves basically the bicep ripping. We'll talk about that more in a little bit, but it's a deep anterior shoulder pain with clicking and clunking, and there's pain with throwing, especially when you load the bicep. So loading is like shoulder flexion and forearm supination, basically maximizing the actions it could do. Posterior internal impingement, posterior shoulder pain with combined abduction and ER. Basically, if you mimic like an overhead throw or like you're throwing like a pitcher, basically, that will mimic the pain. Long head bicep tendinopathy, anterior pain isolated to this tendon. An AC joint arthropathy is pain at the top of the shoulder by the AC joint, the acromioclavicular joint, with end range shoulder elevation and or shoulder adduction. This could be a history of trauma or heavy weightlifting. And this should be a visual thing. But yeah, adhesive capsulitis, frozen shoulder, so we'll go ahead and talk about that again. Anterior lateral shoulder pain, gradual loss of motion, inability to sleep due to the pain because there's pain at night, difficulty sleeping, and with a higher risk of females 40 to 60 with diabetes or thyroid disorders. Slap, again, bicep related, deep anterior shoulder pain, clicking, clunking, joint locking because of the ligament being torn and you're kind of getting that clunk when it gets stuck. And pain with throwing, bicep loading. And subacromial impingement syndrome is an anterior lateral, and this is when they show a painful arc. And we'll talk about the painful arcs in a little bit. Whoa, sorry, I'm like speed reading through these. So now that we're done with level 1, let's talk about level 2. So we just talked about those disorders, so how are they classified? How's this? How's that? Blah, 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 blah. So we have 4 main categories when it comes to the shoulder. We have subacromial pain syndrome, which is going to include rotator cuff tears. This is considered a muscle tendon dysfunction, or in a physical therapy standpoint, I believe it is shoulder pain with mobility deficits. Not mobility. It's not mobility. Muscle performance. Adhesive capsulitis, this can include rotator cuff tears, tendinopathies, and muscle strains. Adhesive capsulitis or frozen shoulders and mobility restriction, or again, hypomobility. You're not moving as well as you can, and this is associated with shoulder pain with mobility deficits, and it's really common in middle-aged females with diabetes or thyroid issues. Glenohumeral instability, hypermobility, so instability, hypermobile. So this can be happening with inert tissues like ligaments, and this can include the anterior and posterior instabilities that we talked about earlier, and the slap tears. Others are AC joint injuries, fractures, and osteoarthritis. So we have a cute little chart right here to show the diagnosis. Others really does go in its own category, so that's why you're only going to see 3 of the subacromial pain syndrome, which includes the rotator cuff tear, primary adhesive capsulitis here, and then glenohumeral joint instability here. So positive findings to rule in for subacromial pain syndrome, it's impingement signs, painful arc, and again, we'll talk about the arc in just a moment, pain with resisted ER, and positive long head bicep tendon test. For substantial rotator cuff tears, it's going to be age 60 or higher. Lag signs, which we'll talk about in a bit, weakness and atrophy. But negative findings to rule out is that there's significant loss of passive motion, because that should not be a thing. And apprehension with instability test. That's more along the line of glenohumeral joint instability. Excuse me. Primary adhesive capsulitis. So pretty much the positive finding to rule in is spontaneous progressive pain and loss of motion in 2 or more planes, where external rotation is most limited, then it's abduction, bringing the hand overhead or arm overhead, and then internal rotation. Negative rulings, imaging, under the age of 40, and if there's normal passive motion, plastic and accessory, you'll typically see here for frozen, they'll have very limited active and passive. So if they have pretty normal passive, it's like, oh, maybe not. And glenohumeral joint instability is for those who are 40 and higher with traumatic onset, history of dislocation or subluxation, apprehension test, which we'll talk about in a moment, relocation test we'll talk about in a moment, generalized laxity with the scale, 5 or more on the Beighton scale, and then a slap lesion tear. No history of dislocation or subluxation, no apprehension with instability test. So why is it under the age of 40 on the negative color? So adhesive capsulitis tends to be like an older person disorder. That's like my baby quick answer. You typically won't see it in someone like this. You'll see it in like a older adult, I guess. Sorry, 40's old. I'm sorry. Maybe, I don't know. I don't think 40's old, but that's what they consider an older mid-aged person disorder. Level 2, Pacific Examination Classification. I'm not going to go through all of this, but I will talk about some highlights of it, like the concordance sign. So basically, you need a 2+ point increase for it to be clinically important difference. But what this is that we're trying to get movements and positions that are going to reproduce the primary pain complaint. So we have to see what aggravates and relieves the pain. So we have to ask the person's pain, how are you feeling? Oh, I'm feeling like a 4 right now. Hey, if I do this motion, if I elevate your shoulder right now, how are you feeling? Oh, it's a 5. Okay, because it's not at least a 2 or more point increase, we did not get the concordant sign. We need to get something that's going to reproduce the patient's pain and at least have them let us know that, hey, this is at least a 2+ or higher. So if we bring their arm back and they're like, oh, that really hurts, instead of that 4 that I was at, I'm now at a 7. It's like, oh, okay, you really hurt with extension. That's a little, that's interesting, and that's kind of how you go ahead and use that from there. Observation is going to be very important, but one of the main things that we're going to go ahead and talk about is observation a little bit, but let's talk about some of these. Let me also do this really quick. And also, Sauron Gamer, thank you so much for the 30. Oh my gosh, what? 30 street streak. Oh my goodness. Gamer, thank you so much for your time, Delaney, and thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate it very, very, very much. Whoa! Whoa! Thank you, Gamer. Here you go, Gamer. Give me one moment. Let me go ahead and sip my protein shake as my hydration. Yay! Okay. Cervical neurological screen. So one of the important things to do in PT is to make sure that you're assessing the joint above and below pretty much. And so, oh, gamer? What? Huh? What? What? Sauron Gamer, what the heck? Thank you so much for the, oh my gosh, thank you so much for becoming a sugar bear for 6 months. Not like thanks for 6 months. I mean, thank you for 6 months, but thank you for 6 months. I appreciate it very, 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 very much. Thank you, and enjoy the emote schemer. Enjoy the tipa. I want to say tipa tada. Hold on. Tipa tada. And please enjoy my personal favorite, the ehe. Anyway. Anyway. But thank you, I appreciate it. Oh, it's so fun. So anyway, so yeah, so you have the screen to join above and below. And so with above and below and all that really cool stuff, you just have to see if there's no concordant pain when you do some active range of motion or you apply a little bit of pressure. You don't want it to replicate, because if you're like, yeah, I press on the neck and it's replicating my shoulder problem, then hey, maybe the shoulder pain you're having is not originating from the shoulder. We want to assess for tingliness, and so we do this. If there's any upper motor neuron lesion, like if there's anything wrong with the brain or spinal cord, and we do these special tests and they're positive for it, immediate referral. And I keep talking about these painful arcs. I have the painful arc as 60 to 120. In the lecture, he mentioned 80 to 120, but basically, if you were to T-pose or bring your arm up overhead, you would have no pain here, no pain about here. But once you get into this middle ground of, again, 60 to 120 or 80 to 120, kind of like T-posing, you will be hurting if you have a subacromial pain syndrome. So that's just like a really key sign to watch out for. Other things we want to assess is the scapular dyskinesis, which we will dyskinesis, which we'll look at right now. So we talked about scapular winging earlier, but this is not the same thing. Scapular winging is an issue and an injury to a long thoracic nerve, C5, C6, C7, correct? And we saw it was massive, like the scapula was basically off. Scapular dysfunction, and according to the Kibler's classification system, we have type 1, type 2, type 3. And let me see if this is easier to see it here. There you go. So type 1 is an inferior angle, and you can kind of see here and here. So the inferior angle of our shoulder blade kind of pops up, and this is typically seen with rotator cuff impingement. Medial border, the dysfunction, type 2, you can see here. It's not significant scapular winging, but it is coming off the wall. This can happen due to an atraumatic glenohumeral instability. And type 3 is right up here, the superior scapular dysfunction. So this is also going to be rotator cuff related, kind of similar to type 1. And this could be due to a weakness for a force couple imbalance. What you definitely want to look out here is the kind of window spacing on the left and right, the ear window spacing. Because look, this guy has his arm up, and I know it might be kind of difficult to see. Oops, well, life happens. But you see the, what do you call it? This is much closer than it is on the left side, basically. Hi Zeph, hi, welcome. Yeah, so we have type 1, inferior, type 2, medial, type 3, superior, and type 4. That's normal. Nothing's wrong with it, so whamp whamp. Now, there's a weird quirky story. I keep zooming in and out because I forget how much space and real estate I love maxing out. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Anyway, wait, what? How does that meme go? Anyway, sorry, I'm speedrunning. So to verify Kibler's types 1 to 3, you could do scapular assistant test, scapular reposition test, or scapular dyskinesis test. Dyskinesia, oh my goodness. So what happens here is for scapular assistance test, basically you help them move and you basically place your finger to facilitate the movement. And if you notice there's a decrease in pain or increase of motion in comparison to without assistance, you gotta classify them somewhere, basically. Sorry, I should have read in order. Therapist assists upward rotation of scapula during arm elevation. So if you can see right here how his arms are positioned to help facilitate the scapula going up. And so there should be a reduction in pain by 2 points. So if there were 4, they're now a 2, or increased motion compared to that without assistance. Scapular reposition is that the therapist will provide scapular ER, external rotation, and posterior tilting. The positive sign is that the PT has decreased concordant pain or increased motion during arm elevation, so something similar to this, and that's going to indicate weakness and instability. This could be performed with the Drobes test, which I actually thought I had up, so I guess I don't. But basically, their arm could be out with their thumbs down, and you could apply a force basically, and you can test for there as well. Scapular dyskinesis test, so this is going to be a test where basically you make a Y with your body, with weights and without weights, and if you see with weights that you see there's a change in the motion significantly, you gotta classify their type. And when I say classify their type, you just have to say, do you see the scapula moving in such a weird wonky way that's inferior? Do you see it superior? Do you see a medial, like kind of not ripping off, but like popping out? There you go. There's also the flip sign. So basically the patient is with slightly external, like slightly adducted, so the elbow's not to their side but slightly off to their side, externally rotated, and they basically resist the force. And if you see that they are positive if the medial border of their shoulder blade or scapula pops up a little bit more, okay? So let's talk about some fun, wacky special tests. So I have to keep zoomed out for this. Boo, 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 boo. But just know there are no specific tests for adhesive capsulitis. There's no specific test for adhesive capsulitis. This bad boy does not have any tests. Why? You'll see it when you know it. Everything else does have a test. So let's talk about a subacromial pain syndrome. You had to do all these? You're such a cool gamer. Oh my goodness. But I hope they, I don't know. I'm like, oh, I hope they did this. I'm like, wait, that might have been a while ago too. Anyway, so subacromial pain syndrome again can include full thickness tears, and again, this is a very general term to say that these are shoulder pain that could radiate into the neck and arm. This is the one with the painful arc. If it's rotator cuff, we know the supraspinatus is going to be most involved. This could typically be a trauma or progressive if it's like a degenerative tear. There is no single diagnostic test. You need multiple positive tests to be like, this person does have subacromial pain syndrome. So nana desu ka? So, let me copy the link. So, let me do this because this is what I had. There's no specific test for capsule adhesive capsulitis and Boston say. Alright. So we have, sorry, I should have talked about it before I decided to do this. You'll just have to bear with me. That works too. So for there are 3 best tests for subacromial pain syndrome, but there is a cluster, and we talked about the clusters being like we could really diagnose if they get at least like 3 out of the 5, you know? If you had to choose test though, you should pick Hawkins-Kennedy, painful arc, and pain and weakness with resisted ER. But the near sign, let's go ahead and test that out. That's one of the oh, okay. Here's near sign. Bear with you or bearcat with you? Bearcat with me.
The other hand, internally rotate the patient's arm and then perform maximally forced forward flexion in the glenohumeral joint. A positive test is pain reproduction on the injured side.
So that's near sign, which is like, what, Tippa? So basically he had his oh my gosh, what did he have? He had his thumb down, full flexion, push down on the glenoid humeral basically, and that's going to be the near sign. And if he has pain with that, that is an indication of like, oh hey, you might have this. Hawkins-Kennedy though, that is
Elevate the arm to 90 degrees.
This is a different test, but this is the main test. If you had to pick 3, this is it.
Of forward flexion and have it rest on one of your arms. Then perform passive internal rotation. A positive test is a provocation of pain. If your patient then perform passive internal rotation, a positive test is the provocation of pain.
There you go. So it's a weird test. You have to like put your arm on the patient's shoulder, and their arm is over your arm, and you're like cranking it basically. Let's see. And then Job's, I felt, no, I didn't show you Job's. I was going to, but then I said, no, I will not do that because I don't know. I don't have an answer.
Towards the floor.
So Job's, you basically make a Y with your, oh my gosh, with your thumbs pointed down.
Downward pressure to prevent further elevation.
And then you apply downward force,
Positive
and then
test is the reproduction
positive
of
test
pain
reproduction.
on the injured side.
Good. Sorry, it's the speed run in me right now that I'm like, oh no, our time. Anyway, so 3 best tests Hawkins can be painful arc, so again that's 60 to 120, and pain and weakness with resisted ER, or external rotation. We have other tests as well for full thickness rotator cuff tears. So we have the drop arm test, external rotation lag sign at side, internal rotation lag sign, lift off test, and belly press test. So drop arm test, I have no idea why I didn't see. This is the speed run. This is it. Drop arm test is really funny. You basically just have them out, and if they have troubles maintaining that position of basically the T posing, then yeah, the positive sign basically indicates that there might be a rotator cuff injury, specifically with the supraspinatus, because the supraspinatus helps you T-pose or helps you do the action of abduction. External rotation lag sign, you place the person in rotation, external rotation, arm at side basically, and if they're unable to maintain this position, then they suck. No, I'm just kidding. It indicates that, hey, there might be something wrong with the supraspinatus. Or sorry, infra? Oh, whatever. I do what I want. Anyway, drop test. Supraspinatus, infraspinatus. The supraspinatus also does external rotation, but supraspinatus also helps you with abduction. So if you want to isolate it, because it is just externally rotated, then fine. Infraspinatus. Fine. I'll take it. Internal lag sign, now we're getting to the subscapular test. So you basically put the hand behind the back. I know this is a really wacky example, but like it's like if you were getting arrested and they're like, put your hands behind your back. This is exactly the motion you would do, and you have them hold, and if they're unable to hold, then hey, maybe there's something wrong with their subscapularis, which is to help with that internal rotation. We also have another test, which is the lift-off test, and if they're able to, lift their arm from the back, and if they're unable to do it, then obviously also indicates weakness with internal rotation or the subscapularis. And then hey, if they suck at this test basically, and they're like, hey, I can't put my hand behind my back for XYZ reason, then have them put it on their belly. And basically you put your hand in between their belly and you hold hands for just one moment, and you try to see if they pop their elbow out, and I don't know how to describe that without showing myself. But basically, if they have to flare out their elbow to push in instead of just doing straight from like the hand, then that shows some weakness present with the internal rotation of the subscapularis. What if the cop was also a physical therapist? That's... I'm proud of them. Anyway, so yeah. Drop test, supraspinatus and infraspinatus, external rotation lag sign at side, infra, internal rotation, subscapularis, lift off test, subscapularis, belly test, subscapularis. So there's a lot of subscapularis or internal rotation tests. Anterior instability, yay! So this is the one where they're gonna have that anterior instability, or anterior pain in their shoulder, and here's some special tests to check this out. So we could put them into basically full abduction and full ER, and this is the apprehension test, where if you put them like this, positive signs are basically they're like, don't do that. Positive sign is that they have apprehension. Apprehension in a sense of like, you're gonna break my arm, or you're going to pop my arm out, or my arm feels like it's going to come out. It's because they have that instability. And yeah, they do feel that way because it might happen. No, I'm just kidding. It's not going to happen during this test. But that's the idea of this test. It has a good likelihood ratio of that if they do have apprehension, then yeah, maybe they do have anterior instability or a Bankart lesion. But if pain is positive as well, it's not as good for anterior instability. It'd be like, oh, you have pain with it? That's really not as good of an indicator as do you have apprehension, you know? Relocation is basically the same thing where we'll go ahead and do it, but we're going to apply a posterior or downward force on the glenoid humeral. And this is performed again after the apprehension test. So we're pressing down on them and we're going to relocate, quotation marks, the shoulder back into position. And if they're like, hey, that makes my symptoms better, then ding, 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 alarm should be going off. But now we throw this in. So if they had a positive apprehension test, a positive relocation test where they felt better, let's try the surprise or the shoulder release test. So they must have had apprehension with reduction of signs and symptoms with relocation test. So basically, you're doing the posterior relocation test where you're putting that posterior force, but then you suddenly let go and you're like, haha, surprise! And then they're like, wow! And they're scared and they're like, no, my arm, it's gonna come out! Positive findings that they have pain or apprehension, basically, with the surprise test. So that's fun and quirky and fun things to do with your patients who might have anterior instability. Posterior instability, there's only one test because again, it's really not that common, and it's a posterior apprehension test where basically you have the patient flex their shoulder 90 degrees and then horizontally adduct or arm across, and the person provides a downward posterior force, and if there's apprehension, then bam. Inferior instability, what happens is when you abduct the roll and glide of your glenoid humeral or your arm or your shoulder joint, as you go up, it has the opposite direction. So as you have a superior roll, you're going to have an inferior glide. So we're doing the hyperabduction test to test for that inferior instability, basically. And the patient cannot get more than 105 degrees of motion. Your arms overhead are at 180, so think of yourself as like a cute little, I don't know, half circle. But 180 is like your arms directly overhead. So if you have about 80 degrees less than that, or how do you call it? Or more than, am I reading this right? Positive apprehension, or more than 105 degrees of motion? I don't get it. Sorry. Anyway, I move on. Slap lesions! So slap lesions, this is going to be that injury to the bicep tendon. And so there's a lot of fun tests you could do, which we'll talk about in a moment. But these tests in isolation are going to perform so poor. So that's why you need to kind of do it as like a little bit of a cluster. Many of these tests are going to overlap, and they're going to be used to diagnose instability or long head bicep tendinopathy. So we're going to look for multiple positive tests. It's not really a cluster, but there is a combination of tests that we can do. So we could do a passive distraction test, so we could pull on the arm while doing an O'Brien's, and that can have pretty good likelihood. Or we could do an anterior slide test, which I'll show you in a little bit. Excuse me, oh my gosh. And a history of, oh my goodness. Clicking, popping, catching in the joint. So any one of these have like a slightly higher or moderate likelihood to be like, yeah, you probably have a slap lesion. So let's go ahead and talk about these tests. So, oh shoot, hold on. Hold on. I forgot it's already 4 o'clock. What the heck? Right, streaming. Let me do a little person standing emoji. No, wait, I have a better, cuter emoji. I have a lurky emoji. Bam. And she's playing Yakuza. I love her. I'm gonna indirectly shout her out. I know her and oh my goodness. I know her and Rip are streaming, and technically Ichi are streaming. So like, oops, sorry Ichi, I didn't mean to not dox her name, but like botch her name. But how do you call it? Rip and Ichi are doing a repo together, and Ryan's gonna be playing Yakuza, and Ryan's been streaming a little bit earlier recently, so I'm like very happy for her. Anyway, so getting back to it. So the active compression test, or the O'Brien's, is going to be good in diagnosing the slapped hair, because it's going to be, it's kind of quirky. It has two parts to it. So the first position, basically palms down, and then you press down, and then you have them palms up and you press down. And if they're like, hey, I had some pain with the first one, but then it lessened or disappeared with the second one, it indicates like a positive finding for the slapped hair. We also have a bicep load 1 and 2 test. So this one is also really quirky, where pretty much, you know how we kept talking about like that bicep loading when we're talking about the elbow? Same thing here. We're gonna flex and supinate, and we're gonna have the patient resist us, pretty much. And if they're like, owie, pain, ta-da, positive test. Anterior slide, this is something I never done even clinically. The anterior slide basically is providing a force anterior, and if you feel pain, basically where your hand is up here on their shoulder, or you hear a popping and clicking sensation, then it is a positive test. Anterior slide with history of popping and clicking gives it a higher positive likelihood. The O'Brien's test that we just mentioned, of like the down and up, along with the distraction test, which I don't have here, but it's like a passive pulling, also provides a high likelihood of slap lesions. We have the crank in it, so it's like a Hawkins-Kennedy, but like laying down, I guess. And the crank test is going to be positive when there's clicking or pain in the glenoid humeral during the maneuver. The compression rotation test, similar test, but we're providing like a force in the elbow. It's a little bit wacky, you know? Anyway, AC joint pathology. So special test for this is that we could do an O'Brien's again, and then with the O'Brien's, instead of the pain, oh my goodness, instead of the pain kind of at the shoulder, we're indicating pain exactly at the AC joint. So yeah, traumatic AC joint injuries typically happen with falls. Apparently there's a very famous football player who loves to fall, and they won't put their arms out, but they'll tuck their arms in and they'll fall directly on their shoulder, which is providing traction or a pulling force away from their AC joint. So that's pretty quirky. Obviously not something you could diagnose with our eyes, but something we could diagnose with imaging and then our eyes. Atraumatic ones, this is going to be very quirky for probably a lot of us, but up to 93% of people over the age of 30 or older have asymptomatic AC osteoarthritis on imaging. So, ooh, if you're getting into your 30s or in your 30s or higher, it looks like we all have some weird osteoarthritis with our AC joint going on, which is, ooh. But yeah, any kind of AC stuff, you want to look to see if there's joint on top of it. So kind of, again, and oh my gosh, it's more in the front or anterior. We could do the O'Brien's test, and we could go ahead and check for concordant pain reproduced during passive adduction or crossing the arm across your chest, okay? So now we're on level 3, and we could talk about rehabilitation classifications and match interventions. So this is really dependent on the tissue irritability, so it kind of guides the, what do you call it? It guides the intensity of how we should stress the tissue. So I'm going to go ahead and zoom back in. So, and that should show, right? Yeah, cool. So, level 3, we could have high tissue irritability, moderate, or low. So high tissue irritability is pain 7 to 10 or greater. Constant pain, pain at rest, pain limits range of motion. These people are irritable. Ooh. Moderate is pain 4 to 6 out of 10, so kind of mid-range. They have intermittent pain, so like interval pain basically, and night pain. But there's little discrepancy between active and passive range of motion findings. You're like, yep, passive range of motion is more. Hehe. Well, in high, it's like very dramatic, where passive, it's like, oh, there's a big difference. Ooh. And low is going to be pain that's 3 out of 10 or less. No rest or night pain. Minimal pain with overpressure at end range, and the active range of motion equals the passive range. So, hehe. So, we are going to go ahead and talk about what we do for each one. So, for rehab classifications for adhesive capsulitis, again, this is a hypomobility of older women typically, of 40 age with thyroid and diabetes. This is going to be a global loss of equal range of active range of motion, passive range of motion. These are not the same. Like, these are the same. They're total equal. Usually passive range of motion is more. Nope. When you have adhesive capsulitis or frozen shoulder, everything is affected, which kind of stinks. So there's also going to be pain at the end range, and this is going to be categorized as shoulder pain with mobility deficits. Subacromial pain syndrome. This is probably the most common thing we're going to see. Oops. Anyway, the thing that you're gonna go ahead and see is this, mostly in the therapy and the rehab field. Pain in the deltoid region is going to be associated with history of overuse, and the ICF category is going to be muscle pain with muscle performance deficits, because this is going to be related to the muscles involved, which are typically the ones under the subacromial. So I think they were saying like the supraspinatus, and the other one is like escaping my brain. I'm like, bicep? I'm like, I don't think it's bicep, but we'll check it out in a little bit. Instability, however, this is definitely gonna be a movement disorder or muscle performance. Oh my gosh, I'm losing it. Shoulder pain with muscle performance deficits also could be another thing for instability. Anything that says muscle performance deficit, it's always going to be related to some kind of hold on. Hold on. I have to pull up notes from a classmate. Hold on. I'm scrolling. I should have copied and pasted this. I don't know why I didn't. Okay. What did we say this was? So we said this was muscle performance deficit. So muscle performance deficit is inert tissue. Okay. Muscle performance is like inert tissue. And mobility deficit. Hold on. Muscle performance is usually. Oh no! I'm losing it. I'm losing the sauce. But why? Instability is usually associated with ligaments. So why is it shoulder pain with muscle performance deficit? Or no, that is correct. Movement. Or no. Oh no, I'm losing it. Movement. So my issue is just right now. So I'll just talk about my thoughts out loud. Subacromial pain syndrome. I felt like it was muscle related, but saying it's shoulder pain with muscle performance deficit. And muscle performance is usually contractile, so that's okay. But instability, it's saying the same thing. That it's also like the muscle. Oh no, this is slap. Oh, I just missed the word. Oh my god, I was literally about to like bash my head in. Yes, slap is muscle performance because it's contractile. Shoulder pain and motor coordinate. Oh my gosh, motor coordination's like inert. Okay. Anyway. Hi, Chlorine. Hi, welcome. I'm so sorry you had to catch me in my moment of weakness, but thank you for the Azumanga Dio reference. I need it. I wish I were a bird. No, I'm pretty happy being a bearcat, so it's whatever. Oh my gosh. Okay, reading is so good, Cups. Can I tell you that? Anyway, let's read again. So instability, again, is going to be a key feature for people with a younger age. with a traumatic onset, so dislocation, subluxation, and they report basically feeling unstable. We could do the apprehension test for the anterior instability and posterior instability. We could do the posterior apprehension test. ICF category is shoulder pain and motor coordinate deficits, because this is really relating into ligaments. Slap lesions, again, this is bicep related, so that's why it's going to be muscle performance deficit. So history of repeated overhead trauma and activity, deep shoulder pain, popping or rotation movements, feelings of posterior tightness, dead arm with overhead activities. Others, it's gonna really just depend on where what it means, you know. Other diagnosis, I can't. Anyway, other, it kind of just depends, but you can have fractures as other AC joint and osteoarthritis, and that's gonna, how it's presented is how you'll categorize it. So now we get into like the nitty gritty of stuff, and this, unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be able to finish before we hit break. But there's 3 different type of pains, basically. And I don't know, maybe I should read it. Sorry, no, I don't want to be a hater. So we have nociplastic pain. No, but I feel like I should go over these. Hold on. Before we, I'll come back to the chart maybe. So nociceptive, neuropathic, and nociplastic pain. So mechanical based classifications of musculoskeletal pain, we have these, and pain management education's influence to each type, and a patient can experience more than one time. So for nociceptive pain, this is mostly related to like nerves and blah 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 blah. So nociceptive pain is pain localized to the area of injury or dysfunction. There's a clear proportionate mechanical and anatomical nature to aggravating and easing factors. Pain is usually intermittent and sharp with movements and mechanical provocation. Provocation. They may have more of a constant dull ache or drop at rest, but the pains can be associated with the pins and needles. Night pain. Pain described as burning, shooting, sharp, or electric shock-like, and a weird posture and movement patterns, okay? Oh no, I missaid it. Sorry, nociceptive. Again, clear mechanical injury, and it's localized and all that good stuff. Neuropathic is the nerve one with the shooting and whatnot. So pain referred in a dermatonal or cutaneous distribution, history of nerve injury, pathology, or mechanical compromise, and pain or symptom provocation with mechanical movement tests such as like the nerve flossing and whatnot, okay? Oh my goodness. And nociplastic. Nociplastic, this is like the one where it's disproportionate, similar to that complex regional syndrome we were talking about. So disproportionate, non-mechanical, unpredictable, pain provocation and response to multiple or non-specific aggravating or easing factors. The pain is disproportionate to the nature and the extent of the pathology. There is a strong association with maladaptive psychological factors, so people who have negative emotions, poor self-efficacy, maladaptive beliefs, and pain behaviors. And then they have diffuse or non-anatomical areas of pain and tenderness on palpation, which is a little wacky. Let's see. Oh, thank you, right? Okay, we're actually almost done with the shoulder. So let's go ahead and politely check out the chart again now that we have a better idea. Then we'll go ahead and talk about the remainder. I just have to zoom out of this a little bit. And we'll go from there. But Goku, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome, welcome. Ryan said I should follow you? Ryan has some pretty good advice. Oh my goodness. But thank you so much for the follow. Thank you for listening to Ryan. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Alright, gamers. Let's go ahead and see how much we could speed run this, okay? Okay. So, we just said nociplastic was that kind of irregular pain, and what's going to be really important for these people are pain education, active rest, graded exposure, it's psychologically informed rehab, and basically we just want to kind of calm them down, be like, hey, it's okay to move, look, we're moving this way, you should be good, and da 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 da. Nociceptive pain, this is like a normal mechanical origin. So this is going to have the activity modifications. So if they have high irritability, we're going to kind of work on it very easy. Mid ranges, we're not getting to end ranges. Electrical stimulation, because that's a good pain modality. And aerobic activities. Moderate, you could get a little bit more difficult. And then low irritability, you could basically go harder. You could go with activity reintegration. You can have them with high loads. You could definitely get to end range, and you don't need any 10s and blah 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 blah. Yeah, thank you so much for stopping by. Have a good one, gamer. Thank you. Alright, neuropathic pain. Neuropathic is going to be the nerve related, so we could do low level nerve glides and some range of motion in mid-range if they're high irritability. But if they're low irritability, we can do some high grade. We can get like really into the gliding, getting towards that end range, and we can have the stretching to be longer durations and frequencies, okay? Yay! But limited passive mobility, so we have joint, muscle, and neuro. If we have like this hypomobility, we just want to work in range of motion that's pretty much ad-free. Ad-free, I'm sorry. The ad is the ad just popped up, hold on. We want to work in pain-free ranges. And then kind of follow the same way. Excessive passive mobility, we want to protect it from end range, and we want to kind of keep it nice and easy and develop that re-education, neuromuscular control. Neuromuscular weakness, we want to work within pain-free and then work ourselves to low irritability, so we can work ourselves a little bit to moderate to high resistance. And neuromuscular control and weakness, we just want to work on basically the same thing pretty much. So we'll go ahead and talk about some examples we could do for the shoulder specifically, but let's go ahead and take our 3-minute ad break. Let's use this time to stand up and stretch, hydrate, and eat and drink something super duper yummy. We are still on time with the ETA that I had magically put out, so I'm really happy about that, Cubs. So let's keep up the good work. Let's use this time to stand up and stretch, hydrate, eat and drink something super duper yummy, and I'll see you Cubs in a little bit. Bye! Bye 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 bye. Oh, wait, wrong scene. No. No. Sorry about that. I literally am like, hello? Anyway, hi Cubs. I hope you had a good 3-minute ad break. I'm going ahead and politely, I wanted to say hi to Ryan, and then Baby Peace hopped into the let's sigh. She hopped into my desk and all I did was pet her for 4 minutes straight, and I said, Baby Peace, I have to go now. I have to go study. So I hope you guys had a good break. Let's go ahead and knock this all out of the park, okay? Okay. Alright, so some examples of interventions for subacromial pain syndrome. So again, these are people who have that painful arc, right? Let me squeeze it over here. So let's say they have limited external rotation strength. So they are bad overhead throwers. They cannot bring their arm back when they overhead throw. If they were to robot and have their arms to their sides and they're like beep boop beep, they cannot go out for a little hug. They have very limited external rotation strength. So if they're high irritability, we want to work in isometric. So again, this is working the muscle but without moving it, without irritating it. Moderate, we can start doing the eccentrics and concentric activity, aka the isotonics. And we could do eccentric activity below shoulder height. Because remember, the painful arc, or for a lot of these people, are going to happen at the shoulder level or above it. So if we work below it and we're still working out the muscle, great. Love that for us, you know? Low irritability is going to be those with resisted high load thorax in the abducted position. So these are people who can get at shoulder height basically, but not further. Not yet. But we're gonna work on the external rotation some way or another, okay? Like, I wouldn't even say shoulder height. Like, there's this exercise you can do where you keep your elbows tucked to your waist and you bring your arms out. You basically like make a W with your body, and that's something they can definitely do if they have limited external rotation strength. Limited glenoid humeral joint mobility, so maybe posterior tightness or limited internal rotation. Anything kind of limiting, especially if it's like a joint mobility thing, we can perform manual therapy and we could perform different grades. So we could do low grade, so this is going to be more of like a pain reduction grading because this person is so high irritability. And we could do some exercises within mid-range, not the end range, just very mid-range. Moderate, we can have high grade, larger amplitude mobilizations. And then lower irritability, we can do, again, higher grade. We could do the stuff to get them back moving. We can try to break the adhesions with a higher grade, getting more towards the end of that end range. And we could give them some terminal range of motion stretching so they could stretch towards their end range as well. Again, we want to work on getting that mobility. Tight pec majors, or pectoralis minor, sorry, not major, minor. If they're higher irritability, we could do some like exercises that won't aggravate that area directly. So we could do scapular retraction. So as we squeeze the back, it stretches out the front, and you can even feel that a little bit. And we could do some soft tissue and manual therapy in the pec minor area, just because again, it's like, okay, a little bit of massage, let's help like loosen up this area a little bit. Moderate irritability, we could do stretching supine over the foam roller. So this is a wacky exercise where you have a foam roller and you put your arms like in a little chop position and you like roll forward and back. And then lower irritability, we could do some terminal stretching or a doorway stretch. Scapular muscle weakness and motor control deficits. With high irritability, we could do scapular clock or setting exercises. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of pendulums. So basically, you're like holding yourself on the edge of like a bed or a table, and you're letting your other hand droop, and you're just like wiggling your dead arm in a circle, basically. So that's cool. Moderate irritability, low rolls, resisted scapular retraction, and low irritability, we could do prone horizontal scapular plane abduction thorax. So just horizontal abduction, T-posing, and working from there. So we talked a little bit about this. I think this is probably important. So Bankart lesion, we didn't really talk about that, but this is in relation to the anterior instability. So anytime you saw that, just think this. There's a clock that they like to use. So this is your shoulder and like the labrum of where the glenohumeral sits, and they like to use this clock thing because the bicep tendon attaches more up here. So for anywhere between 10 to 12, like if it's like an actual clock, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, it would be anywhere between 10 to 12 or 2, the slap lesion. But the Bankart is anywhere between 3 to 6. A reverse Bankart lesion is like 6 to 9. So that's quirky if you want to know that for funsies. But the difference between a slap versus a Bankart lesion is that the structure related to a slap is going to be a bicep tendon with the precaution of extension, external rotation, shoulder flexion, and elbow flexion with supination. So basically, don't stretch it and don't do the actions of the bicep. Bankart lesion, the subscapularis tendon that attaches there, the inferior glenohumeral ligament, and sometimes the axillary nerve, which we talked all about in our neuropathies. We want to be careful about extension, internal rotation, and horizontal abduction because this can definitely aggravate it. So the conclusion really is, well, we're going to skip that actually. I'll read the conclusion myself, but let's see if we can answer some questions together, okay? Oh, maybe this is better. What are the 3 levels of classification the STIR shoulder system? So again, the first one's screening, the second one is classifying, the third one is giving that interventions. Red flags that we need to be careful of, especially is if they have showing signs of upper motor neuron lesion. So they're having like Babinski sign, etc. What special test clusters is most predictive for a subacromial pain syndrome? So that's going to be Hawkins-Kennedy, shoulder external rotation, and painful arc. Describe the key findings in adhesive capsulitis. I believe this is just a gradual, or a progressive. What was the word? It was like a sudden progressive loss or something like that. A range of motion where the active range of motion and passive range of motion are about the same. Happens more in women. Blah 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 blah. Diabetes. Blah blah blah. Thyroid. How does scapular dyskinesis impact shoulder function? So I actually don't know other than like the glenohumeral scapular rhythm, but I don't know who's gonna accept that. What test assess glenohumeral instability? It depends if you're looking for anterior or posterior, but if we're talking about anterior instability, recall that we talked about the apprehension test, relocation test, and the surprise test. For posterior, I think it's just posterior instability test, where again it's a flexion, shoulder adduction, and putting that posterior pressure. What rehabilitation interventions are best suited for a patient with high irritability? It really depends on what it is. Sometimes you just have to do soft tissue or isometrics, or it really depends. And what are the differences between nociceptive, neuropathic, and nociplastic? Nociceptive is going to be like that normal pain with clear musculoskeletal origin. Neuropathic pain is going to be anything related to nerves, hence neuro, and then nociplastic is that kind of like outrageous pain, more associated with yellow flags. So what muscles could be weak due to suprascapular nerve entrapment? That's going to be the suprascapular muscle and infrascapular. Yeah. Where is the reverse Bankart lesion located? It's going to be 6 to 9 or 6 to 11. Oh, sorry, my bad. Ooh. Which nerve is implicated with weak, painless manual muscle testing to the rhomboids and levator scapula? So the nerve that innervates rhomboids and levator scapula, rhomboids is the one that helps you squeeze your shoulder blades, and levator scalp is elevating the shoulder. This is going to be dorsal scalp. Yeah, sorry, I don't know why I was like highlighted. Which glide is occurring at the clavicle head, moving on the sternum during protraction? This is anterior. Sorry, I said it out loud by accident. Because I didn't really go super in depth with biomechanics, but this is something I'll go over with my classmates. You're conducting a subjective test on a patient with shoulder pain. They report a gradual onset of their pain locating at the anterior shoulder that gets worse when raising their arm overhead. Which of the following conditions is most likely? So they have a gradual onset. This could be the subacromial pain syndrome. Yeah, subacromial. There you go. And if reverse, oh, okay, and that's not the test anymore. This is just saying this. Okay, perfect. All right, can we speed run the neck? I actually think we can. This might get a little bit hefty, so let's brace ourselves. So the cervical spine is our last section of notes that we're going to talk about. I think there's only 18 of these. Yeah, about. So let's go ahead and get started. So the neck is actually super duper important because, well, kind of houses our brain, which kind of tells our body what to do. So anytime we have like a cervical spine or neck problem, I know it can kind of get annoying. So let's go ahead and try to see what we could do. So obviously, as most of everything, we take a history, but we need to screen for stuff. We need to screen for fractures, vascular pathology, ligamentous instability, and malignancy. So for fractures, we want to be careful because it could be advanced age, it could be due to trauma. And we're talking about trauma like someone did a diving accident. This is why they say don't dive into the pool. Hello? Or a high impact trauma such as a motor vehicle accident or a fall. We also have to assess for fractures or osteopenia or osteoporosis, which is, a type of bone compromise where the bone is a little bit weaker. We have significant limitations in cervical active range of motion because of the fracture, because obviously if your bone's broken, you're probably not moving the way you wanna. And then they'll have complaints if they have fractures and they don't know it. They'll have a complaint of a deep, boring, intolerable localized bone pain. When I had my jaw pain, I tell you, it was just annoying. It was deep. It was boring. It was anyway. Canadian C spine rules. I have to sneeze. Guys, what's wrong with diving into the pool? You're gonna crack your head. You're gonna crack your head, and then if you don't crack your head, you're putting so much axial load onto your neck that it'll fracture because your poor bones can't withstand the force because your head wasn't made for that. Bless you. Thank you. But I'm talking about like people who dive into like shallow, like, oh, let me go into 5 feet of water even though I'm like 7 foot. You know what I mean? So stuff like that. Don't do it. Don't do it. Anyway, it's fine. So yeah, look for the Canadian C spine rules. There's a really quirky graph right here. This you don't see, I mean, it depends on where you live. Obviously, I'm very American centric, so anything I say is very North America. But in pools there's like signs all over, don't dive, no diving. So I don't know how it is elsewhere in the world. But yeah, so used for alert and acute traumatic injury. So obviously if someone's in a coma, don't use this, and this is going to help rule in or rule out imaging if they do need them. So if a patient can actively rotate their head 45 degrees left and right, imaging is not required. But some high risk factors that you want to consider that they do need an imaging is ages over 65, dangerous mechanism of injury such as a fall over 1 meter, axial load to the head, so that diving incident or high speed collision, or they have paresthesias or the numbness and tingling in their extremities. Low risk factors are going to allow for, safe range of motion. So maybe it was a simple rear end motor vehicle accident, like someone kind of just bumped into you, not like crashed into you. They're sitting in the ER, so that's cool. They can ambulate, so they can walk. Delayed onset of neck pain and absence of midline cervical tenderness. Those are very low risk factors to be like, this person, yeah, sure, there could be something wrong with their neck, but the likelihood that they need imaging is very low. Sauron says Minecraft tells me he's perfectly fine and safe. Brother. Speaking of Minecraft, did you know? Now that you're subscribed, you get access to our super cool secret Minecraft channel. You and one friend. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway. Combine your Twitch account to your Discord and get access to the secret subscriber Discord channel. More information there. Anyway. Oh my goodness. Let me see. Common fractures. So common fractures is C1 or a Jefferson fracture. I don't know if I have more information down below. Dense fracture or Hangsman's fracture C2 and mid-cervical fractures. Here's the graph that I was talking about, or the flow chart, and it basically says the same thing. So if they're high risk if they're 65 years or older, dangerous mechanism or paresthesia in the extremities. If it's yes, radiograph. If no, we have to assess like, hey, is there any low risk factors? And it's like, yeah, they were in a simple rear end. And like, no, they weren't, then no. Hold on. Which allows safe assessment range. Yeah, if they're not any of these, radiograph. But like, oh, okay, yeah, they're one of these, sure. Are they able to turn their head 45 degrees? Yes, no, left, right? Cool. Then that's gonna go ahead and, what do you call it? Say, no, they don't need a radiograph. Let's save them some money. Vascular pathology. Can you tell how much love I put at the beginning of my notes rather than the end of my notes? And it kind of sucks that I went backwards, but it's okay. It's whatever. I have no faults. Anyway, so vascular pathology. So this, again, can mimic or mask cervical muscular pain. So you want to look for neck pain, headaches, facial pain, and you want to consider either the carotid artery or the vertebral basilar artery. These are, again, two of the most common, with carotid being the most common, but you want to look for causes because vascular pathology is no joke. It's also very multifactorial. There's rarely a single causative factor. Excuse me. So look for risk factors, signs and symptoms of ongoing vascular events. There's two primary injuries that are going to happen with a vascular pathology. We have dissecting and non-dissecting. So for dissecting, there's going to be a tear in the inner arterial wall, and the outer layer is going to remain intact, because if the outer layer did not remain intact and you had this kind of severed artery, you would not be alive. It would be fatal. So there's kind of a weird tear in the middle, or the inside but not the outside, and blood can actually enter between these layers and create a gap, which leads to an aneurysm, which can lead to a thrombus, which can lead to a potential embolism if dislodged. So you know how I tell you cubs all about DVT and the blood getting stuck somewhere? Yeah, this is literally it, so be careful. Motion is lotion for the body, and I need you to move ASAP now. Also, I have to check something really quick. So sorry. So sorry. So sorry. Alright, while I'm looking for this thing, and I'm also looking for this thing really quick. Hello? We have non-dissecting events as well. So non-dissecting is basically, hey, guess what? Congratulations! There is no cut! You're a gamer! Yay! Oh, but you have a pre-existing thrombus or ambulus, so basically a blood clot. You basically still have a blood clot. So it's like, oh no, not the blood clot! And so an aneurysm may form and allow the blood to pool and clot, and it's kind of stinky. And it can become an embolism, and there is a risk of stroke basically if it gets dislodged. So not fun whatsoever, unfortunately. So some risk factors with the sorry, I'm trying to hold on. Okay, cool. Sorry, it's one of my mutual's birthdays as well, so not only is my costume, it's also a mutual, and I was like, oh, I wanted to check when they were streaming, because sometimes on Discord it doesn't show that they're streaming, and I just wanted to make sure, but they don't stream till 7, so I'm not gonna get to them. I'm not gonna get the opportunity to raid. Anyway, so risk factors for dissecting injury. So a tear in the inner arterial wall is a recent trauma. Smoking, migraine, high cholesterol infection, hypertension. While non-dissecting is going to be current or past smoking, because that I wrote like a note in this in my tablet, but basically the cholesterol and the blockage and the lipids forming and blah 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 blah, blah basically block, which kind of go pretty much hand in hand with this non-dissecting thing. Hypertension, high cholesterol, migraine, and family history of stroke is also going to be a huge risk factor of a non-dissecting injury. And again, why is this important? Because it's going to go ahead and mimic musculoskeletal pain of the neck. And really, there's nothing wrong with your neck. It's the arteries. So some signs, if you have a dissection sign of the carotid artery, you're gonna have ptosis. That's probably not how you pronounce it. But it's like a drooping of the eyelid, upper and lower extremity weakness, facial palsy, so like half the face paralyzed, right? Yeah, because there's Bell's palsy. Dysphagia, so difficulty swallowing. Dysarthria. Dysarthria is going to be difficult speaking, and aphasia, also difficulty speaking. Difficulty speaking. What? Hold on. I'm getting my A's messed up. Hold on, wait a minute. Oh, aphasia affects a person's ability to understand, use, or produce language, and dysarthria should be difficulties like articulating. Yeah, difficult to form or pronounce words. Ooh, okay, glad I'm not crazy. Vertebral-basilar artery has very similar stuff, but cyclic unsteadiness and ataxia, so same thing here. Dysphagia. There's actually really nothing different other than there's vomiting. Can I be honest? Non-dissecting events though, but dissecting events are very similar to each other. It's just again vomiting and nausea. Looks like it's vertebral-basilar exclusive. Non-dissecting events, it's going to be VBA or carotid. So it's going to be upper extremity weakness, dysphagia, dysarthria, aphasia, lower extremity weakness, ptosis, facial paralysis, and unsteadiness and ataxia. Also very similar, and it doesn't matter which one. I'm just gonna smile and nod. So cool. Reported symptoms for vascular problems. So people with dissecting injuries they're gonna have headaches, neck pain, visual disturbances, and facial paresthesia, which is really similar to non-dissecting. So again, it's very like oh wait, they also have upper limb and lower limb. Wait, why did I bold these? Hold on, let me think about this. I thought I bolded these because they were like they had the same ones, but then I'm like, brother, you missed all these. Wait, they're all the same. Wait, why did they have me write this then? This sucks. John Joestar, hi gamer. You have a med school exam next week, so this is perfect. That's so funny. Welcome in, gamer. Welcome. Unfortunately, I'm on the rehab side of stuff. I wave at you from the other side, cheering you on your medical school. But I'm learning about well, we learned a lot of things today, but we went in reverse order, and I'm on my last section about cervical spine stuff and how vascular pathology can mimic cervical spine pain. And people be like, ow, my neck hurts, but it turns out they have like a clot or something in the carotid or vertebral basilar. So I'm like, okay. Alright, brother, why did they have me do this? This sucks. Anyway, I think the symptoms are more likely. I think that's why I copied and pasted this out. If not, I'm going absolutely insane. I'm gonna go feral. Headaches are the most for these individuals. I think this is just the likelihood. So more headaches for this one, neck pain, visual disturbances for dissecting, while non-dissecting is headaches and numbness and tingling for the upper and lower. For vertebral basilar insufficiency pathologies, there's a thing that we have called the 5 Ds and 3 Ns. So the 5 Ds is going to be, they're going to have dizziness, diplopia, which is double vision, drop attack, so like fainting, dysarthria, so that difficulty speaking or finding words, and a dysphagia, which is difficulty swallowing or unexplained hoarse voice. 3 Ns is going to be nystagmus, so we're going to have involuntary eye movement, and that's something I'm not going to go super duper into. I have an exam on 2 weeks in neuromuscular, yeah, about vestibular disorders, so we'll talk all about nystagmus there and back. But it's going to be nausea and numbness. So the 5 Ds, dysarthria, dysphagia, drop attacks, dizziness. Where's my 5th one? where is it? Oh, double vision, diplopia. But Avin, thank you. Avin says your energy and passion for the subject as you take in all the materials so inspiring. Thank you. It's the anxiety and trauma that this program has given me. Thank you. Oh my goodness. What are the 3 Ns? Nystagmus? Nausea? Why can I never remember the last one? Numbness. Ooh. Alright, let's go ahead and keep going. So, vascular problems, clinical reasoning. So again, vascular problems can mask musculoskeletal dysfunctions that typically involve the internal carotid artery and the vestibular basilar artery. Vascular events can be dissecting or non-dissecting. Dissecting, again, the interior wall inner is cut. Non-dissecting, you got a thrombus or blood clot somewhere around. So we want to see about signs and symptoms. We want to see if there's any predispositions or any risk factors that can, like, assess the case. This person might be likely to have this, again, especially with the non-dissecting. They have a long-term history of being a smoker. But look for history, signs, and symptoms that are indicative of a cardiovascular disease. So we can have past medical history of myocardial infarction, arthrosclerosis. I'm like rolling my R's for no reason. Arthrosclerosis, hypertension, hyperlipidemia, pulmonary disease. We have a social history of smoking and alcoholic consumption. Mechanism of injury can be an acute trauma, which again can be I think both of them can be trauma, and I'll go ahead and look that up. But definitely dissecting is going to be the trauma one. But fall, whiplash, recent cervical manipulation, onset headache, and other falls and symptoms are going to be signs of these. Let me go ahead and check this. Okay, no trauma for non-dissecting. Okay. But now that we moved on from that vascular pathology, let's talk about ligamentous instability. So this is what one of the cubs was bringing up earlier, that they had this. Do you recall if you were here? So ligamentous instability is basically a hypermobility of one of three reasons. It could be due to a birthing, basically. So it could be someone who has Down syndrome. Someone mentioned again they had ED because they were saying they're double jointed or hypermobile. And I can't pronounce this word because I just can't pronounce words. I'm actually secretly illiterate. But yeah. Ehlers-Danlos type 3 syndrome. These two conditions can make you just born hypermobile. It could be hypermobility to a sequela of pathology. So basically this is saying like, hey, even though this is not the main effect, it happens eventually. So with RA, which we talked about earlier, rheumatoid arthritis. Or 3, a significant traumatic hypermobility. So ligamentous instability can happen because you're born with it, it's secondary to a condition, or you had trauma, basically. And so what's going to happen here is that you're going to have headaches, severe sub-occipital and other neck spasms, and fear and anxiety with cervical motion. So we're going to go ahead and do 3 different tests of a sharp pursers, alar ligament stress test, and anterior shear test. And I think I have pictures of all 3. So anterior shear test, let me cheat the system and read. I may also show you the video too. But basically, excessive posterior glide or reduction in pain. So let's just be good. Let's just be good.
In this video, I'm going to talk about the
sharp pursers test
arch
is because remember how I kept scaring you cubs? I was like, hey, remember that one guy who sneezed and then dropped on the ground basically because he didn't know he had a ligamentous instability, and he sneezed so hard that basically his dents or the bones pushed into the his spinal or his brainstem, and then he stopped breathing because the brainstem is responsible for breathing. Yeah, that's why ligamentous instability of the cervical spine is so important. Anyway. Sir, no, I didn't know you were here. No, you have to go. Bye. Have a good day and stream. No, thank you for fully lurking. Thank you so much for stopping by. Enjoy the rest of your Friday Eve. And Fiscal, hi, welcome. Hi, Tippa. Hi, chat. Hi, gamer. You're gonna lurk while I study too. I hope everyone has a productive session. Let's go. Let's go. Hi, gamer. Let me go ahead and give you a shout. Good luck with your studying. Now I'm scared of sneezing? No, don't be scared. Okay, the reason why this happens is because this guy got into a motor vehicle accident, right? And no one cleared him out. No one did any tests on his neck. He's like, yeah, my neck feels fine. So he didn't look at it. I'm like, no, I don't care how fine you look, right? You test it. And so no one checked and no one knew. And yeah.
Of the atlas.
Anyway,
Atlas
I'm gonna check my thing.
Is designed to test the transverse ligament.
I'm gonna speedrun it.
Of the atlas, that ensures that the dens of the axis, so of C2, stays in touch with the anterior arch of the atlas. To perform this test, have your patient in sitting position with the neck relaxed
and
in a semi-flexed position, which might already produce symptoms of spinal cord compression in some patients. The examiner then puts his index finger of one hand on the spinous process of C2 and places the other hand on the patient's forehead. Then press backwards with your hand on the forehead and look for sliding motion of the head posteriorly in relation to the axis. This test is positive if signs of excessive motion, sliding or clunking are felt or heard.
Yay! So that's the sharp pursers test. I think the other tests are a little bit more straightforward in visualizing. The alar stress ligament test is to also assess if there's excessive motion. Yeah, of course you wouldn't be able to visualize it if I showed you this, huh? This one is like you move the head. And it's like, yes, but you always move the head. But this is the ligament that we're testing. The alar ligament stress test.
Insufficiency of the alar ligament.
Yeah. They don't need to know that. Okay, so we have the supine. You stabilize, you grab onto their C2, so the first bump that you feel in the back of your head.
To the side and assesses range of motion
and go left and right.
Repeat the process on both sides. If the alar ligament is intact, only little to no side bending to the opposite side can occur, and the end fill should be capsular.
Yeah.
Then the test is repeated with rotation of the head and atlas on the axis, and end fill and range of motion is assessed again. Excessive range of motion compared to the other side or soft end feel indicates a positive test.
Okay, thank you. So basically you move left to right, and then if you have that again, that excessive motion, then it's like womp womp. And the anterior shear test, you push the head up basically, and if it produces any of the symptoms that they may have been having, or the eye moves to nystagmus, there's any tingling anywhere and increases the symptoms, or if you feel excessive movement, or they have a sensation of a lump in their throat, oh brother, I'm putting a collar on that person immediately and getting them to the ER. I'm not dealing with that. I don't want anyone's lives on my hand. I do not want to deal with a neck patient ever. But unfortunately, obviously, you'll never know. And people get into car accidents because no one knows how to drive on the road in America, doesn't want to really believe in public transportation. So, I mean, it is what it is. Anyway, so increased motion or empty end field, reproduction of symptoms or instability, production of lateral nystagmus, so the eye moving, and nausea and a sensation of lump in the throat. Any positive things with this, with the anterior shear? Oh boy, that is a sign of ligamentous instability. And this is really important because if someone's having neck pain, this is something you need to go ahead and assess and screen, because if you don't screen this and look at this, then you'll never know, and you might be doing more harm than good, or again you might end up like the sneezing person at the pharmacy, you know. Not just in America, your high school art teacher died in a car accident. Oh my god, I am so sorry. My condolences to you. I don't think that is any way to go out, and it's just so crazy about the power that we give people to drive. There's stories I could go into, but I'm like, nope, gotta do the exam. Teehee haha. Last thing really quick with the cervical stuff is malignancy. So a history of cancer, and typical cancer signs: unexplained weight loss, neck pain, and progressive neurological defects. These are all going to be potential signs that can radiate down to the spine of the neck and mimic neck pain. But you have to look for these signs when you ask the history, and they're like, yeah, I lost 10 pounds in a month. Yeah, that sounds like weight loss goals, but at the same time, that's not normal. 10 pounds? It's a lot. Hey, Mary, hi gamer, good luck with your exam. Thank you. I need it. But thank you. Hi gamer. Gamers, would you sue me if I took the world's quickest ad break really quick? Would you sue me? I just wanna do something, and I think we could finish it up, but I want to give myself more time because the next ad break plays in like 26 minutes, and I believe we could finish it in 26 minutes, but I don't want to be like, okay guys, I have to leave, I have to go, I have to buy, you know what I mean? I'd rather have like a comfy cushion to at least like talk to you cubs about, and then we could go over this, and this should be done like in 30. honestly. Yeah, go for a thank you. I'm just like, ooh. I'm smashing the believe button. Thank you for the shout out. Of course, gamer. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Also, Sarah, thank you for gifting Timberry. Oh my goodness. I get the sub. Welcome to the Sugar Bear community. Welcome and enjoy the emotes, gamer. Oh my gosh, more thank yous. Hello? Huh? Maximo, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, I'll go ahead and take my little baby break then, okay? So then when we're done, we can finish up and I can actually keep the zoomed in now. Sorry, not that zoomed in. There you go. Hee. And we'll finish the neck and then we'll like scroll through my notes, we'll speed run it, and life will be good. Yeah? Yeah! 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 So let's go ahead and do it. So Cubs, use this time to stand up and stretch, hydrate, and eat and drink something super duper yummy. Let me go ahead and BRB. We are going to finish this lecture thing in an hour. I pinky bear promise you with your money back guarantee. Please do not put any money. I do not have money to give back. But yeah, let's politely BRB. So I'll see you Cubs in just one moment, okay? I promise. Only 3 minutes. Only 3 minutes.
Chica
Alright, cuz, thank you so much for your patience. I really do appreciate it. Alright, let's go ahead and get finished with this. Let's get this over with! Victory squeech! Well, actually, I guess we can't do any victories quite yet if we're not quite done. And still got the final battle of the exam in 2 hours and 20 minutes, so... Goodness gracious. No, double! My break's over. When I wish you the best on the exam tonight. You got this, girl. I hope. Literally, like, I think after all the studying and, like, stressing for 2 weeks straight, if I don't somehow got this, I'm literally gonna lose it. But thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your work shift. Thank you so very much, gamer. You got this. I'm gonna try to get it. I'm trying. I'm trying. I got it. But again, if I don't have it, I'm crashing out. I'm doing the Gen Z thing. Anyway, let's go ahead and finish up. So we talked about neuropathies, the hands and wrists, the elbow, the shoulder. Now let's talk about the neck. We talked about the right before break. We talked about the four red flags. So we talked about fractures, vascular pathology. We talked about ligamentous instability, and we talked about malignancy. So now we're going to talk about the different kind of categories of neck pain and what that entails, how are we going to treat it, and blah 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 blah. Rami, hi, welcome. Oh my gosh, medical study time with Anya. It is, and it has been for the past 6 hours, it feels like. Welcome. Alright, gamers, we're going, okay? Okay. So, neck pains have 4 different categories as well. So we have neck pain with mobility deficits, neck pain with movement coordination impairments, neck pain with headache, and neck pain with radiating pain. Again, as PTs, we can't really diagnose. Like, if someone has adhesive capsulitis, we can't say, "Oop, adhesive capsulitis." We have to say that the signs and symptoms align with it. So we keep like these very general categories. The headaches and radiating pain, as you would imagine, are pretty exclusive to neck pain. Can't really get a headache in the shoulder. But when it comes to mobility deficits, we're talking normally about hypomobilities, and movement coordination disorders, we're talking about like hypermobilities. And then the muscle performance is usually in relation to contractile tissues such as muscle. Nina, hi, welcome on in. Thank you so much for checking on in and politely looking. I appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome. So neck pain with mobility deficits being hypo, we have limited cervical or thoracic mobility without radiating pain or trauma. If you have radiating pain or trauma, it's going directly into the neck pain with radiating pain. I know, all appropriately named, but basically as soon as you have even a little bit of tingle, it's not mobility deficits, it's something else. So they just, again, they can't really move, but there's no nerve pain. Okay, got it. Neck pain with movement coordination impairment. So this is, again, hypermobility. This is a traumatic onset, so this could be whiplash, which, by the way, just learned whiplash can happen if someone falls down the stairs. Fun fact, I thought whiplash was only exclusive to motor vehicle accidents. No! Anyway, so traumatic onset, dizziness, headache, and affective distress, basically. So like a mood disorder, like their pain gets worse with mood. A neck pain with headache. So cervicogenic headache. So we're going to talk about different type of headaches. I can't do anything about migraine, so I'm sorry to my migraine homies out there. I unfortunately cannot do anything or fix it. We're going to be talking about a cervicogenic headache specifically, along with some other types, just to say, hey, they are there, but we're not focusing on them. PT or rehab can only really fix cervicogenic, and we'll talk about what that even means. Deep neck flexor weakness and segmental hypomobility, so they're not really moving too much. Hypo neck pain with radiating pain. So symptoms are going to radiate into the distal upper extremity or scapular region. So upper arms, shoulders, shoulder blades, fair game. And they're going to have positive neurological tests. So we'll talk about what a Sperling is. Excuse me, I keep feeling like I have to hiccup and burp at the same time. Bleh. Distraction and ULTT, upper limb tension testing. Tadang. I have this in a prettier graph, so we're going to go ahead and look at my pretty table, okay? But I'm also going to move the pretty table so you can see the majority of it, you know? Or I guess I could zoom out slightly. Don't care. Let me go ahead and hydrate. Wow, I almost dropped that. Thank you, Tiffany. Thank you. Rory says, oh no, any sudden movement back and forth can do it. Yeah, no, which is crazy. I just didn't know because I had not a pseudo case, but I had an assignment basically, and I was given like a false thing about like, hey, LMAO, if this person did this, they fell down the stairs, but they were having signs and symptoms that really aligned with like whiplash. So it's like, oh, they felt really bad, huh? Rory says, you reminded me I gotta work on my neck muscles and shoulders. Actually, I need to stretch everything. Same. Honestly, I've been complaining to my friends that I have neck pain, and they're like, why? Because I've been studying. What do you mean, why? Ugh! No, but seriously, I'm not used to writing out my notes, but when I'm desperate, I'll write notes basically, and I'm always desperate. No, I'm just kidding. But as of recently, like when in the past week, I've been desperate of getting this information in and down. And so I've been looking down a lot, and so when I look down, obviously my neck is strained, and even if I bring my desk lower so I'm not like looking completely down, it's still a lot of strain. So boom, 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 boom. So neck pain with mobility deficit. So the primary findings is that you're going to have limited thoracic and cervical mobility without radiating pain or trauma. So neck and trunk. And it's like, wait, why the trunk? Yeah, they're all connected, baby. Have you ever looked at a skeleton? But yeah, limited cervical thoracic mobility without radiating pain or trauma, and any radiation down the upper extremities is going to be excluded from this category. So, ooh. So for the history, for people who have this, you want to look for a non-traumatic onset. They're going to complain of stiffness and tightness, and typically this mobility deficit, this hypomobility, is going to be either unilateral or on this in the middle or the central neck, or they're gonna have central neck pain or unilateral neck pain. Sorry, that was worded really weird. For physical exams, we have limited motion that reproduces symptoms. So basically, they turn and they're like, owie. Passive accessory motion will reproduce these symptoms as well for the cervical or thoracic spine, and subacute or chronic symptoms that may present weakness or dysfunction of the submusculature. So what does all that mean? So basically there is a test we can do, and let me pull it up.
Test, the patient is in sitting position.
So the test we could do, let me preface this before we get into it and they stare into my souls, is the cervical rotation lateral flexion test. So we're rotating and we're laterally flexing the head. This is going to be testing thoracic outlet syndrome or first rib hypomobility, which can be important as we keep talking about the cervical and thoracic spine basically being connected and attached and related very closely. But this one is really kind of assessing, can they even move? We typically do this for neck pain with the not mobility deficits, and to see if they're even able to get into the appropriate range past, and it's like a passive range of motion test.
The patient is in sitting position.
Patient sitting?
The patient's head is rotated away from the affected
side. Away from affected?
And then lateral flexion is added in the opposite direction than the rotation, so that the ear moves towards the patient's chest. The test is positive if there is no movement of lateral flexion along the axis of the costal transverse joint, or if bony restriction.
Yeah, so typically it can be bony restriction, or again, they're just not getting that motion. So far you kind of went, you would get even less, and then it's like, okay, let's assess the other direction, and you go from there. Because sometimes this can be a one-sided thing. Tee ha ha ho ho. So how do we treat this? Okay, I'm not moving the way I want. There's no traumatic injury. It's just my neck is super stiff. Well, buddy, do I got some news for you? So for treatment, basically, we just have to improve the mobility of the hypomobility. You're not moving? Let's get you moving. Unfortunately, obviously, that's not always so easy because hypomobility can be due to pain or muscle guarding or tightness or something capsular. So something related to the joints of the cervical spine are kind of hacking you up. A really common example is if you guys ever woke up wrong, like you woke up on the wrong side of the bed kind of thing. Yeah, it's something similar to that. Like sometimes the joint capsule can get I don't know if the word is stuck, but like impinged. I feel like impinged sounds worse than getting stuck, so I don't know. Anyway, so you could do cervical up glide, down, lateral prone, PA. Hold on, actually, wait, sorry, one moment. Sorry, my classmate's asking something. One of my classmates was asking something, and then she added about, like, I don't know if it's just me, but the fact that there's only 30 questions somehow makes me feel worse about everything. And I'm like, yeah, that's how I'm feeling. And there's like so much here specifically, and as you cubs have been seeing for the past couple of hours, it's like there's so much here specifically to point out, and I really don't know what he's gonna ask about. And I'm like, that's how I'm feeling. And then there's only 34 minutes for the 30-minute exam. I'm like, oh brother, these questions better hit me with the correct answer immediately. Like, they have to be like baby basics. If you ask for anything in particular, I am gonna perish. Sorry, she's also still typing, so I'm gonna hold out. Oh, I was doing a good job not freaking out, and I think I've hit the mental breaking point. I give her a little handshake. That's fine. Alright. One of my other classmates is coming in for emotional support, so I'm excited for them. Anyway, so yeah, we're gonna treat the hypomobility with basically getting it moving. So we're gonna do some manual treatment of up glides, down glides, lateral glides, and we could do some prone, posterior, anterior movement as well. And we could do something very similar with the thoracic. With some manipulations. We talked about grade 1 and 2 being like pain reduction, and 3 and 4 is really going to be where it's at, because that's going to help break any of the adhesions that we may have, and yeah, go from there pretty much. We're also a prone PA. So we want to have interventions, and this is so generalized, so apologies, but when we make interventions for people who have this defect, we want to normalize motor activation, so making sure that they're moving correctly, the coordination, the endurance, and we'll talk about endurance actually in just a moment, strength and power as indicated for these people. So the fun thing about this kind of career, it's like, wow, they have problems with XYZ, just do X, Y, and Z forehead, so easy. Oh my gosh, and they pay people big bucks for this. No, I'm just kidding, it's really hard. So we'll try our best. So hold on. Oh no. Sorry, I don't mean to keep doxing the DMs that my classmates are sending. One of my classmates is like, none of this is real. Life is a constant march for corporate overlords, and we're peons to the rich and powerful, used as folder to increase labor productivity to make them more money. This MSK test will not change the fact that we live to serve the few, and all our collateral surgery starts during at 4 months. What? Hold on. Also, I need to fact check him. Hold on. No way UCL surgery starts in 4 months. Emily says the horror. She's so funny. Okay. You, Tommy John. Okay. He's right. Okay, the throwing can start at 4 months. You're crazy for that. Okay. Anyway, back to our scheduled program. Paul says that's certainly true in some industries, but in your case, you're gonna help people. Yeah, but I'm just a cog in the machine of many cash mills that are opening up, and they're gonna give me 3 patients an hour, and I can't give them the quality care that I want, but I also really care about having employment to pay for my $200,000 of student debt and da 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 da. No, but I understand the well wishes. It's just so funny. It's so funny how my classmate said that. You know, honestly, big shout outs for the UCL surgery thing. Anyway, so now let's move on. So we talked about mobility deficits. Let's talk about neck pain with movement coordination impairments. I said I was going to try to finish this soon, and I'm like stalling. Anyway, But we're on the second one out of 4, so we're already halfway there. So neck pain with movement coordination impairments, or they also had WAD along with it. So this is actually going to stand for whiplash associated disorder. As mentioned earlier by Rowry, it's like any sudden movement back and forth can actually cause whiplash, and we associate movement coordination impairment with kind of like a hypermobility. So the primary finding with people who have neck pain like this is going to be due to traumatic onset or whiplash. Signs and symptoms are going to be shoulder girdle pain, referred upper extremity pain, dizziness, nausea, non-specific concussive symptoms, headaches, and heightened affective distress. So if they're stressed out, their pain gets worse, basically. We're going to do a cranial cervical flexion test, and I'm honestly not going to click this video. I know it sounds really weird. I'm just going to show you from the thumbnail, but you see how the guy is laying down? He's actually laying on a blood pressure cuff. And so what happens is that he needs to get certain numbers, which I'm not looking at the moment. If that's a test question, I'm just going to get that one wrong, unfortunately. But basically the purpose of this test is to test basically the strength, or suboccipital muscle strength, basically. And we go from there. There's also other tests like the neck flexor endurance test and pain pressure threshold testing. So you use a digital press algometer, which, you know, honestly, I have not bothered to look up what an algometer is. So I guess we're doing that. So hold on. Oh. Huh? What in the Buzz Lightyear is this? Huh? Buzz Lightyears. So I guess use a digital pressure. Okay. So use something like that on the upper traps, tibialis anterior, and then you try to assess if there's local hypersensitivity or centralization. I'm just gonna smile and nod. There's only 30 questions that he could ask out of this 136-page document that I made myself, and I missed anything. Heck, he's not gonna ask these, but he probably will ask about cranial cervical flexion test, because that was like a big emphasis on the lectures. So teehee. So how do we treat someone with what do you call it? What do we call it? Neck pain with movement coordination disorder or whiplash. So great news, if they have a good prognosis and they're in the acute phase, we want to try to wean from collars ASAP. I know a lot of people have this indication of like, oh, a back brace would be good for me, or blah 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 would be good for me because this and that. And I know we talked all about splinting when we were talking about the hand. Well, the hand is different, okay? And I know your neck is also different, it's a completely different body part. Gamers, listen when I say this. You get really dependent on these sort of like braces and whatnot, and your muscles don't have to work as hard if they're feeling supported by XYZ. So we want to try to wean from collars as soon as possible, as soon as the patient feels comfortable and they're stable. And we want to be able to implement range of motion activities and postural awareness activities, because some people, like maybe even now might feel like a little bit hunched over, and they need the postural awareness to be like, oh no, squeeze the shoulder blades back, look up. Because again, slouching, you're going to be putting more pressure on your body than you need to, and blah 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 blah. It's not necessary, not needed, not anything whatsoever. So we're going to go ahead and do that if they have a good prognosis, okay, and then feel free to move on. So if someone has a poor prognosis, they're probably in the subacute phase. So manual therapy is going to be super duper helpful, like a little massage, teehee, haha, ho ho. And then isometric low load strengthening and neuromuscular exercises are going to be super important. So again, not actively moving the neck, because how do you say it? We're not actively moving the neck because we don't want to aggravate the muscles there, but we still want them to be activated. So we're going to go ahead and do that with some neuromuscular exercises. For prolonged symptoms, low load cervical scapular thoracic strengthening, endurance, strengthening and flexibility exercises as indicated. Functional training and cognitive behavior principles may be helpful as graded exposures and exercises, because after a point you might be like, oh my gosh, I'm too afraid to move my neck, and it's like, no, don't be afraid, gamer. Oh wait, hold on. Hold on one moment. Hold on one moment. I'm getting what do you call it? I feel a little bit spoiled right now because Sunny, are you here by chance? I'm politely staring at Ryan's stream, right? And she's at the part in Yakuza 4. That's crazy. Wait, why did they wait 4 well, they didn't wait 4 games, but you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Oh, this is crazy. I can't believe I have to go back in her bot and be like, oh, XYZ. But I hope the flashback is over. Huh? Huh? That's crazy. How did they connect it like that? Anyway, so the really important thing about summarizing all of this, by the way, is if they have a good prognosis, we want to keep it up. For the poor prognosis, we want them to still move, but we're going to keep that low load. And prolong, we're going to keep the low load, but they can move on from isometrics. So that's pretty much the gist of these movement coordinations. They're connected. The worst part, okay, Sunny, I'm so sorry to those who are like, Tippa, aren't you studying? I am. I just closed my tabs recently because Ichi and Rip had raided into Ryan. So I'm like, oh, I can close some tabs. Yay! No 3 Ryan tabs. This is crazy. So I'm playing Yakuza 4 right now, yeah? And again, Ryan's Yakuza 0 is going in, and it's spoilers, quotation marks, of what happened to Majima. Aw, it's gonna be so hecked up when I play tomorrow. This is so funny. Aw. Anyway. It's just so funny. Why did they wait 4 games to tell me this? Anyway. But they had to explain this. This is spoilers for you? No. How's this? It's not spoilers if I already played 0. It just be spoilers for me when I play 4, probably. That's what keeps him up at night? No, that's how you lost it. Okay, anyway, sorry. I'm focusing. So neck pain with headaches. I didn't spell headaches right. So now we're gonna move on to our third category. So neck pain with headaches. Again, this is not really addressing any other type of headache. So migraine, tension, cluster type headaches, and they really generally don't respond well with physical therapy or anything of the sort, but cervical genics do, because cervical genics tend to be like more muscle based. So the most treated are cervical genic headaches, which are a type of headache that originates from the neck or the cervical spine, and they're usually caused by irritation or dysfunction of the muscles, nerves, or joints in the neck. So they typically follow this ram horn pattern. Can you use your imagination and see that's a ram horn? And then little spots right here, but it's mostly focused here and kind of in the back as well. Sunny says, yeah, but it's been such a long time. Also, Yakuza 0 released after 4. Oh, so there's a little spoiler. Oh. Anyway, steady I am almost done. I'm sorry. I'm distracting myself, which stinks, but it's fine. It's whatever. It's whatever. Anyway, so this typically happens unilateral. You could kind of tell by the picture as well. Hee ha ha ho ho. And so from here, movement of the cranial spine and the TMJ are going to actually affect this headache. So there's limited motion that's going to reproduce these same symptoms that we're seeing here in this image. And passive accessory motion is going to reproduce those symptoms of both the cervical and the thoracic spine. Subacute and chronic symptoms that may present with weakness, dysfunction of the neck, muscular, etc. And that test that we just did earlier when we were doing the mobility deficits can also be tested for the headaches one as well. So how do we treat this? How do we treat headaches? So what's going to happen here is that the majority of the deficits are going to occur at the subcranial spine. So we have these muscles. They're pretty cool, actually. Let me see if I can pull up a picture. So we have a heck ton of muscles on the back of our head, which is crazy, right? Look, we have at least 5. So we have the obliquus we have capitis muscles basically, and the capitis refers to it inserting into our cap, which is our skull. So these subcranial muscles, and maybe in addition to some of the deep back muscles like the erector spinae muscles are going to be affected, but the majority of the defects are happening basically right underneath the base of our skull. So if you were to put your hand and like follow along, once you stop feeling hard bone, those are your subcranial muscles, and that's what's going to be affecting these type of cervicogenic headaches. So the treatment we could do is just to work in the motion. So you can work on some OA joint flexion mobility. So the not osteoarthritis, occipital axis or atlanto. I don't know my bones. This is why I do these things, so I can look at my weakness. Is it occipital atlanto? Atlanto? No, it's not that, because there's a AO joint that's atlanto-occipital. So if this is AO, right? No, OA, occipital axial, right? Brother, I don't know my anatomy and Google's not helping me. Anyway, flexion. We can also work in the OA flexion and AA rotation as needed, and we could do a really cool technique, which is it's not necessarily a contract relax, or sorry, it's not necessarily an isometric, it's a contract relax. So you are activating the muscles, but you're not going hard into it. It's just like activate the muscle, match my force, gently press into my hand, relax, gently press into my hand, relax. And the more you do it, the more kind of range of motion you push yourself into. So that's super duper cool. All right, and then I believe this was our last one, so yay! Let's go ahead and do neck pain with radiating pain. So radiating pain, this is really cool because there's actually a cluster involved. So we love clusters in this household. Clusters, again, are going to help us be able to diagnose this issue a little bit more accurately and with a little bit more confidence. So what is neck pain with radiating pain? Exactly as it sounds. You're basically going to get that pins and needles sensation up to the upper arm or to the medial border of the scapula. So we have a cluster, the Weiners cluster, and basically it has a really high likelihood. Remember, 10 or higher is great, and we're at 30 if there's all 4, so that's crazy. If we're 3 out of 4 to 6, but whatever. So they can only rotate their head less than 60 degrees. I swear I had a photo, but basically if you were to rotate your head completely to the or normal range of motion, your nose should go over your shoulder, or like roughly about that, and that's about 80 degrees. So they're not able to hit the 80 degrees. They're only about to hit 60 or less. So start using your imagination of what that looks like, because I thought I had a photo, but I guess not. We could do upper nerve tension. Can I open the preview? Oh, brother!
Video, I'm going to talk.
Whoa!
In this video, I'm going to talk about different forms of the upper limb tension.
I wish I could move it.
To stress the neurological structures in the upper limb.
Oh, wow! I didn't have to keep doing windows. Wow!
The upper limb tension
anyway, sorry.
Can be seen as the equivalent.
So basically, you know how I told you Cups about nerve flossing the billing years ago for the sciatic? You can do so with the upper extremity as well. So here is the median.
10 degrees and flex the elbow.
Or here should be the median.
Go to 90 degrees. Then laterally rotate your patient's shoulder. Extend your patient's wrist and fingers, and slowly extend the elbow until symptoms are provoked. To confirm that you are stressing your patient's neurological structures, you can take off some tension by flexing the elbow a little
bit, and then asking them
and then ask your patient to laterally flex his neck to the opposite direction, which should increase the tension again and confirm your findings.
Yay, that's so cool. So that's one test. So if they're like, yeah, I have symptoms, great. I mean, that's bad, but great for the cluster. What about Sperling's? Now this is wacky. So this one is the Sperling's test. So basically you press down on this person's neck. Yeah, it is the most prerogative. I don't think anyone likes getting their neck pressed though.
Pain with your patient bending, lateral bending to the affected side,
yeah, watch.
And axial compression.
That poor guy. See? So easy. You basically have them bend and then you press on top of their head. So easy. Watch. Hi, welcome. Hi, gamer. Big Bearcat hug you. Welcome, gamer. Welcome. You're catching
in this video. I'm going
all the
to
cool cervical tests because I have my exam in almost an hour and a half. All right, last one. And so the last cluster is the distraction test.
Because in supine position and apply
longitudinal you just pull their head
with your fingers hooked under your patient's occiput.
You see? Look how nice that looks. You can't see it all the way,
positive.
But oh no! Oh, you got the gist of it. The test is positive if they find a relief of symptoms, basically. So tee haha ho ho. So if the patient does not have symptoms with the above, what do you call it? The distraction test is going to be pretty meaningless. But if you do spurling, it might make them worse. So tee haha ho ho. If the symptoms go down the limb at the start of the exam, do distraction first. Don't do spurlings. If the person's already complaining about pain, do not make it worse by doing the spurling test. It is not fun to do. But yeah, it's whatever. Anyway, so the treatment. What we want to do with someone who has neck pain or radiating pain, they could probably deal with low level laser therapy. And at first I was like, oh, you know, actually, what? I forget there's this like red light therapy that people can do, and the point of the laser is to help improve vasodilation, which is to improve circulation, which is to improve getting blood into the area to help stimulate the healing process. So I'm like, oh, okay, we could do that for nerves too. Crazy. Or you could do a short-term collar use. Fair and fine. Nandu, thank you, gamer. You're the best doc. I'm gonna be the best doctor, best non-medical doctor out there. The best non-medical bearcat doctor around. But yeah, we can also do manual therapy and exercises indicated. Again, motion is lotion for the body, and I'm a huge advocate for nerve glides. Individuals are able to do it on themselves, but I actually don't know if they could do the upper extremity ones by themselves. It's a little difficult, smiley face emoji, but the lower extremity, especially if people suffer from like sciatica, can highly recommend. Then we have nerve gliders as indicated, and then we have home traction units for chronic symptoms. I don't know if you kept seeing those like traction devices where they put like a little like hammock for your neck behind a door, and they're like, oh, this is supposed to be like traction. I don't know if those are the same home unit tractions or those are like fake, I don't know, stuff to hurt you, but there are home traction units. I just have not seen, and I don't know if that's that's something I have to personally research. But getting that traction is going to help alleviate or provide a little bit more space for that nerve to go through, even if it's a little bit temporary, and they should be feeling better through that. But of course, still get the movies, still get them with a little bit of the manual therapy to see if we could get these radiating pain symptoms reduced, you know? So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and talk about these two things. We'll do the conclusion and the potential questions, and then we're good. Why do you sound like an anime character? Huh? Oh, Chanda, it's you. Yeah. Sorry, anyway. Nerve entrapment and radiculopathy. So we have an irritated nerve, so basically it's gonna have increased sensitivity to like touch. And we're talking about any kind of nerve entrapment or radiculopathy, so any of these peripheral nerve or tinglings that are going down the arm. They may have increased reflexes, positive upper limb tension test, which we just saw right now, and a compressed nerve, so they might have decreased vibration, monofilament, 2-point discrimination, decreased reflexes, a positive upper limb tension testing, and quadrant test, which we actually did just see. For thoracic outlet, we didn't really talk about it. I'm just gonna say it just to say it and to say that I read it, okay? Thoracic outlet syndrome, but I feel like it's whatever. There's 4 entrapment sites basically: the scalene triangle, costoclavicular space, pectoral minor, and anterior shoulder capsule laxity. there's a difference between vascular versus neurogenic TOS, and you can test it by a special test, and there's more special tests to indicate if they even have thoracic outlet syndrome or not. So they have the Adson's maneuver to assess scaling entrapment, costoclavicular test to see if it's compressed between the rib and clavicle, the Wright's test to test between the pec minor entrapment, and the scaling and pec minor length test, so like a muscle length testing. Let me see if I could get you guys a better explanation of what TOS is. It's a condition where the nerves or blood vessels in the space between the collarbone and first rib become compressed. So it's a little bit wonky. I have one of my classmates has it, but it's a pretty rare condition. So it's focused on, but not focused on. But they'll have symptoms such as pain in neck or pain in the shoulders and neck, weakness, and because it can be vascular and cutting off the circulation, they can have like a coldness in their fingers. But yeah, neck pain conclusion: be careful of red flags. Classifications are not independent of each other, they can pretty much overlap. And classification category does not exclude interventions from other categories. So individuals with mobility deficits will require motor coordination training at some point. Individuals with whiplash may require manual therapy or intervention for mobility. Individuals with headaches will likely present with mobility deficits in upper cervical segments. So here's some example questions, and unfortunately I have the answers right here, and I'm too lazy to write them out. So, which of the following is the highest risk for a cervical vascular dissecting event? Recent trauma. Remember, for non-dissecting, the most highest risk factor is going to be smoking. Woo! But for dissecting, because it's that cut of the inner wall, it's recent. It's a recent trauma. Which cervical diagnosis classification category is most associated with a positive cervical flexion lateral rotation test? So this is going to be for headaches, or also hypomobility. Can be either one, but headaches is gonna be probably the most, because we're gonna do the intervention and go from there. Which of the following neck pain classification categories responds most favorably to subcranial manual therapy interventions? Also, headaches! The manual therapy, remember we talked about the OA flexion and the AA rotation. Which of the following neck pain classification categories is most associated with positive findings on neck flexor endurance tests? So this one is going to be with the whiplash or the WAD. With this is the one with the blood pressure cuff that I'm like, hey, give me the point off. I don't care if they ask me about exact numbers. I'll be like, no. And then the last one. Which of the following manual therapy technique addresses OA flexion range of motion impairments? So we need a picture of the skull, and we're getting back to that concave convex nonsense, but basically just know if we're forward bending with we're doing a anterior roll or a front roll with the OA joint, occipital allanto, that's what I'm sticking with, flexion, and so because it is convex moving on concave, it's going to have an opposite glide. So rolls anterior, glides posteriorly, and that's why we have the posterior. And with that, we have finished all 136 hecking pages of notes, and my exam is in an hour and a half, and oh my hecking goodness, how did we do it? I don't know, but we did it, and it's done, and I'm very happy. So let's go ahead and politely wrap it up from here. Let me check something out though really quick. Oh, I think we should be good. Congratulations. Thank you, gamer. Appreciate it. Alright, let's go ahead. I have to meet up with my my classmate today. So we're gonna go ahead and politely wrap it up. So thank you everyone for joining me today. Honestly, I know study streams can be simultaneously fun and not fun. It's the idea of like, oh, she's studying. So I'm like, yeah, I am. You got me. But I really do appreciate your patience and understanding with these kind of streams. This kind of stream probably won't happen again. It will happen again. It'll probably happen about 2 more times. And then my semester ends. And then basically I will politely laugh and giggle and smile as I work for free for 24 weeks, and then I'll probably do something like this again when I have my NPTE which is my boards exam. So please look forward to it. But thank you, Sunny. Thank you. Sending you all my brain cells for this exam, please. I'm like panicking. And thank you, Skull. Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and wrap it up. So Discord, feel free to check out the Discord. I ping when I go live. On Mondays we have anime night at 8:30 p.m. EDT. I am so excited. We're gonna be watching Oran High School Host Club for the first time, and so very, very excited about that because I've never watched it, and I'm gonna watch the English dub too. I'm so very excited about that. Feel free to check out the Spanish Club. It's on a little bit of a spring break hiatus right now, but that's also stuff that we do. I ping when I go live as well on the Discord, and I game there sometimes. I'm gonna try to see if I can play Fragpunk tonight as a little celebratory little treat thing, because I've been playing with Faust and SG and even Marshall recently, and actually the game's fun, but I feel like it's fun with friends, you know? I don't think I could be sweaty enough to play it solo. I don't have that much of a conscience, you know? Overwatch I could play solo because I'm used to it. Fragpunk, I'm like, oh, it's too team heavy dynamic for some reason. But feel free to check that out. Feel free to check out the Twitter. I have my schedule pinned up, so even though I have my exam and I should be done studying, cause I have like 4 assignments that's due on Sunday that I have not looked at, because I said I will not look at anything until this exam is over. So I got some work cut out for me. So tomorrow morning, if I could stream a little bit early, I will. But if not, I think I have it at 11. Let me double check my own stream. Yeah, I have it at 11, and we'll play some Yakuza later. Ta-da! But yeah, so tomorrow's the double stream of co-working Yakuza. Next week, I don't really know the schedule. It is going to be some co-working, but not as much as it was today. I promise we'll do gaming. I know we talked about clinical trials as a game. Maybe adding one new game if I'm very teehee with it, and then maybe, let's see, more Yakuza, so look forward to it, okay? Oh shoot, actually, I lied. I just remembered something. Anyway, well, that's a later issue. Don't worry, Cubs. Anyway, feel free to check out the socials as well. Feel free to check that out. I have the Discord, the YouTube, the TikToks, all that stuff is going to be on my card, so feel free to grab it, okay? I actually know who I want to raid today, and I know it's like, what? So feel free to grab a raid message. If you're not subscribed, absolutely no hecking worries. Feel free to... Excuse me. Feel free to politely grab the bear emoji with the Gao Gao raid. And if you are subscribed, feel free to use the Tipanya with the Gao Gao raid. Otherwise, doing the call. I see her. I do see her, and I'm gonna politely acknowledge her. The reason why I'm raiding this other person is because I was in Pico's stream earlier, which I'm gonna give her a shout out. Let me see. Pico Bunny. She was streaming earlier, and so she raided into this girl, right? And her name is... Oh, I got hit with an ad. Hold on. I'm waiting for the ad to finish. Sorry. She raided into this person, and her name is Twiggy Tree. And I think her model is so cute, and she's doing art, and I'm like, oh, I love this. But she's like, hey guys, I'm so glad you like my model. I made it myself, and I'm like, wow, that's so cool. But then she showed us her feet. 3 feet. I had to show Ryan this. I'm like, Ryan, are you seeing this girl right now? That's so cute. Like, her model is very, very cute, but she's like, yeah, I didn't do the bottom half because obviously no one's gonna see that. So I'm like, oh my goodness. You're so funny. I award funniness. So we're gonna go ahead and raid into her. So again, go ahead and grab a raid message. I won't make it weird about like, let's see the feet, but if she does show it off or look at this VOD, I just apologize to her, okay? But yeah, right, I am heading off. Skull says you have so many VTuber friends. I'd like to believe that. Thank you. I think my self-esteem rose. But when you've been VTubing as long as I have, for almost 5 years, you know a few VTubers here and there. You like it? Yeah, isn't it so cute? So I'm gonna... Oh my gosh, I just copy and pasted the raid message, but I'm gonna put her name right here. We're gonna raid into her. I'm leaving this here in case anyone gets left behind. So that's where we're gonna be. So I'll see you cubs there. So thank you, Erika, for joining today. I will, if I get a grade immediately, I'm updating you cubs immediately on the Discord. I'll be like, hey, listen, LMAO. I passed. Or if I didn't pass, you're not hearing from me. So, like, well, only time can tell with this. But please have a good one, Cubs. Lots of love to you. I will hopefully see you tomorrow for either co-working or Yakuza. But if I don't get to see you tomorrow, absolutely no hecking worries. Just make sure to take care of yourself, okay? Okay, please have a great weekend. I hopefully I'll see you tomorrow, or tomorrow. If not, please have a good weekend. Better Monday. All that good stuff! Sunny says, can we get a new Tippa outfit with that kind of bottom half? Just use your imagination. It's cheaper that way. Anyway, please don't forget to support Ray on Ryan. I will also be over there, but I'm going to be politely, what do you call it? I'm going to be politely lurking over there, but I cannot wait to meet a new friend indirectly of Twiggy Tree and make the best first impression and then immediately run off to lurk because I'm going to meet up with my classmate. Cubs, please have a good one. Have a good one, gamers. Have a good one. Have a good one. I'm going to go over to the raid screen. Look at that. We're going to the wait screen. Oh my goodness. That's us. That's us. Ba, 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 ba. I don't know when we're going to raid. Oh, in 8 seconds? Oh, okay. We have plenty of time. That's fine. That's okay. We're doing so good. Good job, Cubs. Thank you, every Cub. Thank you, Lana. Thank you, Sunny. Thank you, Dory. Thank you, Squall. Thank you, every Cub. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, bye. Good luck. I know, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Imagine we get hit with an ad. I will cry. Bye. Bye, bye, bye. Okay. Bye. Bye, 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 bye.